Greetings and welcome to En Route 23. I'm Miss Roots.
And I'm Nathan Israel.
You're in for another interesting conversation this evening. Yeah, I'm really excited about this evening's topic, to be fair.
Yes, definitely.
We've got sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, we're going to be raising critical confidence on. And what is melanin? We probably could open up with that just to explain what melanin actually is. So I've got a few things online. So when it comes to screen sharing, we'll just get the definition up first, and then we'll just take it from there.
We've got a few people that have joined us this evening already, so that's good. I'll share the comments in a minute, but I want to first of all encourage, if you haven't subscribed or shared our platform, I encourage you to do so. The bigger the network, the better the conversations, the more we can raise critical confidence. We're also En Route 23 across all social media platforms, so that includes Instagram, Facebook, X, formerly known as Twitter, and TikTok. We also have a website. The website is www.enroute23.com. Have a peruse and see what we've got to offer. We've got products, we've got blogs that we publish there, we've got ebooks, we've got courses and so much more. So please do go and have a look at what we've been producing, and you can also contact us directly via the website. Our contact details are there.
Yes. Exactly. And also, if you do contact us, please be encouraged to even give any suggestions or anything to help make us grow our platform as well. Anything that's going to support our people in any shape or form. So yes, please do. You're welcome to be good contributors. So yeah, that'd be very much appreciated.
And we encourage you to join in with our discussions each and every time we go live. So the link is always posted in the chat facility. All you have to do is go along, press the StreamYard chat link, and you can join us here in the studio and be part of the discussion.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. And yeah, also, and please as well, just to help us with to continue with our research and things like that, can also the opportunity to donate as well, which we also appreciated as well, to keep supporting the course.
Yeah, all funds raised will go towards producing more resources and contribute to further research, which is what we're doing on the platform. We're collecting data, information around the Black community to see how we can indeed create change for the issues that we are up against.
Exactly. So yeah, let's get cracking on melanin itself, because I'm on the research is like the actual molecular structure of melanin. So obviously it's just to start off, we know it's what makes us this color, right? Come in different shapes and different shades, different hues of brown skin, because to be honest, if you want to be more precise with it, we can't really say black, because black is the color of my hair. I was watching a video where a guy actually explained all that. We're brown skin people. That's it. So if I go to share my screen now, let me go on Google instead. Go to Google.
While you're organizing yourself, I want to quickly share a story while you get that organized. So I'll share this with you guys. When I was doing my master's degree, I chose a module called social justice, right? And the lecturer at the time had like a warm-up exercise, and he went around the class and he asked, what makes us different, or is there anything that makes us different within the class? right? So we went around the room, and there was different contributions to that discussion. He made jest and said he asked this question in a class before, and a black person says, what makes us different to a white person is black people can dance, right? And the whole class roared, right? And then there was more contributions. His conclusion was, actually, there is no difference between anybody in this room, regardless of your cultural background, regardless of where in the world you come from. When he got to me, I said melanin, right? And when I said that, there was like a pause in the classroom, and even he was kind of taken back by it. Oh yeah, like melanin. But then it quickly just got shut down. Like, he was just like, yeah, that's just a chemical component. Yeah, you've got the biological side of things, right? And I thought, well, isn't that key? Isn't that actually something we should now stop and talk about? Or is it just a case of we just don't know enough about it? Interestingly, though, there was a student in that class that he said that he had an interest in mushrooms, right? So his side hustle was like growing mushrooms. And when I said melanin and I looked over at him, he kind of like, it resonated with him. Like, he was kind of like, do you know what I mean? So I knew I was onto something, but I just didn't do enough research myself. But I knew that, to me, that's what makes me different to everybody else in this class, that I have more melanin or a different type of melanin. And actually, how does that actually affect me, my identity? What does that mean, right? So I just thought I'd share that. I hope that kind of like warms up the conversation slightly. That's me thinking critically about things from a different perspective, right? From a, as I say, biological perspective, but still key, because that impacts my identity. Yeah. So as I said, warming up. We've got our resident speaker here joining us as well. He's here. I'm going to bring him up shortly. And Nathan, you let me know when you're ready. Just want to shout out this.
Let me just hit the
Hi, Apia. Screen. Join us if you like, Apia.
Hey, greetings.
Yeah.
Okay, so let's just get this one. I don't want the Microsoft window. There we go. Cool.
I'm going to bring Corey up as well.
Right, I've requested to share.
Yeah. Greetings, Corey.
Greetings and salutations.
Greetings, my bro. Bro, you good?
I said, good to see you here.
It is indeed.
Right. Nathan, I've got your thing. It's here.
Excellent. So yeah, just to start off, just to open it up then, it's so melanin, this is from the clevelandclinic.org. So yeah. So melanin is a substance in your body that produces hair, eye, and skin pigmentation. The more melanin you produce, the darker your eyes, hair, and skin will be. The amount of melanin in your body depends on a few different factors, including genetics and how much sun exposure your ancestral population had. So that's the thing, like what you said, Miss Roots, it's just being able to define, what makes us different from the rest. And yes, it's just genetics in it, our genotypes, phenotypes, and that. So, like when people say we're all the same and that, that's like saying that all cats are the same. There's different types of cats, different types of felines, and all that. You got lions type, they've got different characteristics. The same with human beings. To think that there's only one type of human, no, there's many, because even down to where we reside in different parts of the world, like the equator or certain things, we have to adapt to our environment regardless. Corey, I liked what you shared the other day as well about even in the colder climates where we was residing as well. So we have to just we just managed to adapt over time.
Yeah, interesting. Were you going to say something there, Corey?
Oh yeah. So what I was going to state about the adaptation, yeah. Characteristics, and I'd say so. Probably one thing I do want to clarify at the moment, I haven't got my slides up yet, is that the terminology for melanin in the modern era, say the current decades, has changed slightly. So when they first discovered, so-called discovered melanin, it wasn't exclusive to the exterior of the body. And I think some of the real power of melanin comes from where it's present inside the body too. And I think because we'll come on to that later, but that's really, I think, the key to the real power of this. It's actually technically they call it a polymer. It's like a polymer style molecule, and I think adaptation of melanin and the research into that is something we really need to do. So I think at the moment, I think I might mention this to you guys before, but at the moment, our perception of melanin, if we're honest, comes from, well, take it from your statement previously about how about people are different, we have different characteristics, and what was special about you specifically is melanin. Miss Roots, yeah?
Yeah. Well, one of the things that jumped out at me when he posed that question, right?
Yeah, of course. And so if we take that at the baseline of the people that are generally perceived to be the melanized people, as you could say, then we have to look at the source of the research. The majority of the research we've got previously has came from research bodies that have been not specific to melanated people and melanated people-based research. And I think that's an area where I think the world and us could probably do with investigating further. And my argument would be is that obviously my view on the differences between us are not as vast as saying one's a giraffe and one's a zebra. Pardon me. I think when we spoke about it the other day, Nathan, it was more akin to, pardon me, it was more akin to where human, which is more like saying we're a leopard, and there are many variations in leopards and the spots in the melanation of the leopard. If you say that there's like a highly melanated leopard, for example, you might say it's a panther. Yeah, black panther.
Yeah.
If it's a mountain leopard, it might have a different appearance also. Usually there might be a bit colour like grey or bluey and so on. And I think that's really important genetically because, and it's also evidence. Orangutans, for example, can't have children with chimps. Yeah, we get that. So and the same goes for those quite varying cat types too. I know we created like ligers and stuff like that apparently in the lab and stuff these days.
That's human intervention in it.
Yeah, human intervention. Yeah, such but in nature, tigers and lions and leopards and that they're not able to breed naturally. And I think so. That's something that we really need to sort of have keep in mind, and that the source of the research has came from a perspective in which the individuals who may have been doing most of the research in it may not have been aware of their own levels of melanin internally, and maybe didn't have as much melanin externally. That's for sure. And I think so. When we talk about adaptation and the idea of it being sun protection, I think that I would say it's more like sun communication or sun attenuation. That's what I would say, because it's like saying there's a huge comparison. Although the molecule is very different, there are huge comparisons between melanin and chlorophyll, which is the plants, the green pigment for the plants.
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
And nobody says that, oh yes, the plant's got green leaves to protect the internal cells from the sun. No one says that. No, because that'd be like, but don't the leaves absorb the sun in order to create energy from? And we're like, yeah, of course they do. And if you look at sort of the bioelectric properties of melanin, there's research happening right now, but it's still very young. But I'm sure there's going to be a lot more research, and there are questions as to does the absorption of melanin itself act in a similar way to photosynthesis in some way, i.e., when we absorb sunlight, is our body able to transfer some of that light into actual raw energy in some form or fashion also? And I think when we look at it from that perspective, rather than if the sun touches us, it's going to be high risk, then we kind of think of it as a shield. And yeah, it is a type of form of armor, you could say, a shield also. I've got a really great talk to react on for that. But do you want to carry on for that? You can carry on. I've had one monologue.
Yeah, I just think you've just warmed it up nicely, and I think we've got some supporting material to kind of elaborate on some of the things that you were just highlighting there, Corey. So as I say, I think that was just a nice introduction to it all. But on the screen, what we have is almost a definition of melanin from a chemistry perspective, so to speak. So do you want to talk about this, Nathan?
Yeah, I'm going to just quickly elaborate. So, say again?
It's from what perspective do you say, sorry?
Chemical.
Oh, from a chemical.
Okay, yeah.
Chemistry, yeah. Go ahead.
Mm-hmm. So, all right, I'll just read it from like this. So this is the molecular structure, right? Now it's a good one because we was talking about to include the carbon part as well. So this just gives it in a nutshell. It says melanin's molecular composition includes a mix of carbon, pink, hydrogen, white, so which is showing you what the just the key to what they are. So let me just get that there. Oxygen, which is the blue, and nitrogen, green. The chemical formula of melanin is C18, H10, and N204. So obviously, there's six of carbon, so that's 6, 12, 18. Right, so you got the hydrogen, you got 10 molecules, and you got 20 of the nitrogen, and then you got 4 oxygen there, so it's all 4 there. So anywho, it has a molar mass of 318 grams per mole. For every 318 grams of melanin, there are 6.02 10 over 23 molecules of melanin. Everyone has an about equal amount of melanocytes, melanin producing skin cells, but the melanin production rates differ from person to person as instructed by your genes. Other factors that influence skin color include your environment, i.e. excessive sunlight to tan, carotene, orange red pigment, and hemoglobin, protein that transports oxygen throughout the body to your blood cells. The amount of melanin produced also determines your hair and eye color. Melanin is extremely important since higher skin pigmentation, aka eumelanin, the first time I've heard of that, I'm gonna have to research exactly what that is. So it's the higher skin pigmentation, can help protect against UV. Say again?
So eumelanin.
Yeah, eumelanin, yeah.
Eumelanin, yeah. So continue, sorry, bro. Continue.
All right, thank you. Can help protect against UV radiation, preventing skin cancers like melanoma. Regardless, it's still important to wear sunscreen. We'll revisit that part as well, because there was another link found where in labs they're actually obviously they use melanin's needed in sunscreen itself anyway. So they had that. They've been obviously reproducing or mass producing the melanin itself, and it's worth so much by the gram as well. So I'll get that up later. But yeah, that's just the molecular structure the molecular structure. So at least we have a bit more insight for those that's never really studied. And the main thing the main important part about knowing about what melanin is, because it's like understanding your body, your dietary requirements, things like that, things that can help support you as a human being. For example, my sister, she wanted to go on an Atkins diet, and it didn't work out for her because the Atkins diet was not designed for Black people or melanated people, because certain foods and things weren't. It wasn't like it didn't work out for her. So it's like we can handle more carbs as well without having. It has a different. That's why you have hard food in most. We've been raised like yam, plantain, and all that, green banana. It's part of our diet and the things that we can eat and can't. So yeah. Anyways, continue, Corey.
I think I would love to get into the idea of food a bit more, and the idea of how nature provides food that is essential for us. And we can also probably talk about how one of the incredible abilities of plants is that they're very well tuned to the environment, and so they are aware of microbes, diseases, and other things. And so when the plant's growing that yam, or the ground's growing that yam or that apple, for example, for you, it's tuned to your environment and the microbes and the microbiome, you could say, or the enzymes that are required to have the best tuned immune system and immune response to that. A good example of this would be is that let's say, for example, you are currently in a tropical place. We'll say a tropical place specifically. Actually, we'll say right here, we'll say strawberries here. So wild grown berries here, for example, are going to have a better nutrient spectrum availability than berries that are grown overseas, than imported ones from, say, from mainland Europe and stuff. Of course, fruits that are not available here, like the mango and stuff, we need those regardless. And so there are going to be elements of tropical environmental requirements of those fruits that the plant will take up and then deliver to us, even though it is transported. But let's say, for example, we are. This actually is probably a good question, because let's say we're in, I don't know, West Africa at the time, some place in West Africa. The mangoes that are growing there for us would be better suited to our immune system and response than mangoes growing in the Caribbean, for example, and shipped over. Because the plant that's there is going to be taking up nutrients where it's in the environment and then delivering that to us in a very, very special way. And then saying vice versa also. It doesn't mean that we shouldn't be importing food and vegetables like that necessarily, but what it does mean is that the plants do really tune themselves to the environment. Like carrots that make iron, for example, they take it up from the ground, and from the soil and so on. So if there's no nutrients or minerals in the soil, there aren't going to be many minerals and nutrients in the carrot, for example. Do you get that?
Mm-hmm.
If you've got a ground
there's less nutritional benefits. Just like the oranges as well. Like, when you just said about how the plant, certain fruits and that grow. Like, because for example, when I never knew, obviously with my ignorance growing up, I never knew that the ripe oranges in Jamaica are green.
Okay.
Like oranges, because it's in a different environment. It's like Indian mangoes, they're more yellow, aren't they? So it's obviously subject to their environment, as you said.
Yeah, and I think they actually treat them now to have for commercial purposes. They treat them so they all look the same. I think that's a very important process too. On the note about, say, Caribbean apples. I mean, like when I first came across the idea of Caribbean apples and how pear-like they are and the color and the style, I was like, wow, that was pretty. And some of the yam as well over there is again can be colorful. We'll say at times. I've actually got a couple of slides I want to go through based on what you're talking about here about the structure of melanin. Is it okay if I share quickly?
Yeah, let me put down my let me stop my screen then.
Well, what better to have both on there, maybe?
No, you can't have both. It has to be one at a time. I just think while you're getting yourself organised, listening to you both there, it just becomes very apparent how it's important to not disconnect ourselves from the earth, right? And how our relationship to the earth. And I suppose that's what this conversation is about, our relationship to the environment and ultimately our relationship with the sun, how we interact with the sun or how the sun interacts with us. It's a two-way thing, right?
Actually, that is very true. Actually, on that note,
and I'm thinking about this as well. Yeah, it's a good question. I'm not sure, like, I can speak for myself on this, but summertime, I eat less during summer because it's like I feel like nourished already. And I remember reading something about that as well. Like, the reason why we eat less because we actually getting natural nutrient from the sun. Obviously, the key one, vitamin D, as well. So yeah.
So this conversation ultimately is not about race and color. It's about our relationship to the earth and our identity from a different perspective, because we quite often have conversations that are social, about our social issues and how we're struggling with our, barriers around, social economics, etc. But actually, this is a conversation about our molecular
structure.
right?
Yeah,
And
exactly.
how that makes us different. And Corey mentioned earlier that there's not enough research being done from people like us about it, but actually there's loads of research being done by, you know, Europeans and you know, people who are privileged to do PhDs. Places like NASA have extensive amounts of research on melanin, which I've got an article that I'll share with you later. So it's not that there's not research being done about melanin, it's just it's not being done from a perspective that's going to benefit us, so to speak.
Yeah,
So I just
indeed.
wanted to say that, you know.
I agree. So I'm not sure whether I should go to this part first. Can you see my screen? Is that okay? Can you see that?
We
Yeah, I
can
can
see
see that.
it.
Can you see like the it says fair use for your caboose?
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Disclaimer.
Okay, so I'm gonna put that on first, like so we've got like some fair use, and then we're gonna go to this really amazing commentary, and we're going to be able to react to some of the science around this at the moment. In fact, let's make this more.
Yeah, I can make it full screen if you like. Yeah.
Okay. So can you see that? You ready?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so okay, we'll go from here.
Its color, we need to focus on the outermost layer, the epidermis, and two important cell types, keratinocytes and melanocytes. The keratinocytes are the cells that form the surface of the skin and are on the front line for taking insults from the environment. Deeper down in the epidermis, right at the base of the layer, we find the melanocytes. These star-shaped cells produce the important pigment melanin. Let's zoom inside a melanocyte to see how this works. Melanin is produced inside what look like spheres throughout the melanocyte. These are the melanosomes. Chemical reactions inside melanosomes turn the amino acid tyrosine into melanin. The proportion of two main forms of melanin produced, a reddish-yellow type versus a black-brown type, the total amount of melanin in each melanosome, and the number of melanosomes in the epidermis all vary from person to person and determine their skin color. Melanosomes are the melanin factories inside melanocytes. But for melanin to do its job, melanosomes need to be transported to the keratinocytes via the melanocytes' long projections. Inside the keratinocytes, some melanosomes form a cap around the cell nucleus. The melanin inside the melanosomes absorbs the ultraviolet energy from sunlight, reducing the amount of ultraviolet radiation that reaches the nucleus, and in particular, the DNA inside the nucleus. Ultraviolet radiation can cause mutations in DNA that can lead to cancer. When ultraviolet radiation increases, melanin production increases, and more melanosomes are delivered to keratinocytes.
Okay, so did you get that then, did you?
Yes.
So we're going to go back to this here. And so in a sec, we're going to come into sort of some of the other aspects of melanin. And I think it was really interesting, again, like the research behind that and the description of it. At the very start, she made a comment about how keratin's on the forefront, and maybe taking the first one. Yeah, the insult. She mentioned insult kind of thing. I was like, and I think so. she's a wonderful, great scientist, and it's our right to be able to critique and react to this. But the language is already very combative. Are you getting that?
Mm-hmm. Because there's two ways. Because they've got first way, being on the front line, of like taking on the weathering, the environment, and also the social aspect as well, because of the color of it as well.
Well, I mean, that comes. That is another level. Actually, that is another level. And so our skin does a lot of things. It's like to say it's the biggest organ on the body, I believe they say, generally speaking. And it does protect us from the weather, and it does protect us from the rain, but it does a lot more than that. And so it is a waterproof coating, you could say. And they tend to say that the body is like hermetically sealed in ways that are very challenging to replicate in engineering and in science. With the absorption of the energy from the melanosomes, you could say, one thing that this depiction doesn't show very well is that how they move and adjust. And so, depending on environment, they may disperse within the cell, or they may collect within the cell into a specific area in order to absorb more energy. And when they absorb that energy, they're actually able to do incredible things. Yes, it is true that if some of these rays do reach the nucleus of certain cells, they may be able to do unfortunate damage in many cases, because the nucleus itself may not be able to cope with, let's say, with the energy or communication of that energy. The body is designed in such a way, though, that melanocytes, you could say, melanin, has a really, really great relationship. And I think that the perspective of the research we've got at the moment is a classic example where it's combative and it's talking about the protection side of it, which is very true. But what about the creative side? So it's talking about the destructive properties potentially, but it hasn't mentioned just yet the constructive properties. If you know what I mean. And so it's protection, but it's not showing benefit. So anybody would assume that obviously there's more to it than that. Than the sun is only a harmful situation to us, and we know that obviously we need sunlight too. So there has to be some kind of balance situation there. We know that if we eat food, we need food to live. We need food to survive. If we eat too much food or too much of the wrong food, then fortunately that may also kill us. Like, fortunately,
it's just down that,
So there is a balance, and I think that often when we're talking about melanin, we're talking about the sun and its relationship to us. We're only often really given one side of the spectrum, and this is a great content, great visuals. I do think that it has a good example of missing out on some of the incredible benefits of melanin. I'm going to go to my slides now, if that's okay.
Yes, bro.
Can you see that?
Yes. Okay,
melanin is a complex polymer, and it has three main types of melanin: melanin, pheomelanin, and neuromelanin. And we're going to come into that a bit more. Okay, so melanin, the body's own little Picasso, splashing color across the canvas of our skin, hair, and eyes. It's a maestro behind the scenes also. And we're not just talking about your average pigment party. I think that's really important. Also, I'll come back to that in a second. Yes, it does provide pigments, but it does a lot more than that. No, melanin is a VIP, a very important polymer, with eumelanin, pheomelanin, and even the elusive neuromelanin. Okay. And so you've already gone into what a polymer is, haven't you?
Only just a little bit, just on the molecular structure, just that small summary, the one that I read out earlier. So obviously this is in more depth now, which is the part that's going to get more interesting. So yeah.
Okay, so there's a little image up there as well. And a polymer is a large molecular molecule composed of repeating structural units. These units, called monomers, are covalently bonded to form a long chain. The process by which monomers linked together to create a polymer is known as polymerization. And just to clarify, polymers exist in many forms, believe it or not. And so you might, maybe you know, maybe not sure, but plastic is also another kind of classically associated polymer. Are you guys familiar with that?
Yes. Because
Okay,
poly means to have more, yeah, because a polymer, anything that's basically a combination or a compound, it's a compounded structure, because poly means more than, like mono, and you got poly, so yeah.
Of repeating structures. Polymers can have a range of size and structures, and they play essential roles in various natural and synthetic materials. Examples of natural polymers include proteins, DNA, and polysaccharides, while synthetic polymers include plastics, rubber, and fiber. The properties and functions of polymers depend on their specific functions and composition. And so we have, so we have synthetic polymers, like it says, which are often known as plastics, rubber, and other fibers. We aren't touching this right now, but of course we are aware that plants also could produce natural plastic-based polymers, and also natural rubber-based polymers too. Although we tend to get a lot of our polymers now from the crude oil industry, plants are creating these as well. It's really important to note. And then it kind of ties in that sort of melanin, chlorophyll, and plant plastic and plant rubber to melanosomes, the melanin itself. Okay.
Excellent.
So, so monomers essentially are the units themselves before where they're independent. When they're chained together, essentially, and they join together to form a large molecule, and they're generally called polymers. So you can see on the one side here, we've got like just a cluster of molecules. When they're chained together in series, in a repeated fashion, and we generally call them a polymer. What's really incredible about melanin, though, is that melanin is such a complex polymer, and its structure is so irregular. We haven't actually figured half of it out yet. I think that's really, really important. Really, really important. Okay. Okay. Polymer, not plastic. Oh, polymer, sorry, not paint. And again, so the slides are there, so I'll read them out for you. The structure of melanin is complex and not fully characterized due to its irregular and hexagonous nature.
Heterogeneous.
Heterogeneous, Mark, thank you, bro. Formed through enzymatic reactions, creating a diverse and intricate molecular arrangement. And I think that it's really important for us to differentiate between kind of like what we see and what's happening. One of the really important things that I find myself regarding sort of the whole melanin conversation about, it's what makes our skin brown. And yeah, and it does. No one's denying that at all. But that's not its primary function, believe it or not. The primary role of melanin, the color part is like a side effect, like a byproduct, you could say. It has a function too, but the primary function of melanin actually isn't a color. It's not paint. And to put that into further perspective, is that the visible light spectrum to humans is only a small amount of the energy spectrum itself. And how we perceive color, for example, is vastly different amongst the many, 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 almost innumerable other creatures on the planet. You could give an example of how birds see, for example, how bats see, for example, we see how moles see, how canines see, for example, color. And so when we're perceiving melanin, for example, we often go to, okay, it's a color, it's a pigment, it's pigmentation. And yes, it is, but its primary function is not that. Its primary function isn't to give us color like that. That's like a bonus, you could say. It's a bonus.
Yeah. Before you move on to your next point, Corey, I just want to welcome Apia to the panel. Good evening, Apia.
Okay. Yeah. Well, I was going to put something else on it regarding sort of before we go into any further. Do you want to bring him on first, and then we'll go and check this out afterwards?
Apia's here, up on the panel. Can you see him below? You can't see because you've got your screen up, right? But Apia is actually alongside us on the panel, so Just wanted to acknowledge him, let him know that we see him. You okay up here?
Yes, dear, I'm doing well. Thank you.
Greetings,
Do you
bro.
hear me
Greetings.
well?
Yeah.
Fine,
Yes,
man.
I'm good, thank you. Let me just check it out. See if I can see it.
Thank you.
Oh, hey, good to see that. Oh, it's still showing on my screen, isn't it? Okay, I don't want that anyway. I'm going to turn that off. So, okay.
You're showing your
Okay,
screen.
so it's showing the whole screen. So I think at this point, I'd like to probably do a reaction to some other content if we can, because I think this lady describes it really, really well, and she goes into some of the points that I'm going to be talking about later on. In fact, before we even go there, we can probably summarize some of those points. And so one of the interesting things about melanin that's going to be mentioned before is that it has what's called non-pigmentary functions. And these non-pigmentary functions are actually super important. I'm like ridiculously important to biological growth, development in many areas. And so this is found in tissues all throughout the body and organs also. And it also takes part in many processes as well, from antioxidant properties to neuroprotective properties, immune modulation, even like wound healing and tissue repair. And when we think about what melanin does, we don't necessarily think about the importance of even something like wound healing. We know that we when we get cut, we form a scab. And we say, yeah, guess what? Scabs usually are brown. And you might be able to say, okay, because it's brown, we associate that with melanin, for example. But I don't think we always get that what's happening behind the scenes when melanization is happening and it's being sent through the skin, you could say, to certain areas of the body to do a certain function. Hormonal regulation also is incredibly important, and neurotransmitter regulation, and also scavenging for free radicals. And free radicals are essentially harmfully charged particles that pass through the body and essentially cause cellular damage, or what's known as aging. Yes, aging overall, but also more importantly, aging to the cell itself and how it's able to replicate.
Mm-hmm.
Really interesting. I think what hits home there with that slight summary is we tend to, as you say, kind of the narrative of melanin is always an external narrative, but actually melanin has a lot more internal powers across all human beings.
I'm glad you mentioned that. It really does. Yeah.
Yeah,
really
it's just
does.
like even this part as well, like to find that it's also a good this certain things in the enzymes is a good electrical conductor as well.
Yeah, we're going to get into that as well later on about its bioelectrical properties, because when we think about sort of we're kind of keeping a chapter or two here, but I'm excited.
Yeah,
so we'll talk about it.
Stay structured.
Yeah, go.
Okay, we'll stay structured then. I'm going to go to this talk now, because this is a really great example of can you see that still okay?
Yeah, we can see that.
Okay, that's great. So this is an incredible talk we're going to react to by an amazing presenter and also researcher. And I'll let her explain it to you a bit more, and she'll touch on some of the things you already spoke about and also elaborate on that. So I'd like you to experience this. This will be great.
They told them they were lesser just because they had darker skin. Did you know our ancestors used to vigorously scrub their children daily with chemicals just to make them have light skin? This is a 1-month-old baby being vigorously scrubbed. When I was 1 month old, I can't tell you that. They have to live with what was done to them at 1 month old. The sad reality is, in this day and age, we still continue to lighten our skin. Ladies and gentlemen, my goal, if not obvious enough, is to create awareness on skin lightening and its dangers, and to make sure we get over this wall that was built around us. When I was 12 years old, my mother's friend came over. She looked at me twice and she said, such a shame. You didn't get light skin like your father. You got your father's skin. But that's okay. He's a man. He doesn't need light skin. You, on the other hand, need it. You have to get married. No man is gonna love you looking like that. But that's okay. I've got you. Here's Fair and Lovely. It'll help you become beautiful, lighten your skin. Everybody will be envious of you. I was perplexed. Did the standard of beauty only depend on my skin color? When I told this to my mother, she looked at me and she asked, would you change your personality for anyone else? In my 12-year-old brain, this was the most ridiculous thing I've heard. Then she asked again, why change your skin color? This ordeal really shook me up that I made it my MYP personal project, which is a requirement for the IB program. A study was done in 2010, and it showed that over 50% of women lighten their skin around the world. In Africa, it's 70%, mostly in Nigeria, Congo, and Ivory Coast. But don't worry, Kenya is catching up. It's at 45% right now. A study was done, not a study, a news article was written about Ghanaian women who are taking skin lightening pills to lighten their fetuses. Isn't the cycle of our ancestors repeating? It's just now we have modern chemistry and medicine to help us out. And I also found out that Fair and Lovely is an Indian product, and most of its market, it's billions from Japan, India, and Korea. These are light women who want to be fairer than fair. But why? Personally, I blame the media. It depicts an image of the perfect woman being all tall, skinny, and guess what? Light skin. Even when using models who are Black in race, they use ones of lighter complexions, hence the issue of colorism. An ad was not recently, but it was put out by Dove, where a Black woman used the lotion and she turned to white. Hence, beautiful for some odd reason. This forces women who are strong, beautiful, independent to put themselves at risk intentionally just to fit into these prescribed notions of them. I mean, why would we want to abolish something that God gave us, something that's part of us? Why would we, as Black women, want to become something we're not? We could take an example of Lupita Nyong'o. She's Black, she's beautiful, and she steps into her skin and she wears it every day because she's beautiful. Alek Wek, ladies and gentlemen. This is Anok Yai. Isn't she beautiful? She's as dark as night, but she's as beautiful as day. And might I add that melanin has benefits. It helps protect your skin from harmful rays from the sun. And it helps with cognitive abilities and neuron functioning. So you literally need melanin to think. I want to create a foundation where beauty is subjective. It's in the eyes of the beholder, yet it's objective because any individual, no matter the color of your skin, is beautiful because you were made that way. I mean, why would you risk all these diseases like psoriasis, eczema, hyperpigmentation, skin cancer, or even death because other people told you you aren't beautiful? I mean, why would you want to get out of your superpower? For those who haven't caught on, melanin is your superpower. It's your armor. It's your choice in weaponry. Melanin is who you are. So let's break the barrier of our ancestors. Let's create a place where beauty is not because of what you were made, it's because of who you are inside and your reflection of it outside. Thank you.
Okay. that was good. Did you guys enjoy that?
Yeah, I really enjoyed that. She just spoke from such a passionate place, being a black woman. You know, you can see that she's obviously had her own issues with societal norms, if you like, and her trying to establish her purpose and where she fits in within the spectrum, if you like, right? So, and especially towards the end, where she begins to touch on melanin being required for brain function, right? It's got deeper properties
Yeah.
and reliance. We just, as I said earlier, kind of see it from the external perspective when our body needs it for other things, right? Not just protection from UV, but other things. So I think that's very powerful, and I don't think that's common knowledge, right? And also I think, you know, we've got a comment that come up in the comment section where, you know, we tend to not link it to carbon, and we're going to go there later within our presentation, but that's another key thing to establish the links between melanin and carbon, which again is not spoke about enough. It's kind of hidden. It's not common knowledge, which again I think is empowering when you kind of know that and understand that.
I completely agree. And sort of to bounce off that, and what she was saying a minute ago about, and what you were saying also about how, I'm just checking what's that screen? Yeah, it's still there. Okay. Is that, yeah, it does so much more. And we're going to get into this. We're going to get into some of the things that it does. And so new research show melanin and melanocytes are found within the body in almost all areas and play a major role within organs, development, and maintenance functions. So we spoke about this previously, and I'm probably going to come back to that in a second and show a little clip of that, because that'll be really useful, I think. Fetal development. Again, we're not thinking about, we're told that we're carbon-based life forms. Then where's the carbon? And that's a good point. So we're carbon-based life forms, but where is the carbon? Where exactly, what part does carbon play in our form, if we're being told and we know we're carbon-based life forms?
Right.
Fetal development is a crucial part, and that shows some of the really interesting aspects of how melanin is important from the very birth of all children, the very birth. Human mucous membrane, immunomodulation, and antimicrobial activity. And again, the brain and nervous system, central nervous system, or CNS as it's called, neurogenesis and neuronal support, the human heart, cardiovascular protection, human bones, even the human inner ear, which is, so let's do more research for this talk. That was really interesting for me also. I mean, how many of us realize actually that even within the ear, we have carbon, you could say, like even within the ear, it protects
Everywhere.
against, all everywhere.
Everywhere.
Well, exactly. Well, we're carbon-based life forms.
Right.
Yeah. Where's the carbon at? Which parts? And it's interesting you mentioned that, because we know carbon-based life forms, but nobody really shows, okay, this is the carbon in this part of the body. This is the carbon in that part of the body. This is the carbon in this part of the body. We're just talking about carbon-based life forms, and there you go, here we are. And I think so connecting some of those dots would be a really interesting aspect of life itself, and how we are and why we are on this planet such as carbon-based beings. So
Well, it's interesting you say that, Corey, because you have to strip that back and understand that the people who are in control of our education curriculum, it's not going to benefit them to have perspectives from this angle, right? So they're in control at the moment of what gets taught, what gets written, what gets examined, what our youths study, right? So unless people like us come up with alternative curriculums and offer platforms that trigger critical thinking, and kind of display information from this perspective, it's just not going to get done. We cannot rely on the current people in power to divulge this kind of information. So that is why we are not told about our carbon construct, because it is going to decentralize power as it is, right? Because that's what it will do, right?
And I think, like, so again, we talk again what she was talking about regarding health and risking death and risking, I mean, like, pills to reduce your carbon, essentially pills to reduce your levels of carbon in your body. I mean, it's like, it's like it's quite a bit of a scary thing, but it's also a bit ridiculous at the same time. And again, so we're looking at this as by appearance. Appearance has got us all caught up, and we're not even aware of that. Melanin is not a paint. It's not a paint. It's not like a decoration. Yes, it can look good. Yes, it does. But it also has a valuable function, a function that is far beyond any perception of beauty. And so some people find some people beautiful. Some people don't find some people beautiful. But health in itself and vitality is beauty indiscriminately. And then that's really like, because true beauty comes from within and radiates out. That's generally the consensus, I would say personally. And the function of this, you could say, because in so many areas, is beautiful all in itself. And it seems like we've been kind of taught to reduce that in some degrees, and by reducing it, we're putting ourselves at risk. In many ways, and our health at risk in many ways. And so just to touch on quickly, like melanocytes in the heart, for example, they live in cardiovascular tissues. And our studies have shown actually that they have found melanocytes in the heart, and it's known to be a hugely important and play a major role in cardiovascular tissue. But at the moment, there isn't really enough, I would say, research around that as such. It's like, so we're carbon-based life forms. So how does carbon play a form? Okay, what role does carbon play in the heart? It's the heart's organ, and so we're not even really thinking about that. It's just like we're kind of stuck in this. Like I said previously, the recent scientific terminology for melanin is generally referring to now exterior melanin of hair, eyes, and skin. And I think that by doing so, I think it creates a bit of a dangerous situation where people would be like attempting to try and adjust their appearance in that sense, just their appearance, not realizing that it's affecting function.
Yeah.
And the function is so beautiful and so incredible and magical that none of us here should be playing God in that way, I would say. None of us. What I'd like to do...
Before you move on to your next slide, because we're going to come back to that, and you're the most organized this evening, I can see that. But I know Nathan wants to say, let's have a slight discussion, right? Because you're just triggering so many... Nathan wants to talk, and also I know Appear, if you're still there, feel free to come back up, bro. Like, I don't know if you had something you wanted to say, but let me know and I can bring you back up. But Nathan, you're on mute. Yeah.
There you go. But yeah, about the whole carbon thing. So the one thing that's very interesting is just the fact that when you look at the molecular structure, going back to that, and how the strings of carbon, like 6, 6, and 6, isn't it? Right? In the whole molecular structure. Now think about it. When you go back to it, there was only 4 oxygens. Now, what does oxygen do? It makes things rust, oxygenate. Carbon preserves it. Carbon is a preserver. That's probably why. And also being a good conductor, because I'm remembering now, like chemistry and back in school. Do you remember like the anode and cathode and in carbon circuits with water and that? So it's a good conductor. So that's probably another reason why it's there as well, right? And you've got to think about it. What does your heart need? It needs electromagnetic functions for it to beat in the first place, so it has to be preserved. This is probably the cardiovascular. Why can we do long distance running? Why are we good at sports? It's that chemical that's there, and the more that we have, obviously, the less oxygenation, which is rotting or rusting, which will happen. This is why we live longer as well. So think about it like that, because the more, if you've got too much oxygen around, like, you know, if you bite an apple, what it turns brown in it, like after so much time. So what I'm going to do, actually, I'm going to note it down to research here on how quickly less melanated people oxygenate, meaning rot, age quicker, because it goes down to the molecular structure and how much melanin that's actually produced, isn't it? And if there's obviously the more melanin, as it said in the beginning, when it said obviously the more that your body produces, there's more carbon, because it's a structure just there in itself. So imagine when it was when Corey was showing that the beginning part about the skin cells and that, it's the movement that's going on now. So obviously it's constantly mutating, adapting to its environment and that. So it's active. It's like nanotechnology. Do you know what I mean? It's something that's constantly mutating, acting, like changing. It's very interesting.
But we already can see that we age well. I mean, that's like a known, right? Like when I'm talking from experience. You know, when I tell people my age, they're like, "Don't lie." When I'm out with my children, they're like, "It's like, is that your brother and sister?" Right? So, and this is common. You know, when you see people in their 60s, 70s, they look ever so well. So, and that's just a personal observation, but I know I'm not the only one that's acknowledging and seeing this. A lot of people see this. So that kind of ties up with what you're saying, Nathan, with regards to, you know, aging and, you know, how, you know, the old saying, you know, the old saying about our skin, right? We do age.
You can say you said that and don't crack.
Right, I didn't want to say it, but yes, you know, the old crap. Yeah, so we laugh about it, but it's you know, people see it already. It's not being scientifically proven because no one's carried out that research, so to speak. I think it was interesting what the girl was saying. She was like, you know, other places in the world, you know, bleaching soap is like huge. You go Korea and China, and these fair women want to be fairer, and you you can lighten your fetus, right? While the baby's it's developing in your womb, you can lighten it. What the hell? Like, what is that? She asked the question, why? Like, and left it open, like a rhetorical question. Why? What is that? Yeah, because I often ask myself, what is that? She says, I kind of blame the media, but it's deeper than the media, because the irony is the European lady likes to look nice and sun-kissed, right? They'll go and lie out in the sunshine and get a deep tan. Yeah, and you know.
Well, tanning shops are not built for us. We don't need, like, you know, tanning shops in town. You got to look at the demographics here. So even though they do say, oh, you know, there's like how society is perceiving that, but they still need something. They don't want to be too fair-skinned, because I remember back in the day, I remember even last night I was researching on vampire theories, where it comes from. People
really? Oh gosh, you don't want to go there right now, bro. Do you want to go there right now? Go there, mate.
Or should we wait for you to? Should we
hold it?
We can if you want.
All
right, cool.
No, but I mean, go ahead and say what you was going to say. But that honestly then goes into the value of blood and all this kind of stuff. Which
there you go, right? Because when I was because I was trying to figure, you know, you used to watch like what's it called, Twilight and that. Yeah, when I was watching it and that, like obviously vampire stories have been around for a minute. I was thinking, where would this come from? But then they said the fair that had pale skin that used to make them feel like had authority. The very posh people, this and that, on the first, like elite. And the problem is they couldn't go out in the sun, right? They drank blood, right, to survive. so they can survive in the sun. So when you got things like what's that other movie with Wesley Snipes?
Blade.
So imagine him, he was the hybrid that could live out in the sun. Think about it. He was a hybrid. So why did they have to make it like that? Because it wouldn't make sense here if someone else here that's not melanated, being able to survive. The only when they had the vampires there, they had to drink blood to live longer. Now this goes into the whole thing about organ harvesting and stuff like that. It goes in why is it as well? These are questions that I always asked. When, like if there was a murder scene or something, an autopsy report or whatever, forensic scientists can come in now into a house and there's one speck of blood on the wall. With that speck of blood, you'll be able to find out the gender of the person, if they've got any diseases, anything just off a speck of blood that could be sitting there for days. But why is it when you go to the doctors, they're taking test tubes after test tubes after test tubes of blood, especially from melanated people?
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? They take a lot more. What did they do with the rest?
Interesting.
I mean,
hold that thought, because I think that's just gonna go off into a different trajectory, right? But I do think we need to come back to that discussion about blood.
Yes.
And especially blood coming from people of African descent, right? Because it's very valuable, right? But I've made a note, and I'll make sure we come back to that. But let's just focus in on melanin for now. I know, Appear, I don't know if you're still there. Let us know if you are. I'll bring you up. We'll go back to Corey's presentation, but we'll come back and have another discussion because, break it up slightly. So when you're ready, Corey, if you want to, it's not in the studio anymore. So if you
I'm just working. But so we can I'll bring it up. Give me one moment, so we'll bring it up. There's a point I wanted to make as well about something that you said regarding I actually watched a really good analysis of the whole live forever anti-aging sort of philosophy. Yesterday, actually, by that's actually a pretty good psychologist. This guy actually is, and the reason why it was really important is because he was talking about the idea of living forever, and so there are things that people want to live forever, but I don't think everybody's considering what that really means and how that would actually work. And really important, which actually is that there actually are genetic components to this, and I think so. It's all good and well saying you want to live forever. Are we considering here what that really means? And you actually made another good point, which was that, would you really want to live what would the idea of living forever be like? I think when we kind of get past all the things that we're taught through pretty crappy media, if I'm honest, and pretty crappy stories, then I think we'll be much happier about what we are and who we are on Earth, and what our job and purpose actually is. Because I think that at the moment, what we think we know about these kind of things, I think this talk should be a good example of that, is we don't really know much.
Yeah.
We don't really know much at all, and what we think we know, a lot of that is only the surface level, indeed. So in a second, and the idea that you could just, I don't know, also tanning as well. That was it, the tanning thing. Just clarify, when people go tanning, by the way, so I know someone that likes tanning. When they go tanning, for most people who go tanning, goes to the sunbeds, it's not even really it's not a physical thing, like they don't mind how they look really. A lot of them, if I'm honest, they probably, in some cases, they might not really care about how their skin changes, to be honest, if they're already very pale skinned. But what they do really enjoy is how they feel afterwards. And so a lot of people addicted to tanning, a lot of those people who are addicted, they're addicted to how they feel afterwards. So once they've been in the sunbeds and they've been absorbing some of that sun, and they can adjust it. So if it looks like, so imagine that you're a person that maybe, I don't know, you could maybe be sensitive, you're not sensitive. Then there's an environment where you can tweak and adjust it. You got a fan blowing on you over here, you got your music playing over there. You know what I mean? You're on your bed and you can tweak it. So
the experience.
It's the right temperature for you. It's not too hot, not too cold. It's that Goldilocks kind of environment for you. And you're able to really absorb some of that goodness. And I think because a lot of the time we're talking about the protection of the sun, and we're not realizing that actually there's a reason why SAD exists. Yeah, do you know what I say? David spoke about it the other day. Seasonal.
SAD.
Yeah, they call it SAD. Yeah, I'm thinking what it actually refers to now. 1 second.
Seasonal adjustive disorder. Something like that.
Oh, okay. Yeah. SAD.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, seasonal affective disorder. You just call it.
That's it.
Seasonal affective disorder, and so there's a reason why seasonal affective disorder exists, and we don't really get into that particularly too much. It's like, okay, so if the idea is that there's this big bad sun out there that's always like beating up on us, and we're taking insults from it all the time, you could say, then surely when the insults are done, we're going to feel everything happy and good, but we're not. If anything, when the sun's out, it's party time, it's carnival. I'm joking. People are just feeling vibrant, and that vibrant and vitality, it's prevalent. There's a reason why most children are conceived in the summer, and there's a lot of connections in the summer. There's a lot of connections happening in the summer. When they talk about, oh, you can have a TV in your house in the winter, that's true too. But in the summer, people are connecting, they're out, they're moving around, they're dancing, they're socializing, and there's that sort of that vibrance. When the sun comes out in Britain, as you know, if there's a sunny day in Britain, the landscape just changes. Landscape's changing, bam, a little bit of sun. You know, people are wearing all sorts of shorts and dresses. You're like, is it even high enough for that right now? But just how they feel, they're expressing how they feel inside. And they're just tuning into that. It's like something I'd rather be a tiny bit cold with this winter British breeze, but the sun's out right now. I'm getting a bit of that sun on my skin, and I'm feeling good. And I'm feeling really good.
Imagine what you said about people getting conceived in the summer. Yeah, here's me just calculating. That was true. I was conceived in the summer.
How was you?
Yeah.
I'm not even surprised.
Interesting. Appear is here. Let him chime in. I know he's been very patient. Appear, are you there? How are you feeling about today's topic?
Hello.
Yes. Let me say.
Yeah. Please, do you hear me well?
Yeah, there's an interference with the sound.
There is a sound at the background.
Yes.
Wow. Let me
Shouldn't
see.
be too bad though, I think. Probably
Yeah,
like some
but we
static
can't
kind of sound.
Yeah.
Okay, then I'm sure it may come from the laptop that I'm using. I don't know, because I'm here alone. The children are asleep, partially asleep, by the end of the room.
Yes.
All right, I'm really happy how the program has gone and how the explanation came concerning the melanin, which is just a pigment that God made for us, or the Creator made for us. And some people feel inferior just because of the amount of melanin that they have. You know, others feel superior just because of the amount of melanin they have. And what I tell our Black Africans is that we are created in the image of the Creator. And the Creator knew definitely where He was going to create us and raise us from. Therefore, because of the condition, the environmental conditions around there, He gave us certain certain traits, certain cells that we can use to be able to dwell within that area. Therefore, whatever color that you have, nobody requested for it when the person was being created. So whatever color that you have, it means wherever that you live, God wants you to live there and be able to survive. That is the reason why there is nothing wrong with the color. Because when I have forgotten, I don't know whether it was my brother who was giving the presentation, said something that this pigment can also be found in flowers and flowering plants or plants. Yeah. And it makes some of them look yellow. Yes. Some of them look brown, red, green, and things like that. The question is, Do we question the plants? Why are you red?
I love that. I love that.
Why are you green? You know, the plants also cherish what they have gotten. They don't discriminate among themselves. But why we people, we those who have, sorry to say, we have brains to reason. I can say with the primates, we are above on all the primates. So we think a lot. Why do you discriminate just because of someone's color? So when it happens this way, it means some people are actually having some kind of bad intention against a certain race of people. This is the reality that we need to bring them into light. Therefore, when we get it this way, we can educate our young ones. We can educate our people psychologically so that they will be content with the color that they have. And this is the reason why, especially our women, are trying to bleach their skin, trying to peel away the melanin so that they can have different color, different tone. I don't know where they want to send it to, you know. So far as you are living in Africa, you are living within the level of the equator, you are living closer to the sun, you're supposed to have this melanin to be able to live there. If you look at where we are now in the UK, in the US, even US, not all the US continent, above the upper part, getting to Canada, Japan, and those areas, you know, you could see how frozen the places. So if you are living in such places, it means you don't need much of the melanin. And this melanin that we are talking about, the melanocytes, everybody has it. You know, our brother explained it very well, and I was happy that he brought my subject, chemistry, in there. And I remembered my Nigerian tutor, Mr. Uche. He taught me chemistry, and it was very tough. You know, when you bring this polymers, you know, and things like that, yeah, it means, yes, you are really a chemist. You know, it depends on where you are. Everybody has it. You have a certain amount of it in our system. So everybody has this melanin. But when yours is higher to a certain level, then you get this brown black color comes in. To the point that some, you know, we have a color, human color, which is yellow. Yeah, it looks like yellow. Yeah. Others look like white. Others, I have never, since I was born, I have never seen a red human being, but some people are trying to classify themselves as red.
Yeah.
And white. I have never also seen anybody white. Even if we are really talking about white people, then we can talk about this Asian people. Yeah. But when you come to America, and then the UK citizens, they are not white at all. You know, they are not red. You know, they are like I don't know whether it's pink or whatever. You know, so it depends on the amount of melanin we have that all these colors comes in. So our sisters and our brothers, Africans who are listening to us today, cherish your skin. Let us be proud of what we have gotten. Our forefathers were very proud of it. They never use anything at all to peel off the melanin that God has given to them. Why are you doing it today? Just because of the brainwash that people are brainwashing us that anything coming from the black is not good. Therefore, our culture is not good. Our skin is not good. Our food is not good. Even our brains, our mind is not good. Whatever being designed, developed in Africa, they are trying to tell us that it is not good. But when you go to the invention of items, invention of certain things on this earth, majority of them are coming from the blacks. Ask yourself why. These are the things that you need to research on it and bring them out, bring them into light. And when you get it like this, then you are going to be content that black is not inferior. Black is not a disease. Black is power. Black is something everybody who is black has to cherish that color. Because always I tell my children that we are blacks because there is something that God created and we have it, but our fellow white people, they don't have it. Some of them don't have it. Others have just a small of it. So it means, even, sorry to say, blacks, I can say they are complete human beings, not in quote, not that we are better than anybody, but I'm talking about the mechanisms, the cells in us. We have all of them incomplete. So we are complete people. So why do we have to look down upon ourselves? No. We need to let this education goes into our children. Yeah. Thank you.
So beautiful the way you speak, Apia. It's just almost poetic when you talk.
Yeah, the passion.
Yeah, and I think just that last comment there for me, we forget, like, well, we don't forget, but the narrative of us being the first human beings, right? I mean, there's lots of different theories, but the most common theory, and the one that we've got kind of evidence for, is that the first humans were from the African continent, right there in Ethiopia, right? And from there, we migrated out and populated the rest of the earth, right? So when you look like us, we represent some of the first human beings, right?
That's it.
From there was the different melanin type because of, I don't know, maybe environmental factors that cause the melanin to not be so prevalent in their molecular structure, right? So, from a natural perspective, this makes sense, right? This should be common narrative. This should balance out curriculum and identity crises that we have, right? But yeah, as you say, the powers that be are against us and don't like to spin that narrative, even though it's common knowledge within science books. Somehow we skim over that, and it's not kind of absorbed within the nation's psyche, right? We know all human beings come from Africa, but then it's like, and what? Do you know what I mean? There's no real value added. There's no. Does this make sense?
Yeah, it does, and it just also, just to highlight the fact here, when like even just with the whole molecular structure of who we are, like we know even now we're more rounded bodied people. We're not like blocky, and we actually built different as well. So obviously people are questions about our lips and things like that and the third, but it's just how it's built up, because there's a benefit of being there. And also what's the most beautiful part? How beautiful we are, because we've been ridiculed for being a darker tone, but now they've got operational things, for people to go and get their BBWs, and have Botox on their lips, lip enlargements, and again with the tanning and all of that. So that's just there anyway, but we've got it. And then what they've done obviously is trying to make the tables turn. So going back to the presentation where the about the pills. So basically what you're doing, it's like self-inflicted damage. It's probably as bad. You practically being homicidal on a long-term basis to your own children. You're killing them. It's like making yourself degenerate.
You just don't love yourself. You just don't love yourself. You don't understand yourself. It's an identity crisis. So where you're not loving yourself, other nations are lapping it up. They love it. They're thinning in their waists and enlarging in their hips and their bottoms, and it's fashionable. Whereas this is just our natural. This is how we are naturally. So I mean, that's a little bit off the melanin thing, but it is still, about us and our identity. And who knows? Maybe melanin is the factor as to why we are shaped the way we are. Not enough research has been done, right? And I'm sure it contributes. Yeah, so okay, let's get back to your presentation and then let's spark discussion and show
Okay,
some.
there's quite a bit. So I'm sure we're going to get into. So to be honest, there's quite a few areas, and I think that what I might do is I might bounce from well, this one thing. Let's go from the beginning. Yeah, I'm going to share my screen now. I'm going to go based on that comment you mentioned about. We kind of acknowledge that we acknowledge like the idea of we all come from black people. Yeah, we acknowledge that sort of Africa thing. We do acknowledge that a lot of the time, and we acknowledge, oh yeah, so yeah, at one point, we were told anyway by science that everybody was much more pigmented, and then we kind of came out, and then eventually, people adapted after that. People adapted, and in fact, I've got a really great. So I'm going to show my whole screen. Is that okay? The whole thing. I'm going to show the whole screen. The whole thing.
Go for it.
Yeah.
There's so much to show the entire screen. And then I'm just going to hide that.
Yeah, that's come up. Shall I share?
Yep, you can share it. You can share it if you want to. Yeah, sure. Oh gosh, this is the correct link to me. There we go. I might have this. I might have to just pull this up from my own archive. No, that's just okay. No, not right now. Anyway. Okay, so bring this up in. So I'm going to say, like, obviously, this is a really interesting article from National Geographic, and it kind of touches base a little bit on that idea that we're aware that actually at one point everybody was more pigmented. And when I say everybody, we're probably talking about maybe the huge majority. Whereas now we kind of think of people, when we look at the world now, we do see a lot of diversity regarding our phenotype and appearance. We do. And what we're told is that previously there was less, well, I'm sure there was actually equal diversity, but probably just more in the deeper skin tone, you know. Because one thing I think we don't always give credit to is that black people or brown skin has a lot of variations in it. A heck of a lot of variations in it, and there are people that have all different types of brown skin tones. Would you agree to that sort of stuff?
Right, I agree.
Yeah, like I mean,
different variations of brown. Yeah.
There's not one brown. It's like there's several browns. Like there's several. Some are more reddy brown, some are more yellowy brown. Some are more like some people are like. When that lady showed that picture from the TED Talk, there's some people that are very deep. The one person said, "Oh, she's as dark as night, but as beautiful as day." I was thinking the night's beautiful too. I was thinking also, yeah, the day's beautiful and the night's beautiful also. And when I tan, like if I go to the heat for quite a while and I tan, I go to I probably don't go to like the deepest sort of like brown black situation. But I would say that I go to a very, very deep brown, almost black, with like a purpley tinge. Not like a purpley kind of like, I kid you not, like it's like a blue. We're some people in my family, it's called like a blue black, a blue black tone. And to be honest, you don't. Well, I love it because it associates. Well, for me, like Neff mentioned earlier, when the sun's out and it's vibrant, it feels like I'm getting fed from the sun. It really does in many areas. My body is just vibrant, and it's like not a plant, but it's as if my body is healing, and it's just taking energy, raw energy from that sun. And generally speaking, when it's really, really hot, I don't even feel the need to eat, to be totally honest. Not as much. If anything, I tend to eat more fruit, vegetables, and berries.
Less than that, yeah.
And then eat towards maybe at sundown or towards the evening time. I would eat then more so, and my body is happy for it. Happy, I think, and also we do kind of like in colder weathers, we tend to eat more. Our body tends to metabolize more food in order to maintain our body temperature. So it is kind of known for that also. I think there's a whole sort of there's a lot more we could probably learn about this. That's a lot I pulled up just recently, and it's based on that idea that I think that respecting our diversity is really important, as well as respecting our origins and our ancestors too. And we've spoken before about how the idea of race really confuses people. Second. Hopefully this is signed it. Okay, boom. Okay, yeah. Really confuses people. So I've obviously pulled up this article as well, because when we think about race in that kind of traditional sense, we don't really think it's hard to fit in then the variations in people's appearance. Because if I'm a black person, then how can my great grandchild be a white person? That narrative, it just seems like it doesn't fit the general model, and much more. And I think once we break through that, actually, we're humans, and early humans had a specific type of appearance and was a lot more melanated. It's said to be, anyway, at least in their appearance. And we're all part of this family. Yes, we're more diverse now in our appearance as such, and I don't think we've really looked into what that really means and how that really works, because we're too fixated on the outer wrapping of that situation and the phenotype and how it looks. And I think that the science of us looking into why that is and how that's happened could really be useful also. Obviously, I think I've already shared this kind of article with you beforehand about how race is the scientific basis for race. It's literally a made-up label, And this article here is actually a really, really interesting article, actually. And there's more research on things similar to this about pigmentation. I won't get into the Khoisan tribe specifically right now, because I've got quite a pale skin gene also. But in this article here, it's talking about quite recent changes. Now, of course, Europeans have had different types of diversity than we think of as today. This is talking specifically about what we kind of consider to be I would say, people consider to be the primary European sort of type, which may be sort of like more Scandinavian actually than it is really classically the whole of Europe, because Europe had a lot of diversity in its skin tone, that's for sure, and also diversity in other areas too. I mean, you still see now people that have very, very curly hair, whether it's ginger, whether it's brown, and we see those things a lot more, even still today, than people give credit for. This research is here is talking about how what we consider now to be modern European phenotype, specifically, I would say, is like they're giving dates for it. There are some dates for some specific things, reckon about 4,500 Neolithic, 7,000. It goes up to about 9,000. It's a really great article to read. It will show again some things about genetic signatures, and it will really explain some of the questions that we have about why we are the way we are, when these things kind of happened, and is that okay? And I think that's never really important point as well. There's some pictures there, but those pictures are like that's cool clothing. And why we are the way we are, and are we okay with that? Are we okay with honoring our ancestors? And are we okay with if they didn't look exactly like us? But along with the healthy, well, and intelligent, does how they appear now important? And if it is important, then why? And the chances are is that, like Apey was saying, and like that girl was saying from the TED Talk, we're told so many things about how we look physically that the character itself and the qualities and the behaviors are often a secondary part of that. When actually, if we go back to the original thingy, where is it? It's a polymer, not a paint.
Mm-hmm.
It's a polymer, not a paint. And so it has functions. It has functions. And yes, the functions are quite visible. People who have a lot of it in their skin and in their eyes and in their hair, we notice those people. Mm-hmm. We do notice them quite quickly. And we kind of have this idea that those people are a specific type of human being, and people without it in their skin and their eyes are a completely separate type of human being. And I think in all of that mess, we don't even really know the true value of what this thing is. I think it's really important for us to know the value of what this thing is. And so on that basis, we're going to go into, okay, here we are on this slide already. Oh, wrong one. Melanin and melanocytes in fetal development, and this is of heart and nervous system. And so it's quite known actually now. There is good research which shows about how important melanin is in development of children, and this should transcend any idea of race. This should do, hopefully. It should be sort of a general human thing and show the really importance of it. And if you've got it in our skin too, amazing, magical.
Mhm.
I mean, when we identify, okay, this thing has crucial plays a crucial part and role. How can it be bad for us? How can it be bad to have it in our skin too? And I think, like, so when we sort of really identify the function of it over, let's say function over form, is that the term? Is it, or function over fashion?
Yeah. Like
I agree, but I slightly disagree. So yes, I understand that it has its function, but when it's prominent in someone's skin, what is the effects of that? How does that differ with regards to how it impacts behavior, or why is it prominent in my skin compared to somebody else's skin, and how does that have an impact on me? What does that mean about how I absorb the sun? Or do you understand? Because it's prominent for a reason. It's not just prominent to protect me from the sun, as you know. It's prominent and it does many other things. So what are those many other things? I feel that our ancestors knew that, especially in ancient Egypt. They knew that. Like, we know the ancient land of Egypt was called Kemet. Kemet is synonymous for being chemistry. They were the chemists, they were the alchemists. I feel they knew how to recycle body and to reuse melanin, right? And use it, and it became an energy.
Yeah, we're definitely going to come
right?
on to that. We're going to come on to that, definitely.
Right. So yes, I just don't want you to skirt over the fact that yes, it's functional, but also when it's predominant in one's body, that is somewhat significant. And this is not about supremacy. We're just talking about the nature of it and how it can be used. And NASA know, right? I have an article that I'm about to show. NASA know, yeah? So let's not disregard that.
Yeah, definitely.
Of course not. And so we kind of jumped a little bit, but that's okay. We'll come into this in a sec. But melanin as a biopolymer that exhibits semiconductor behavior. Pardon me, sorry. And so I think actually I don't mind showing this part now, and we're going to come into this a bit more, definitely, because when we think about neurological developments and brain developments, and the transmission of messages and signals through the neurological system or endocrine system and the brain, we know it's electrical.
Yep.
And so when we think about sort of, okay, so where is the carbon aspect, you'd say, in those functions and processes? And it turns out actually that go on, sorry.
Yeah, I think he's going to get there anyway.
The biopolymer properties, or semiconductor properties of melanin, are crucial in that. And I think so. We all know what neuromelanin is. So we've got neuromelanin, which of course is again crucial in brain development itself, and also brain functionality. And again, in these areas that we just don't seem to have enough research on at the moment. We don't seem to have enough confidence or critical confidence in something. Actually, melanin's this. This is the carbon in my brain. This is the carbon. Like, I mean, so this is the carbon in my brain. This is the carbon in my heart. This is the carbon in my blood. And so we should have like a carbon spectrum. We know we've got gold in our bodies. We know we've got silver. We've got other minerals too. But when it comes to like carbon, we don't really even get told. Like, I might have looked that up on this talk after this part in a second, and to see what exactly the percentages of carbon that are in our body.
Very
interesting. And it's significant areas because, as you said earlier as well, you said like there's certain parts like of the body where there's going to be more. It's like all right, so on an external level, we know we have more melanin on the back of our hand than we do on the front, because it's the part that's exposed to like the sun more. Do you know what I mean? Like underneath your arms is usually lighter as well and things like that. So it's going to be the same internally as well. You'd have it, it'd be acting more. So for example, if the, you know, as you said about the neuro melanin, obviously because it's going to be carrying what's the carbon's there to obviously conduct the electricity. So it's going to be a lot. So therefore, when he's talking about our neural development, if we've got more a higher concentration of carbon in those areas, then it's going to be a better electrical conductor for all the electrical impulses in your brain and your nervous system and down into your cardiovascular part as well. So the whole lot, basically.
Yeah, I think there's again, and there are some really amazing points there. So thank you, Nathan. I think there's so much more we need to learn. And one thing I wanted to sort of speak about is about the palm of the hands.
Yeah.
Because again, this is part of the sort of preconception of how we're taught about melanin. We're taught about melanin as a Pacific only sun-based response. I think, oh yeah, it's a sun-based response. But the truth is that the research is the reason why we have different pigmentation in the palms of our hands isn't actually because of exposure to the sun. And that's probably really important to note too, that the melanization of our skin is different. Because we still have pheomelanin usually in the palm of our hands. Most people have pheomelanin in the palm of your hands, but we don't tend to have neuromelanin in the palm of our hands. And the question should be is, why is that? And just to clarify, it's not because of sun exposure. That's like we kind of perceive it as that because we associate the pigment with everything to do with the sun. And yet the sun, of course, is a really powerful and crucial thing for pretty much all life on the planet. But then we think about melanin in the heart and in the brain and in the nervous system and in the bones and in all the glands. Those things aren't exposed to the sun either. And so the idea, well, if they're not exposed to the sun, then surely they don't have any melanin. I'm joking, but the body wouldn't need melanin for it because it's not protecting it from anything because it's already protected from the skin. And so I think that the idea that the palm of our hands is not humanized is a very, very interesting question, which I think that actually at the moment we don't have nowhere near enough information about. And like that's something that could really do with probably better research. Definitely. And so the palm of our hands and the palm of our feet. So yeah, our feet don't get much light, but they also have very similar nerve-based sensitivity and function.
Let's go back to the whole epidermis part. You know, like when you the first diagram you showed, and it says like the thin layer at the top here is the part where like because where the melanin was, when you look at the diagram, it's actually a lot more underneath the actual skin level itself, isn't it? And obviously, it's when you look to the diagrams, and it was spreading out towards the top. So obviously, that shows the hue of your color. Now you got to think with your palms of your hands and your feet, you're going to usually be gripping things. So that level of epidermis here is going to be thicker, isn't it? So it's not going to be exposed, because I've seen people with darker palms as well. You know, have you seen?
Yeah, like, I mean, some people's palms maybe a little bit, but the fact that the body chooses to like, I mean, if you look at your hand.
Yeah,
I think it's like a line, like it's like a line literally, on your hand.
It stops. Exactly. It literally stops.
Yeah, it's just
very
like
interesting.
Yeah, so obviously the body's like, okay, that's enough. That's enough. Humanity for now, for that area there. So, I mean, like, and the body knows this.
The body knows.
And so the question would be that if it was just about sun, some people have the palms out in the sun all the time, and the palm would be equal to the back. Do you get that? In some people, if it wasn't for a function. If the nominalization of the palm of your hand wasn't for a function, some people would definitely have equal back and palm of their hands. It would be indistinguishable. But if you look at your hand, it's like a literal line where the body's decided, okay, something else is happening there.
It's indistinguishable amongst Europeans, isn't it? If you look at a European's hand, both back and front.
Yeah, that's actually a good point, actually.
In one color, only with us, right?
Yeah.
We're highly.
Okay, that's actually a good point.
Right, and an Asian, if so to speak, when we turn our palm around, it's like bam. What is that? That's kind of deep, right? Like, whoa.
Yeah. And so it's actually really interesting. It's like we've got melanin and then pheomelanin meeting in one place.
Yeah,
kind of really interesting. And so So quickly, I'll talk about some of the points of this quickly. Before we go into
Your
a little video to
PowerPoint,
show.
it deleted itself, Corey. I don't know whether you took it down, but your PowerPoint has come out of the studio.
Oh, okay. It must have. You know what it was? My screensaver came on, and it must have just bounced off. 1 second. Let me share screen again.
Oh, we're gonna have to share some of these comments shortly, right? The chat facility is active.
Okay,
This is like one of little pearls, but we'll come to them after you've gone through your next slide.
Oh, yeah, they're going to want to see this anyway. They're going to. I think they will anyway. So
Okay.
so some of the functions for so we're going to field development first. So melanocytes in fetal heart development, cardiovascular protection, fetal nervous system development also, and other non-pigmentary functions of melanocytes. Because obviously, when the baby's in the womb, growing at that very small size within the first several weeks, exposure to the sun isn't really a key concern regarding the protection from sun rays, as it's got to go through the whole belly skin and the belly and other tissues as well. And so this is one area where it really shows the crucial aspects of development in ways that we just don't really get to perceive right now. And I'm going to skip to the last slide here, which is semiconductor properties. And bioelectronic applications that may be used for melanin at the moment. There are talks about melanin-based batteries, for example, and optoelectric processes, biocapacitive processes, biocompatibility. Okay. Okay. So biocompatibility. There is so much more to what melanin is than we think about. When we think about carbon, they're using carbon in industry in all those unholy ways. Carbon's used in many things in many different ways, but we're not really associating the carbon in our body. And obviously there are things happening there that we could really do with learning about from a holistic perspective, where something we shouldn't, because at the moment it does seem like we're kind of a little bit afraid, not us but the industry, of talking about melanin in its full potentials, because there's been so much demonization of melanin. Because if we demonize melanin in appearance from the skin, we're devaluing it. And anything which is contrary to that would then bring it value. And it seems like at the moment that, I think that most people, even people with pale skin, I think again they'd be happy to know too. If they could be a bit healthier, a bit happier, and enjoy their lives as well, or for whatever purpose, I don't think they would really mind too much. I think there might be a few, but I think for most people, whether their appearance changed or not, if they was aware of what this is doing, it's useful and important. That's the main thing. And I think that where I talked about it at the moment is about appearance, and because it's been devalued so much in appearance sense, then anything which gives it value is contrary to that. And I think that when we break out of that spell there, and we realize this, we think, wow, this is a really powerful, essential thing. And like what I pasted about the flowers, that was so beautiful. It's like there's something, and then we don't even think about the idea that actually flowers have pigmentation, and the flowers aren't like, oh, am I pigmented? Okay, am I okay with this color? And the flower pigmentation has function too, by the way. It has function as well. But I think that the idea that flowers are colorful and they have color, they have pigmentation, and it's a beautiful thing. It's a beautiful thing. So, are you ready for the
Let's go.
You still with me?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
You're just all absorbing what you're saying, like wow.
Exactly. And the key thing as well, which before you move, obviously, so UV rays. Now you've got to look at this, because obviously carbon again being a conductor, and you've got to imagine now the things that are important as well. It's like the rays carry vibrations in the UV rays. So if you're looking through a microscope, it's similar to gamma rays and all that. So all these are things, and when you said to look at it as from a holistical level as well, these are things where the vibrations of sound. This is why we have sound therapy, things like that, which kind of changes our dynamics. Treatment, this is why we react different to music, dancing, the vibrations, all of that. we've got something a lot better and naturally inclined with nature when it comes to things like that, sounds, and again, colors. Colors also send out frequencies. This is why we look at certain colors. We say, oh, that's beautiful. That is beautiful. Why is it springy? A lot of the flowers are like, you know, like tulips, like how beautiful they look, daffodils and things like that. Anything to just being communication with nature, just by visually and by sound alone. Because even plants, when you study the plants, they actually make sounds, but we can't hear it. It's a different frequency. But when we're around them, like when we smell a flower, even that's a vibration and a frequency, and we absorb it.
Bro,
go on.
It's a communication. So, like, did you know that the smell of cut grass is grass telling other grass that it's being cut? I'm not even joking, you know. I'm not even joking. Don't test on it. So basically, plants can call certain predators to them if they need to. So if a plant's getting attacked by a certain insect, it can call another insect that'll come and then yam up that insect. I'm not even joking.
The same way you smell them, like bumblebees. Again, let's go to that nature. If you kill a bumblebee or what, it sends off a scent to call its friends. Like, yo, someone just killed me. That's why usually when you attack one, they'll get a few coming around.
You know what I mean? The hive lands.
What about 10 man deep? You just killed my brethren.
I think that's it, and the communication level of that is like there's so much more happening in our environment, in our world, that we're just not really considering taking part of. And one of the things that I'm hoping to talk about in a sec is the pineal gland.
Yes.
Yeah.
And how melanin functions within the pineal gland, because that's a whole other level. And also the absorption and processing of energy. Yeah. So when you think about communication, and then you think about energy being a form of communication, the ability to be able to attenuate and absorb that communication or that energy, it will give purpose and property or potential to communicate in itself. I mean, like there are levels, man. There are real levels.
Yeah, I mean, you're touching on the melanin and links to spirituality. Links to the cosmos, links to the all and the everything, right? And the ability to do so, which I think we're going to touch on later anyway.
So let's get into that.
These videos come up now, so let's get everybody triggered by this, and then we'll show some comments after, because we've got to show some of these pearls. But let's go to the video first.
Oh,
we've lost it again. What keeps
happening?
Sorry,
that was my bad. Do you know what it was? That actually, because let me just because I wanted to, because there's two areas of this. So I wanted to before we even got into that, I wanted to show this part. I'll show you at the end. No, I'll show you this part right now. Because I think this is going to be really useful. Pull it up then. Pull it up. And this is. Okay, that's cool. Okay. You hear that? Yeah.
Melanin is a versatile molecule. Not only is it responsible for giving us our UV blocking complexion, at the cellular level, it gobbles up harmful radicals that lead to diseases such as cancer and Parkinson's. But that's only the beginning. Over the past decades, researchers have focused on what might be melanin's most promising talent yet discovered: the ability to conduct electricity. That's important, because if we fancy a future where environmentally benign electronics help us fight disease, monitor our health, and store energy, we're going to need bio-friendly materials. And what better material for the job than one made right in-house? This is melanin in its most common form. When it comes to electrical charge, melanin acts as a sort of bank, always ready to lend out or take electrons depending on the environment. Chained together, as they naturally tend to do, melanin molecules can shuffle electrons and surrounding ions end to end.
Yeah, Corey, when you put yourself on mute, the video goes on mute.
It's a much safer starting material.
Oh, sorry, okay,
This is melanin in its most common
form.
When it comes to electrical charge, melanin acts as a sort of bank, always ready to lend out or take electrons depending
Don't know what's going on there.
Ions end to end. The result is an all-natural electrode material. In terms of performance, it's not on par with the electronic materials we find in our phones and laptops. But because melanin is 100% compatible with our body's makeup, it's a much safer starting material for building electronic devices, both for us and the environment. Researchers have shown that melanin can act as a switch when sandwiched between metal electrodes, turning on and off under different applied voltages. It seems like a simple trick, but that switching behavior is critical to the operation of any computing device. Polydopamine, a synthetic melanin analog, has been used to extract harmful metal ions from water, and polydopamine-coated nanoparticles have been shown to boost the sensitivity of tests designed to seek out diseases like HIV, Zika, and cancer. Researchers are still learning how melanin behaves when surrounded by the machinery that makes useful electronics work. But continued efforts from chemists, physicists, and material scientists are likely to result in exciting new applications for this highly versatile molecule.
Yeah.
Whoa, levels. So this is what I was saying. Our ancestors knew this, right? That's why they were preserving. That's why they dealt with the dead. They dealt with the dead, and preserved those because they knew they could recycle that energy. It was a form of electric. There you go. There you go. But now I'm worried, because the powers that be, right? They ain't so connected, right?
Yeah.
Harvest. They're gonna harvest. Oh my days! Like I dread to think what they're planning.
It's kind of it's funny, but you mentioned the harvest. Have you ever seen the movie Jupiter Ascending?
Yes. Will no, what is? No, yeah, I've watched Jupiter Ascending. I can't think of the key character, but yeah, go on.
Let me get it up now because it is it's actually a really good movie. Actually, some great actors. I think they're working on number 2. That'd be amazing.
No, I've lost the name of the character in my head.
Name of the characters. Oh,
here we go. Let me show you.
Mila Kunis and Channing Tatum.
Channing Tatum, that's it. Him. Yeah, Magic Mike.
yeah. Magic Mike.
That's it. Yeah. Excellent film. And you know what? Some other movies have got mentioned in the comments. Let me just chuck them up right now because Lucy got a mention here. I don't know if you've watched Lucy, but at the end, when all the melanin it could be considered melanin when it all comes back together and becomes a central body. I've not watched Venom, but
yeah, I've seen some parts of Lucy. That's mad.
Yeah, if you ever watch Lucy, watch it again, but with a critical eye. Like there's definitely subliminal messages.
Oh,
okay. Like Lucy being the name of the human that the first human remains that they found.
Yeah.
It wasn't a human; it was a humanoid, right? And they named it Lucy. And there was a Beatles song about Lucy as well. And so it's funny that this movie and that person, the key character's name is Lucy. And what's really interesting is what happens at the end, right? I'm a huge Marvel fan. So Luke Cage, come on now. Bulletproof.
Luke Cage, yeah. Luke Cage is bad boy too.
Yeah, so
Marvel, okay, that's cool, man. Luke Cage is bad boy.
Marvel. Also Spider-Man, the new Spider-Man, the black Spider-Man.
Yeah, Miles Morales. Yeah.
Right. So there's we could have a whole discussion about movies and subliminal messages. Yeah.
Maybe another one there. Honest, they're both really interesting, but what I've just witnessed from the sort of the scientific perspective, at some points it's even more interesting right now than some of the comic stuff because it's got so many questions that we know we have that are not answered. So for me, the comic stuff's really good, and we know that. I think that when you look at the science, it's like, wow, that's really possible. Wow, that's really things really can happen like that. There's so much potential in study to do further research that's required to sort of figure out what's really going on with this.
Right.
And there's a whole sort of like you mentioned about harvesting that, for example, about people getting harvested, whatnot, and blah blah blah. And when we look at the benefits, the benefits and the health benefits to this compound. So we've got from the heart itself. We know it's got benefits in the neurological system itself, the adrenal gland, the mucous membrane, even down to the inner ear, for example, which is the inner ear, human bones, notes in the bones. And so there's so many different areas where we know it's essential right now. And we're doing, well, research is being done, but it's not being released. Maybe because it's young. But if you go through here, pretty much into that, the major crucial parts of the body are essential. And that video previously also mentioned about the importance of protecting against certain diseases. And it's not just cancer, for example. And it's not just skin cancer. That's a really important part that people think, oh yeah, melanin protects you from skin cancer. No. It's actually not just skin cancer. It's cancer all overall, everywhere. And that's why I think like, when we talk about melanin, it's inside of us too. And it's doing incredible work inside of us. And so when it's protecting us from things, it's protecting us outside and in.
Yeah.
I think that's something that we really sort of need to keep in mind. If you're ready, run.
Yeah.
Yeah, sorry. Yeah, just even with that, then just the protecting the melanin that we've got as well, because this is where, like, a lot of melanated people and like, the men end up with prostate cancer and things like that. It's because there's certain things been put in the foods to suppress its benefits, its function.
We could go into that. I mean, like, so you know how melanin's a polymer.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And so a lot of these situations, I mean, I didn't really want to get into this, but we could get into this right now because basically, especially with like fertility on both sides, well, it's known that male fertility is heavily impacted, by plastics and phthalate, for example. And what's happening with that there is that essentially this plastic is mimicking certain compounds and hormones in the body. We're doing a really crappy job at it. And so, how when you have like caffeine, for example, it can sort of fill and block certain receptors so that dopamine's not absorbed. So basically, like, are you familiar with that process?
The dopamine itself, but obviously to give the feeling of being awake and that.
Well, I mean, like the receptors in the brain. So essentially, you've got functions in the body, and there's like little like pigeonholes, you could say, or little when you was a kid, there's like little shape block things. We had like a hexagon, a triangle, a circle.
Yeah. And you had to put them into the shape.
Yeah.
Right.
Well, chemicals and chemistry is a bit like that, and in many cases, and this can be shown in the stomach, in the villi, when the body's be having nutrients delivered to it from the gut flora, for example, and it can also be seen in many other areas of the body. So when there's supposed to be a chemical release to do a function, it'll go into another part of the body or a cell or maybe a receptor, and then it'll kind of like sit there. And then when they say the triangle's in the block, the body will do something.
Right.
That's like how the body's triggered, or the switch, you could say, for certain functions. And what's happening is that a lot of these, well, in this case, we say phthalates and these crude plastics, when they're disrupting the natural process of the body itself. And so, like, for example, if a man takes a lot of testosterone to become a bodybuilder, they start making their own testosterone and the gonads shrink. Are you familiar with that?
Right. Yeah, I'm familiar that they have little ones.
That's a common one. And so what's happening here is that the fake testosterone that they're often, I'll say it's mostly going to be synthetic testosterone that they're ingesting is now sitting in that sort of in that hexagonal triangle kind of slots, filling it all up. And so when the body's producing its own, it's like, oh, it's not being used. We're just going to start making it now then, because we don't know where it's coming from. You know what I mean? But it's already like the receptor the hand that's got to hold those molecules, whatever that compound is already being activated. Yeah, it's already sitting in there, so we're going to leave that as such. Well, with things like the phthalates and the plastics, again, it's disrupting a process. It's mimicking a hormone, and then by doing so, the body's not producing its own chemistry. And when it doesn't produce its own chemistry, not good things happen. So people take testosterone often. We're used to a lot. Now they've got new chemicals now. But you take testosterone, for example, or steroids, for example, which is very similar for bodybuilding. And then what happens is that they're growing muscles in certain areas, but in other areas, they're having enlarged heart, enlarged lungs, it's not enlarged brain, and not enlarged gonads, unfortunately. I'd probably love that, but unfortunately, they go in the reverse. We'll get to that. And so it's disrupting the body's natural balance, and also very important processes are happening. Now, if you think about what we learn about melanin today, that it's a polymer, not a paint, for example, and plastics are polymers also. So they have they can have a very similar molecular structure. And then phthalates are basically a compound or molecule in these plastics. Essentially, what's happening is that the plastic contains something that's mimicking something the body should have naturally, and then it's doing and when the body's trying to use the fake version of it, i.e., from the phthalate from the plastic, it's doing a very bad job.
And that's worrying because contraception, right, has got plastic in it.
We could go into that because whoa, contraception is dangerous. Right. Well, now I don't want to go. I don't want to offend anybody. I don't want to trigger anybody mostly because people should have a choice, but you can be damn sure that our ancestors had different ways of doing this that wasn't leading to terrible situations. We'll say. At the moment, my skin's gone, hasn't it?
Yeah. I mean, that's a whole nother discussion, right? But just because you talked about plastic and, especially with that male genital area, and you guys are like putting that directly on there, right? So again, that just needs its own research, just raising that critical confidence, but it is worrying because historically we wouldn't have been doing that.
Yeah, it was just certain foods that used to help with like contraception. The other thing was discipline. We didn't have to do all that stuff.
It was discipline. It was controlling discipline. Yeah. But that's a whole nother different conversation.
Yeah, when you're ready, we can go into that. Definitely. Let's play the talk. One second.
Let's play the video then. Let's do it.
What they found in Russia, what they found in Russia, it protects genes and it actually repairs broken DNA. Isn't that wonderful? Something breaks down because you're exposed to chemicals or radiation. Think of the people of Japan right now in 2011 who are suffering from huge amounts of radiation. What could we do to help them repair their, prevent cancer developing? Well, you need a DNA repairer, and that's what melanin does.
So I'm going to talk about that for a second. Melanin helps repair DNA. And when we think about that, this is why it's important because that's at the very core of our being. DNA. When we think about DNA, we're not thinking about something external here. We're thinking about something that was like almost like primordial kind of thing. It's there in the very core of our being, our DNA. It's built up kind of like who we are, who we think we are, and how we've even been conceived and how we've grown. And melanin has a crucial part in that aspect there in maintaining and repairing. And that's something again that we should not be sort of overlooking here, the value and the power of this. We took this thing, melanin, and what it's able to do.
And so I got really interested back in the 1980s when we did this kind of work with the University of California in San Diego, where I was doing a postdoctoral fellowship. I got really interested also in light. Now, the visible light in the electromagnetic spectrum is only a small part, and it's the colors from, the deep reds to the purples. But in this very narrow band, below that, there is infrared or warmth, infrared light or warmth, microwaves that we use for communication nowadays with our cell phones and Wi-Fi and so on. Radio waves are even longer. And then up here are what's ionizing radiation that breaks down things like ultraviolet light, which is faster in frequency, X-rays and gamma rays like we get from atomic reactors and so forth. So light is a very narrow part of the spectrum in what's called nanometers wavelength, 400 to 700 nanometers. Here's another way of seeing it. Here's the electromagnetic spectrum. Visible light that your eyes respond to and your skin responds to is a narrow part of the spectrum, here. Now, when you look at absorption curves in the test tube of melanin, this is what we're talking about. You can see in the blue part of the spectrum over here, the short wavelengths, which is higher energy. Melanin has a lot of absorption, and it falls off a little bit, but it's in the same region that our body absorbs also light in forms of hemoglobin when you oxygenate your blood. It's also that same region. And when you deoxygenate your blood, when the cells take the oxygen up, then you get the bluer blood, which is venous blood. And it's in the same region where melanin absorbs it. So here's another picture of a wider wavelength. This is shorter waves, and these are longer wavelengths. So the longer wavelengths is like where warmth is. This is the visible part of the spectrum. This part is the shorter ultraviolet part of the spectrum. Notice that water absorbs very well in a short wavelength, a high frequency, and in the long wavelengths. That's why we can put heat into water and things boil. This is also why science uses all these different types of lasers. You know, when they say, for example, want to treat you with lasers on your skin. And the thing I want you to notice in this simply is that melanin has a very broad absorption of energy, okay? It absorbs light and warmth very, very effectively, and it modulates something in the body. And melanin, you can think of, is very analogous to the chlorophyll. That's the green stuff in plants. What makes the plants green? Chlorophyll. Chlorophyll is the same molecule as hemoglobin that's in your blood, except hemoglobin has iron in the center and chlorophyll has magnesium in the center. It's like liquid green blood, okay? Now, melanin has the same kind of ring structures and so on, and it makes very complex structures, and not all melanins are the same, as we'll talk about in a minute. In fact, there's somebody even studying that and wondering whether energy is directly absorbed from the melanin in your skin and transformed into energy in your body.
Again, so we can't touch on that a little bit earlier. And this research this talk is a decade old now.
Yeah.
I think. And look into that aspect and see how much energy is being absorbed into our body and in what forms. So when we talk about not needing so much food, for me anyway, not needing so much food in the summer, when the sun's beaming on me and stuff, for example, again, why is that? And how is that functioning and working? People just say, oh, we've got this appetite, but why do we have less appetite? What's the cause of that? And is it beneficial? Is it not beneficial? We know that fasting is very beneficial, generally speaking. Mm-hmm. Yeah, would you agree, guys?
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, fasting. And so if we have this absorption of energy from sun, for example, and we can process and get extra energy directly from the sun, and then our body is going into that fasting mode where it's doing genetic repair. Because a lot of time when people fast, they get a lot of genetic repair, another functionality repair. Also, it cleans up the body as well in lots of areas. Mm-hmm. That's an amazing thing. And again, we should really be sort of looking into how and why that works. And yeah, teaching. Listen, we learn about plants in school. We learn about plants and photosynthesis. If you notice that in school, we learn about plants and photosynthesis, but we're not learning about how melanin works in a similar fashion.
Exactly. Because yeah, I mean, like from
okay, and they even think about could in the future, and they're developing this now. They're taking melanin and making batteries out of them that store energy from the sunlight directly. It might, in fact, become a future source of how we're going to generate energy. Now, let's get back with that little bit of physics background. Let's talk about melanin inside chaga and melanin inside the body. So it absorbs thousands of times more electromagnetic radiation actually than chlorophyll does. And chlorophyll is what we need to make proteins and sugars, especially sugars in the body. It exists in many other tissues, as I mentioned. It's actually a very important molecule in any woman who's having a baby because the fetus has all this melanin in it, as I'll show you. Okay? And it's thought to be, by some people, a master molecule that actually steers how the body communicates. For example, Frank Barr, a scientist, wrote a whole article, a whole issue of a journal called Medical Hypothesis, saying, you know, melanin is such a special molecule and it's found in the babies. It may have a major role in steering things in the body, in the whole regulatory system. Melanin's role in embryological organization, that's in the baby's organization, and tissue repair and tissue regeneration may be connected to the major role that it plays to balance the body, that's called homeostasis, in the autonomic, neuroendocrine, and immunological system. So in other words, melanin may play a much bigger role than just absorbing all this radiation. And when you get it into your body, it actually has a major effect on your immune system.
Stop it there again. So I'm glad you mentioned that because we've been talking about that aspect as well, about what's the function of this? Beyond the appearance of it, what is the function of it? Pardon me, sorry. And I'm glad he's mentioning it because this is really good insight into areas that hopefully we can start actually researching from a holistic perspective, where we're looking at melanin from a carbon perspective or a natural, maybe, I don't know, a natural earth-based perspective, and able to really sort of figure out, okay, well, what is it doing primarily? Yes, we know it's in our skin, our hair, and our eyes, but let's forget about, because we feel like we know why that is, but I think the idea with the whole hand thing is a good example of maybe we don't know as much about that as we think we do, and the idea that maybe there can be photosynthesis-like processes happening also can be another example. Actually, maybe we're not completely aware of how that's actually working as well. Because when we're told about sunlight on our skin, we're told it's like a parasol, it's a shield. And actually, if we told well, it does absorb all the sunlight, but when it absorbs that sunlight, it does some incredible things with it. And in some parts, it can be comparable to photosynthesis.
Yeah.
So.
I think we also have to think about the different levels to our existence. So we're talking from a very physical perspective here, but we know that there's also a spiritual aspect to us, right? An emotional aspect to us, right? So I know at the moment we're just scratching the surface on melanin, but surely it contributes to all areas of our existence, right? I just wanted to plant that seed.
The seed for that.
Yeah. But anyway, come on, let's listen to the rest of what he has to say, and then we'll kind
have
of
a chat. Yeah. So the next part, I think you already kind of seen it a little bit anyway. This is another amazing section.
Here's a picture of a baby at 35 days of pregnancy, and this is the eye of an embryo inside a mother. It's a very tiny little thing. Notice that the eye is pure melanin. That's an amazing picture, isn't it? To see all this melanin is inside, and when the embryo first forms, there is what's called the dark streak. It's all melanin. Okay,
and so just to come that's no, I mean melanin in embryonic development. I think I've got like a little talk on this. We'll skip back from that. Okay, yeah, fetal development. And I think that again, I think a lot of people before we started really having this talk conversation probably didn't even think about the idea of melanin in there unless it was something to do with, I don't know, skin, hair, or eye growth. When actually, in that sense, the whole eye at one point is just like a little melanin gem, technically. And this is not, and this is every single eye as far as we're aware. This is how eyes develop. At their primary points of development, and the dark streak as well, you mentioned, which is now called the primitive streak. Which we'll get to that again. But yeah, there are some really, really interesting parts in that. I think at this point, maybe I can just go through some of the rest of my slides right now. I think we've touched on maybe a little bit on melanocytes in cardiovascular tissue, and how that can play a huge role in antioxidant sort of protection, and rhythm and cardiac and abilities, and just the fact that melanin, melanin is found within the heart tissues, and how important the heart is. I mean, the heart's one of the few muscles that doesn't get tired ever.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, the thing's going, and then we talk about, like, again, human body and muscle growth and stuff, and those kind of things, and we don't really sort of go, oh, the heart's also a muscle, and we talk about, oh yeah, but the heart's a special kind of muscle. But why is it special? What is going on with the heart that's different to other parts of the body? And again, what is the carbon element of that? With carbon-based beans, what's the carbon element in that process?
The heart and the brain.
Yeah, so we've got here now. So again, melanocytes in brain development and neurological development too. And again, it's known that it's found protective membranes covering the brain and spinal cord also. And okay, anarchoid matter and dura matter. Okay, which is like the 3 layers. Okay, which is really, really interesting. This is like the layers of brain tissue we're talking about here.
It's interesting, isn't it? Because, you know, I keep going back to the spiritual aspect of things, but, you know, you've got certain chakras which are aligned with those organs that you just spoke about, right? So the spine, you know, the heart, the brain. So, wow, it's almost like, as you said, the conductor of, right?
Yeah, yeah. And it's electrical potential, and like the way it can absorb energy. That's what we're talking about. I mean, like the range and spectrum at which it can absorb energy is pretty amazing. And so again, the adrenal gland, which again is like a never incredible and very, very important part of the body. And the fact that melanin also has a crucial part in adrenal gland management and homeostasis, again, it's incredible. I mean, like, we're not told or explain these kind of things, and we know that it helps regulate hormonal levels in the body, adrenal glands, and so that's essential. So we talk about like mood and behavior and contentment, for example. We know the adrenal gland is really, really important with that, really, really important indeed. And so I feel like when we're doing biology in school, I mean, I don't want to say what are they teaching us, but at the same time, what are they teaching us?
I've got a story to share about that, right? And this is what I'm saying. If we don't create education structures, it ain't going to be done, right? Let me share a story with you. So my biology teacher, I remember, because as you can imagine, I was a really inquisitive young lady, right? I questioned everything.
Yeah.
I'm a chat man. And because I wanted to know, I was interested, and I knew about melanin from school. And I remember saying to my biology teacher, yeah, whose name was Mr. Lever, ironically. Yeah, his name was Mr. Lever, so we're talking about But anyway, yeah, I'm gonna stick it on him. I says to him, you know why I'm black, sir? Because I've got melanin. And you know what he says to me? Yes, young lady. And if I was to drain all the melanin out of you, it would amount to the same size as a 2p coin. Right? I later found out that melanin is like the most expensive commodity on the stock market. The irony, right? So that is what my teacher said to me. If I was to, not just me, but also the friends that I was with, right, who were all black people. I used to hang around with black people at a predominantly white school. And he said, if I was to drain all of the melanin out of you, it wouldn't amount to any more than the size of a 2p coin. I mean, what are you telling me? Like, I'm a child. You're my biology teacher, and that's what you want to plant in my head. So this is what I'm saying.
That's a bit toxic. That is a little bit.
Just a little bit.
I mean, more than a little bit. I mean, and the fact that he even used a 2-pence piece, like the fact that he even used like because basically saying that your melanin is worth 2 pence. That's what it seems like to a child, anyway.
That's like it's nothing. It's 2 pence. It's a 2 pence coin. So, but the thing is, right? As I say, I'm inquisitive, and I was always confident about my culture. But imagine the average child, the average person that we're sending our children to these schools with people who have mindsets like my biology teacher. My point is, it's up to us, isn't it? It's up to us to provide education.
Yeah.
Cannot rely.
And just like I mean that was, I'm so surprised that a biology teacher said that, and without real do you think that he kind of knew that?
Yeah, but he was a biology teacher.
No, I mean, like, do you think he knew the psychological impact of that, or do you think he was just trying to? Well, either way, I think. Well, was he saying it as like a response to try and shut you down and start you being too confident, or do you think he was saying it because he thought it was actually true and real, and that was his way of explaining it, and he didn't know that what he said would have a bad impact? Or do you think, like, so I'm trying to figure out, was it an intentional sort of like erase person of color, something about their color?
I think he was surprised that I even knew what melanin was. Yeah, that's how it came across. Like, whoa, she knows about melanin. Ooh, I better shut this down. That was the energy I got off him, right? But the thing is, it's a vivid memory, and I know if ever he comes across who I am today, you know what I mean? Like,
he's watching this show right now.
Right? No, but these people are the people in power. These are the people that are teaching our children, right? So not all children are critical thinkers. In fact, the majority of them are not. So my point, and I will reiterate, if we don't educate our own children and come up with our own methods of educating them, then this is the kind of education they're going to have, and it's going to be detrimental to their identity, their confidence, and many other things, right?
Yeah. I mean, like, I'm still trying to reconcile that comment. I mean, like, it's not, because that is so, it's such a bad statement to make. I mean, if he said to somebody, and if I trained all, we'll try and invert this statement a little bit. So somebody's like, something, they were happy about having pale skin, for example. Maybe say that a white person with pale skin, like something. If I drained all the whiteness out of your skin, it'd amount to a 2 pence piece. It'd be like the same as about a 2 pence piece. Like, I'm just thinking, I was thinking that statement in itself says so much, and whether it was intentional or not intentional, I don't think that he thought that melanin didn't have value because he knew about it. So he must have knew that actually it has lots of functions. For him to have known about it, because people don't know about melanin, it doesn't do anything. No, we know it does stuff. And if anything, that comment seems like, I'm not sure, seemed a bit like salty, if I'm honest.
I mean, I agree. That was the energy I got off him. As I say, he was surprised that I even knew what melanin was, and straight away that was his response. Like, even the draining, just like that.
I know, like drain. I know,
draining. And you're not even mad with that now. If he was to fast forward, if he already knew anyway, and you know what, he probably has hates here. If it's some salty thing here, he probably hates the fact that when he Googles it, it's 40. Every melanated person has around, on average, $40 million worth in their whole body. Just Google right now.
So you just checked out here.
40 million worth, And I'm on this website as well, which is like this chemist site.
You should show these things again. Let me just go on.
There's an actual, what's it called? Sorry, before you go on, there's an actual site here where people, that's like a chemist site online.
I
was on it yesterday. I'm on it just now, and they're selling little bottles. I thought 100 milligrams here, right, is 135 for the tiniest bottle. 130, that's a milligram. So not even a gram. A gram is in the grams. Man. I was thinking you to be sharing that link. I was thinking.
Yeah, and then we'll come back to the presentation. I'm sorry if I've sent you off on a mad one, but this is real life.
That comment needs to be like. I mean, I'm still trying to get I can't believe.
Yeah. Mr. clever. You naughty man.
I know. Like, I mean, and the thing is that, you know, it seems a bit like I don't think he made it up there on the spot. That's half the problem. It seemed like it was like an existing objection statement to, like, just to bring some like him and a few other possible racially tense people had thought about, okay, what can we say to them? Maybe a few jokes. I'm like, yeah, we've got a few one-liners for them now or whatever. That's what it kind of half seemed like. It doesn't seem like he just thought about it there on the spot. I mean, like the whole, like, first of all, the draining thing, and then managed to like a 2 pence thing. It seemed like, wow, there's this melanin. Should we drain them then and get it out of them? And like, and maybe there's like, nah, they can't. Like, maybe there's encouraged to not drain people for you. I'm joking. I don't know. I don't know. But
either way, it weren't positive, was it? It weren't to empower me. It wasn't.
No, it wasn't to
empower. What's going on with your screen, Nathan? I'm trying to add it, but it ain't adding.
Oh, wait. Can you see it now?
Can see it now.
Right,
oh.
But so this is just like, so basically this is where people are selling melanin on a website. Yeah, it's called Chem Direct. Now, if you look what it's actually for, so you can obviously it tells you what it can be used in sunscreen. So say if I wanted to make my own sun cream now, yeah, I can go to this website and buy melanin.
But where do they get it from? It's synthetic, you say? Oh, it's synthetic melanin.
Well, so what they can do, they the same way that it's extract it from us, and they'll just regrow it in the lab, grow the cells in it, genetic engineering.
Well, we know organic's going to be worth more than synthetic anyway.
Right.
Look at this
yes,
one
we already
here.
know that the organic is worth more than synthetic, and so this is
worth
synthetic
more than platinum. It's worth more than platinum.
Can you increase the size on that a little bit, please? Sorry,
I'll increase the size.
What are they using it for?
Hang on. That better. What
are they using it for?
So they can make
sunscreen. Look here. Watch this product over. So yeah, look.
They're using it to make sunscreen from. For real.
So what they've done, they've made a synthetic version, yeah, which mimics the properties of natural melanin, a pigment found in human skin, hair, and eyes. It has various applications in the cosmetics, pharmaceutical research industries. So this is only the synthetic version, as you said, Corey. Like this is like the bootleg version, right? It says not for human consumption, but obviously, as you say, you can use it in they'll use it for sunscreen, lotion, and that. But this is what's even mad. Just before you go back to your presentation, watch this.
No, remember.
Can you see that?
Sustainable technology for green generation.
Yeah, so basically they're putting melanin in solar panels as well.
Jeez!
Again, there are levels in it. And I think that there are levels. And like I said, I'm still shaking off that comment, but like there are levels.
I've got loads of experiences like that, and I just feel like, whoa, like all my experiences have contributed to me being the woman that I am today, hence why I'm able to do things like this, right? So yeah, I mean, gosh, loads. The comments are funny, you know. Wow.
Yes, what Nivea cream melanin advert?
I know, I've seen that advert, that Nivea one, and the white people's face black. Yeah, I'm going to drop down this anyway, but just as a quick one. So they've been using our melanin in everything, basically, especially like anything to do with energy sources, microchips, and that. Yeah, so we're just been harvested differently, exploited.
Yeah. Well, I'll share an article later with a recent research project that NASA got going on. But back to you, Corey. Sorry, was you ready for me to share?
In a sec, give me 1 sec. I'm just gonna see whether. Okay. One second. I'm just going to see whether it's. Am I on yet or not?
We got this.
Yeah.
What you want?
Oh, okay. I'm on. Okay, yes. So basically, I just typed in quickly. Like this, obviously, this is live here. So this is a content here I'm not even going to watch it, but basically it's about bodybuilding. And again, so if we're doing sort of DNA repair and construction, I was already aware that they use melanin supplements. I think often the synthetic version for bodybuilding. And so I thought that'd be like the people that were just on the back of what you said a minute ago. That'll be really useful also. This is coming. We're going to this right now, but back into the slides. So, okay, so melanocytes in the human mucous membrane, and so the human mucous membrane is kind of throughout a lot of the essential parts of our body, and it's super duper important, pretty much throughout our entire body. To be totally honest, often we think of mucus as just being maybe snot in our nose, but the mucous membrane itself does a lot of things in many other areas, and it helps protect us against all sorts of things, often things like pathogens and stuff. And it's good for immune system protection and so on. And here, wait a second. Okay, I got the wrong thing. Okay, got the wrong notes there for that. So we're probably going to give me a second. Bones. Oh damn it! Yeah. I was just thinking hard. So, okay, mucous membrane. We'll come back to that in a second because of the notes. But we'll talk about it in the bones also. Now we've got that on there anyway. And so melanocytes found in tissues of bone marrow and periosteum, which is the outer covering of the bone itself. I'm not sure if you're aware of, sort of the idea that in previous times it was sort of told that I hope this comes across in the correct way, but it was kind of associated that indigenous people usually have strong bones. And usually denser or heavier bones. People say, she's big boned. Or he's big boned. Well,
or heavy boned.
Sorry?
Or heavy boned is a thing
I think that's where kind of the big bone thing kind of comes from. When people go on the scale, maybe they weigh a bit more, but they don't look very heavy. They're like, but because you're big bones. And so I think that there are cases where I guess the density of the bone tissue can be aided and supported again with melanin. And so this is another really great example of the internal processes that really help support healthy development of the body all round, that are essential and are essentially melanin supported or melanocyte supported or carbon supported, you could say, because again, question should be, okay, so where is the carbon in our bones? Again, that's the situation there. Where is the carbon in other parts of our body? And I think having this research available, again, when we're talking about biology, how different in the class would it have been if when you're doing biology, you're like, okay, so these are the bones. This is how the bone works. So how are we talking about bone marrow and bones in college and school? We're not talking about the melanocyte parts of that.
Exactly.
We know it's using the marrow and everything like that. So how exactly does this happen? I mean, is it a conscious thing, do you think? Because
I touched on this earlier. You got to understand that the education system in the West is designed for one thing only. It's not designed to educate. It's not designed for that. It's designed so that people become part of the working force. So you actually go to school. When you send your kids to school, don't think you're sending them to school to get an education. No, you're sending them so they become programmed to be part of this work, part of capitalism. That the people that write curriculum have written it as part of a systematic economical structure. So that's fact, right? Not just me saying it. That's off the back of research. That's fact, absolute facts, just politics, right? So if you want your child to be educated, then it's up to people like me and you and everybody else, right, to tell the truth, right? Because what they're learning at school is only from one angle and only for
exactly what pertains to them. Because the thing is, like, we're going back to this being self-educated and missing out the melanin. Now we know that again, going into these laboratories and what you said earlier, Mr. Roots, is the fact that they've studied us differently. You know, they'll get us and do, you know, like basically experiments on us to figure out. The first thing they'll have to figure out, we're just like a giant chemical reaction, or as what Ashar said, we're like a walking universe. Our body is a walking universe. It's got activities happening on that level. So what they've done, they've studied like the same way these colonizers study the land. They also study how to destroy it, like making weather machines and this and that. And they're doing the same with our universe internally here. So they're studying how to think, all right, how can we mess around and start to, I want to get a better word, like manipulate our molecular structure. How to do this? It's like, you know, it's like witchcraft in it in the one sense, because they're doing it in for the wrong ways, because they're doing it to poison you, this and that, right? Do you know what I mean? Some mad sauce. That's what the pharma in it, pharmaceuticals. So they figured out how to change the dynamics of your body. Do you know what I mean? And that's what they've studied us differently.
Anything that's going to give power away, they're not going to disclose, because this ultimately is about power and wealth and dominance, right? Especially within the education curriculum. So there's certain things that they're definitely not going to educate you about. Like, for instance, within a history lesson, right? They're not going to tell you about ancient Africa, because that's the most empowering part of the African history, right? It's non-beneficial to them. It's more beneficial for them to tell you about slavery, so they can uphold power and supremacy, because they are the people that are controlling our societies. So just understand that structure. That's the reality of it. Yeah. The same with in the science lesson. Growing up, right, and I suppose most kids think that all skeletons look the same. Yeah. But no, every skeleton is as individual as every human being, right? You can have a million skulls, and every single skull will look different, right? Not just humans, but cats and dogs and rats, and they all have different shapes. You can lie a million fish along the beach, and every single fish is going to look different, right? Every single fish. So the same with human beings, yeah? So, and of course, once the skin's rotted, you can still differentiate a black human being's bones compared to a white human being's bones, right? But they don't tell you that in school. They just make it look like it's just a one size fits all.
Like a universal thing, which this is where it's going to mess up, because now, because we haven't been given the opportunity to articulate what melanin is, right? Now we've missed out on certain, like going back to our diets and certain things. We start to follow, like, for example, let's go to like health products. We could be there thinking, you know, Head and Shoulders is for all of us. No, it's not. It's stripping the moisture out of our hair.
Right.
It's not for us. Do you know what I mean? Like certain products and that, like they can have things got more isopropyl in it, which will dry out your skin as well. This is why when you go to certain hair shops now, when people start to make their 100% like vegan friendly like products and with no isopropyl and all that, it's okay. But what happened when the colonizers bought into their businesses, they had to put preservatives in there which would contain isopropyl, which is still not good for us. So that's how they could preserve food and preserve your hair creams and this and that. So when you go to half of these shops and you're buying certain products here, it makes your body start to like what Corey was saying about when you have certain things. It's like a fake, the plastics, isn't it? And it replaces certain functions in your body. Here's another one. I used to think Vaseline was the one, but what does that do? It actually stops you from producing your own moisture in your lips. That's why once we start using that stuff, our body starts to rely on it because it can't produce its own. You know what I mean?
Exactly, yeah. And I think there's a bit more to it than that even. It can be for temporary purposes, but Vaseline's made from crude oil. And so the idea that like it can be used, and if there are situations where it can be really useful, maybe it can be sometimes wound healing, etc. But we have to also bear in mind that it's a compound that it comes from crude oil, and often, very often, not always, but very often, crude plastics or oils don't have great benefits. And if you look at the whole industry, what's happening is that they're making oil out of things, literally like making petrol, and then after that they make engineering oil. And then they have like crude oil waste, and then they sell that crude oil waste to companies, and those companies do a few chemical reactions, and turn it into paraffin liquidum and petroleum jelly, and then that paraffin petroleum jelly goes into well, although it can be used for engine oil, I mean engine lubrication too, it goes into maybe like Vaselines, etc. But then the paraffin liquidum, that goes into soaps. And the majority of our shower gels now, majority of them, one of the primary ingredients of that is paraffin liquidum. Baby oil is paraffin liquidum. And so like, this compound is like basically it's a crude oil waste product that's being repurposed for profit. And if it can be beneficial, then great.
It's like
But in
corn.
many cases,
It's the same way corn's been over like used, but you know, because so much wastage
Not
of it. It just, you know what I'm saying? Like it's a similar thing, like with because the abundance of the crude oil and the waste, it just gets put in anything and everything basically, just to dispose of it. The same with cornstarch.
Yeah. Someone gets rich off it, and then they market it to people like me and you. We look like me and you, and we're the vendors. Yeah, because we're not thinking.
It's like that movie they killed Tyrone.
Oh yeah.
The clone Tyrone.
They cloned Tyrone. The clone.
Yeah, clone Tyrone. Yes, that was it.
That movie is deep. That movie is on levels. It's deep on levels because, like, the things it talks about and the things that happen in society now. I mean, last time we spoke, I think we spoke about. I mentioned that video about the music industry meeting, the secret meeting that changed the music industry, and how people basically were limited to making only certain types of music with certain messages in there that would suit the economic or capitalist agenda at the time. Yeah. That was the second time, at least, that we know that during like modern times it happened. It happened just before the Motown movement also, when there was a lot of political music then for freedom and so on. And then they shut that down and then only allowed people to promote Motown, like feel-good love music. And so when you think about sort of like some of the things that were happening in there, I mean, like, okay, I mean, if we spoke for a whole other show, this is a whole other show, and don't get me wrong, this is a whole other show. But if we start looking at food, for example, this is another classic example, food, what it entails, and what's within it, and the impact it has on the human body, there's kind of a reason why certain communities are getting pushed, not necessarily GMO chicken, but definitely enhanced chicken. Like in it's definitely enhanced chicken. Yeah. And there's definitely reasons why other communities, although they love chicken, I mean, everyone likes chicken, it's cool, have different diets. And I can explain some of this to you, but maybe it's not the right time. But these things have a direct impact on we'll say vitality for now. We'll say vitality. And another thing that sort of bearing in mind when we talk about these kind of food groups is that we're not even eating like, so why is it we only eat the female chicken, for example? Like, so we need to have chicken a lot. We eat the chicken. We don't eat the cockerel. We don't eat the mouth. Like, although back in the day we used to. Back in the day, apparently it was tougher. Took a bit longer to cook. Apparently, maybe 2 to 3 times as long to cook. It was like denser muscle. But I mean, there was a reason why it had denser muscle. And what are the benefits of that possibly? And so we talk about like chicken. Oh yeah, we love chicken. Well, if our ancestors were eating chicken, what kind of chicken was it? Because you can guarantee it weren't battery farmed. It weren't no GMO chicken. I mean, we do know about corn-fed chicken now and how good corn-fed chicken is for us. Do you guys familiar with corn-fed chicken?
Yeah, yellow one, the yellow chicken.
Yeah. It's yellow, yeah. But it's yellow because it's corn-fed.
Right.
Yep.
And so it's fed a natural diet. Hopefully natural corn that is. That could be GMO too, though. But it's fed corn feed, which means that when you eat in the chicken, it's got a lot more goodness already in it. Like straight away, there's already a lot more goodness in it. It's the muscle fibers from that chicken are made from more goodness. And so food-wise, gosh, we go into that in a heck of a lot of ways. Regarding sort of the hair processes, for example, when they clone Tyrone. So there's only one quick change, chemical change between soap and hair relaxer, believe it or not. So when you sort of go through the process of making soap and that, which involves like lye and fat, lye is like a chemical compound made from hydrogen peroxide. Is it? I'm having to check that. But basically, you make lye, and then from the lye you can mix it with fat. And you get like obviously the fat, but it turns into a soap with glycerin in it, and that's only one step away from making things like hair relaxer.
Well, I mean, hair relaxer is a whole nother conversation, because obviously you're going to relax out your curls, and you know your curls have got a connection with everything as well, right? So
true, yeah, but I'm just throwing into that. There are ways of making relaxer again that were natural.
Yeah.
And there are, I mean, you can't even get like so-called soil-based relaxers or natural. There are other types of things that adjust your hair and appearance of hair for whatever reason, and it's not toxic. And so,
yeah, but relax it. Hear the term relax. Relax what? The curls, right? Why? I mean, there's levels.
On top of that as well.
Curls, right? I mean, we don't need to go there now, but relaxing curls is another cut off from your potential with regards to connection to all things, right? You got natural curls and they stand up, right, for a reason. But anyway, sorry.
So we'll leave the turn tire open for now. But I thought, there are things happening in that thingy. And oh gosh, and we go a bit further, but we'll leave it there for now. But and then because basically every aspect of that movie you can map out to an industry. Literally, you can map out to an industry, and you can show what's been happening in that industry and what they're showing in that movie, and it being pretty accurate. Pretty accurate.
Definitely.
So, where are we? So, boom. Okay, so to segue from hair, I guess, and to the third Tyrone, the human ear. So again, this is another incredible area that we learn about the ear in school. Also, we learn about the ear in biology. I mean, I learned about the cochlea and the sort of the fine hairs that are on the ear too, and some of the structures, the ear itself, and the fluid in the ear, and the little bone that's like kind of like floating in the ear itself, kind of thing. And we learn all about all that, but then we don't realize we're not told about the connections to melanocytes. And it's kind of like, well, why? I mean, like again, like so that's I mean. There are some real questions to be asked here. Some real questions to be asked. I think one of the questions I think would need to be asked is that is outward appearance a measure of inward appearance regarding melanin first of all, and why are we not considering how important the crucial role that melanocytes plays in all these areas of the body? When we know it plays a huge part, we should be like. I mean, I don't think, like I said, from your biology teacher, they must have knew.
Of course.
They must have knew some of the stuff that was happening, and some of the benefits of melanin. Maybe they didn't know all of it. They might not have known it was in the bones, or in the ears, or in the heart, or in the mucous membrane. You know what I mean? Or part of or neuromelanin for the brain and nervous system. And they might not have knew all of that, but obviously they knew something about it. And for me, the question is that maybe we need like a neurobiology lesson. I'm joking, but maybe neurobiology needs to be done.
Yeah, I just think we need more critical thinkers. We need more people like us doing research, writing papers, publishing, right? More people who are at that level in education to start spitting out some of these facts and in these schools, right? So that these other teachers that are spitting that rhetoric, you know, there's a nice balance in schools with other types of teachers stamping them out, right?
Dr. Richards does biochemistry in it.
Dr. Richards does biochemistry. Yeah.
Yeah, so it'd be also like
university level. But you know, what about senior school? What about primary school? I learned about the ear in primary school. That's where I learned about the ear and the eye. Right? No one told me that there was melanin in the eye. Yeah. No one told me that my hair has melanin in it. Yeah.
So we have
that probably I would not missed. Do you see what I'm saying? And the power of melanin. Maybe as a teenager, I was one of those creative teenagers. I did all sorts with my hair. If I knew that from an earlier age, then maybe I would have had a different experience, right? So it's not until I got older and I started thinking critically, and then I realized, oh my gosh, right, okay, I'm going natural, yeah. But it takes a journey for a black woman, right? I mean, and some don't even wake up. Some are still scared to embrace their natural beauties, right? Especially the hair. The hair is a huge conversation. Yeah, but I mean, don't mean to go back there, but that's heavily melanin. That's melanin in its abundance, right? So
yeah.
come on now.
I think that there are so many questions you could ask there, like you said. And when you mentioned that about you learnt about the EA in primary school and the I, and because when you were saying that, because of the new research, when I'm thinking about those processes, I'm thinking about them now with the superconductive properties of melanin, how it works with the endocrine system and the nervous system and the brain, how the eyes are part of the brain, how the eye itself forms from melanin in itself. And so when I'm looking at all those processes, I'm thinking, wait a minute. At every stage, I'm pretty sure there's I'm pretty sure at every stage there's melanocytes at every stage, and it's like, well, at this point, it's kind of like, wow, we should be like, wow, this compound, like the guy said, he said like a master molecule. That's what he was like. He said he's like, and that's what the professor was talking about in the talk previously. And he said that one of his colleagues, who I think he was doing research in Russia, I think he said, it's like a master molecule. And I think it's in so many different areas.
It's in everything. Important. It's not in so many different areas. It's in everything.
I mean,
you did the light spectrum at school as well. We did the light spectrum at school, and nobody talks about melanin in the light spectrum. We talk about space at school. No one mentioned melanin in space. We study the periodic table quite intensely. No one talks about that being an element, right? We talk about black holes, nebulas,
they haven't got melatonin in there on the periodic table. Or is it? Is melanin on? It's not on there, is it?
No,
melanin is not, because it's an element. It's
yes, elemental. So therefore, because it's a compound. Yeah, sorry, my bad.
But it's still we have chemistry lessons, and it's not mentioned.
Carbon's on there. Carbon's on the periodic table, and so hydrogen, sorry,
oxygen, and nitrogen, all the compounds that we have, So all the elements
that make up melanin are on the periodic table, right? So we talk about lots of different elements that make up compounds within your chemistry lesson, When we talk about the periodic table and you see a woman like me in the class, would you not naturally feel it's important to talk about melanin at that point when we are studying the periodic table? As you say, carbon is on there and all the other elements that make up the polymers, right? So why you wouldn't talk about melanin at that stage within your... This is what I'm saying about the powers that be, right? This is what I'm saying.
It's the closest to me, and I'm just seeing something that's close to the God particle right there. That's why I don't want to talk about it. Dark matter in it.
Yeah. Sorry, your presentation.
Well, I'm not finished just yet. One sec.
Okay. Yeah. No, I think it's important to have these discussions and relate it to real life.
Finish off the last part of my what I'm gonna, and then we can when you're ready. I'll take my camera off. Boom. There you go. Okay.
The body is a living matrix, and you really want to get this because this is kind of part of the operating system of your body. And I know that as we're talking about it, you really have to strain a little bit to stay with me, but I think it'll make some sense here. The body is actually a communication system where everything is connected to everything else, and it works through light. It's called biophotons. And in this communication system, cells have connections to other cells called integrins, and electrons and light flows between cells. So it's like a supercomputer. Your body is like a supercomputer, and the skin is connected to every other part of the body. Kind of like a spider web, where everything, when you tug on one part of the spider web, it connects to everything else. And so these cells connect to the connective tissue, which the skin is part of. and it all works like semiconductors. Now, semiconductors like computer chips are made out of silicon. These are living semiconductors. Your body is made out of this complex hyper supercomputer that figures everything out.
We're done. We're done.
All right then. Yeah.
We're done. Did you get that? Did you get that? Did you?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. About the light, about the connection and the light, and wow.
Yeah. And about how it's a semiconductor and how it basically, it's like is he called like a living matrix? I think he called it. Like a
Yes.
circuit. And I think like from this talk here, it seems like we may need to restructure biology lessons. I'm joking, but
No.
we may need to restructure like biology class may need to be restructured.
Yeah.
Yeah. Maybe we should restructure it. We should write it, right? I have those skills and abilities. I know how to write courses. We write a biology course that shapes the narrative, reshapes the narrative, and has a focus on melanin, right? I'm sure people would want their children to have that kind of insight, right? Or themselves, family learning, like formal course.
And even to understand its properties as well, the properties of melanin, because obviously with all the elements and you can actually access them the same way they've got the synthetic melanin. So basically you have to construct it yourself in the same way, the same amount of carbon and this and that. And then you test it so you can learn what's inside your body, what chemical reactions from foods and things like that, drinks and any other substances that we react and accelerate the enzymes and all that in our body. What do we have at this time? This is why there's seasonal foods as well that we have at certain times based on where we live. So like, there's certain things that's only available and these things react with our melanin. So the only reason why some of us, even though we're melanated, some of us still get sick because we've got a bad diet. Because we don't know how to work with our own body because we've been given a narrative here which doesn't pertain to us in school.
That's right. Well, starters, we need vitamin D. A lot of brown people in England don't realize that they're vitamin D deficient. Do you know that?
And you get back problems, causes back problems as well.
So, yeah, I think deficiency in things is a key problem, and I think also knowing about food is a key problem too. And if it seems like now, but correct me if I'm wrong, but it seems like the course is kind of structured around. I'm not sure if it's intentional. We're structured around avoiding certain parts, and it seems like there's no. I don't think it's mathematically possible to talk about the ear, the bones. You know what I mean? The ear, the bones, the heart tissue, the endocrine system, nervous system, and the brain.
The reproductive system.
Yeah, well, we didn't even get into the gonads. But I'm sure that melanin is essential for gonads too. We didn't get into the gonads. I got the slide, but I thought that's just a bit too much for right now because we get into that. I mean, it just gets a bit crazy. We got into the adrenal gland. We got into the adrenal gland as well, which of course is essential for monitoring and maintaining emotional homeostasis or hormonal homeostasis.
Yeah.
And so, in all these areas, I need to think. I'm not sure. What my concern is that by not telling people this, and this is like, I'm going sort of like from a holistic perspective. By not telling people this, it doesn't give them the potential. Doesn't empower them with potential to be at their most healthiest and balanced. I'm talking about all human beings here. Even, of course, we know people that are heavily melanated. I'm talking about all human beings. Need to know. Okay, well, do we all have melanin? Yeah. Okay, some varying degrees, but do we all need melanin? Hell yeah. And so at the moment, like, if you look at the way it's structured, it's as if, we don't really need melanin. It's only if you're out in the sun. Fetal development, you know what I mean? The dark streak from the eyes, the brain, nervous system. Actually, it ain't even about being in the summer. It's not about whether you live in the tropics anymore. It's not about whether you live in Africa or live in, like, I don't know, another really hot place in the world. The truth is that just like it is for all the other animals on the planet, And it is.
Mhm.
I mean, look at all the animals. A lot of animals have melanin. In fact, most of them have melanin.
Yep.
Most animals have melanin, and so we should probably look at, okay, so what's the purpose of it? How important is it? Very important, it seems now. But I mean, and if we have a holistic biological talk, it should be definitely incorporated. If melanin's found within heart tissue, I'm talking about how the heart works. How can we not be talking? How can we not be factoring that in?
Yeah.
As if it's,
I think you're missing the point there, Corey. It doesn't need to be explicitly told by the people that are currently in power, running the world. They don't need to know. If they, the people that do know are the ones that need to know, right? It doesn't need to get filtered into secondary and primary and whatnot school. If it does, then there's going to be a power shift. And what's going to happen is they're afraid of supremacy amongst other people, right?
Mm-hmm.
This is my hypothesis, yeah? But it seems to make absolute sense, right? They've done just enough, right? They've just disclosed just enough so that it's not totally hidden away. Hence why me and you can get hold of information now, right? Just enough. The critical thinkers can look further and find out for themselves, right? But we're not going to put it in our curriculum, because if we put it in our curriculum, every single child has to go to school in the UK by law, and we cannot risk the whole of those lot knowing the truth about their melanin.
Yeah,
right?
Where we've messed up, messed up, our knowledge of knowing what to understand our bodily system and its functions, the ignorance or the lack of knowledge is like with someone putting diesel into a petrol engine. Do you know what I mean? It don't work out, right? So this is why, because the fact that we have not been, if we found that melanin is in everything and in all those bodily functions, and have not even put it out there, makes it a big problem, because that's as bad as trying to tell someone or not realizing that you're allergic to peanuts. You start feeding yourself with stuff, it's going to kill you in it, like in the long run. And this is how bad it is. So having that knowledge is more, it's available. And this is where we need to fix up with that, because it's not like the information's withheld, it's just harder to find. Now we've got all digital technology now. It's like, back in the day, we'd have to walk to a damn library. And even if we got to that library or a university, you'd have to be privileged to go to those back rooms where those books are, to certain archives and that. You'd have to, you need to be privileged, you need to be educated, you need to have a certain degree of education to even go there, and again, privilege. But now, obviously, because we've got Google, it's helped us out. It's just down to the point now, are we willing to type in use search engines? Sometimes on search engines, you can type in a word, but just because you got the first, like on the first page 1 or 2 on Google, now you need to start going to page 7, 8, 9, 10. And find out, look, that's all that stuff gets put on the back burner, on the back shelves, but that's the most vital information.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, to be honest, I was thinking, I think, and you know the sad thing about it for me is that part of my research, because I've seen comments that I know that if I put out now would upset people. And sometimes I remember that I think it'd be offensive to them, and I think that it's offensive, not for me, but it's not offensive. It's I think it's the way it's been explained, because people aren't being informed of the holistic aspects of the human body. This goes beyond, like, when we talk. I don't think you can talk about biology really without talking about melanin any more than you can talk about biology about talking about carbon. But somehow we do talk about the biology of people without mentioning that the carbon aspects of it. And where carbon plays a part, and the other minerals too, and elements. And I think that how would we do? Well, obviously we know, we can say why we believe it's happened, but the fact that we've got a whole subject field where someone can be have a doctorate in biology and not know the process, the importance of melanin within the bones, within the heart, within the nervous system. And this is, again, when he spoke about hemoglobin, and he mentioned chlorophyll, he mentioned that the only difference is that hemoglobin has iron in its core nucleus, and chlorophyll has magnesium. Again, like why do we not know that, and why do we not know that how that connects to how melanocytes work in the body?
Yeah.
We're told this situation where it's like, oh, people of color have got a lot more protection, and it's like, actually, we don't really. I mean, at this point now, it's far beyond protection, really. It's not like it's not a protection, really. I mean, it's a
connection. It's
well,
connection.
it's exactly.
Connection.
It's connection. Bars.
There you go. Exactly, not for real, because we are receptors, we are conductors. So how can you we're not repellents, do you know what I mean? We are conductors. That's what the carbon is. This is when you go to ionization, all that. That's why the copper was used. And then I think Asher also mentioned earlier about the cathedral, the word cathedral, the cathode. You know, energy can
probably that could be a whole show. That could be, because we can go through the architecture of cathedrals and stuff, and then we can look at how they used to harness energy. When you're ready to do that, we can go into that, because
you definitely do that.
I mean, there's levels and things happening, and then if you look at the tradition of sort of certain churches and cathedrals, and the amount of energy that's expressed by humans in there, like the dancing and the movement, and everything else, and those kind of things, possibly, and the singing and that frequency of singing, most of that can be harvested. Most of that energy can be harvested, and so that we talk about that if you want to afterwards, or another time possibly. Definitely, I think that would be really good. So where are we now? So yeah, melanin and carbon at the root of biology, and it seems like I don't want to say it's I don't know what to call it. I don't want to say it's a conspiracy. Maybe it's an oversight. But like I said, if you can become a doctorate in biology, and you aren't aware that actually melanin plays a role in these crucial parts. I mean, and so this is another question. So if we know it plays a crucial role in some other parts, how many, like, we know you can get synthetic melanin for certain kinds. What about medication? So you know the big pharma's running. So what about if somebody could be like, okay, well, there's something, we've got a certain illness for now, for example, in whatever area, I'm not sure. Okay, and we're like, okay, well, no worries. What about if we just supplement with melanin? Would that help, Spider-Man? Would that help? If somebody's got a situation going on that we know melanin usually helps regulate or manage, like for example, we could say the adrenal gland, for example. Would that person supplementing their diet with additional melanin? I'm not sure what form right now, but additional melanin, could that help them medically?
You could.
I mean, if we know like it works with neurological development too, and neurogenesis even, for example, could be like, I mean, I'm going to put it out there because it's the truth.
Yeah,
I'm going to put it out there. I would be, someone said to me, like, something in my family, actually, something, whatever the complexion was, like, something, actually, I'm not feeling very well. I might be getting a bit ill. And I could be testing something, your blood, or whatever your body has, and this is dangerous waters, has produced X amount of melanin for whatever reason, and it's my family, and we're already offer like blood transfusions or a kidney. I'm not sure I'd give a kidney, but now I can reproduce blood really easily, and that could help save them. Then is that something we could consider? I mean, like, I'm joking, but like, why are we not? We know that. Well, we know that blood transfusion-based cellular regeneration is a crucial thing in regards to like the whole sort of anti-aging process. And so, and if we know that certain things can be benefited by, or are supposed to be managed by melanin, for example, why is the science not saying, for example, in whatever case, and this is going beyond, obviously, for me, this is beyond race, personally, this is about the internal core functions. But if somebody, for whatever reason, has that function going well, and then they can donate some of that melanin, for example, maybe that's scary waters. Maybe that's scary waters. I mean, how do you guys feel about that? But for me, I'm thinking, if there's somebody in my family that needed, I don't know, a bit of bone marrow. People already do this. People already donate bone marrow. People already donate blood. People already donate a kidney. I'm not sure about a kidney, so far, but like regarding like marrow and blood, for example, why are we not being why are we not being told that? I mean, like, why not being discussed that something, and like, and how much cheap, not say cheaper, but we know, for example, with blood and marrow, we can reproduce, we can replace blood quite well. Yeah, we know that the human body can replace blood very well. And so if there's a situation where someone's got a situation with, I don't know, with blood for whatever reason, then, and we know that it could be, I don't know, maybe it's a heart-based thing, cardiovascular-based thing, or, you know, maybe a hemoglobin-based thing. Like, actually, something, you need somebody that's got good melanin levels in the good blood-based melanin, or good melanin-based bones, or so on. Is this even? I feel like, is this ethical for me to be talking about? I'm not sure, but what I'm thinking about.
I think it's already being done.
With the elite
it?
and stuff, like with the elite and stuff, of course, with the elite, they can get procedures done from all sorts of places and get all sorts of donors. We know that. But I mean, for general pharmaceuticals, if there's a situation where, like I said, somebody's got a thyroid-based gland issue or an adrenal gland-based issue, for example, and like, I know something, we give that person some melanin of this kind, whatever, specific kind, that's going to help that adrenal gland manage that process much better. We know that.
I
We
think
test the person, but the person's, I don't know, a bit low on melanin in that area for whatever reason. Let's give them some melanin. That will help them.
I think it's being done. Yeah, it's not like you say, it's muddy waters, but trust me, like, a lot of research has been carried out. Like, there is a lot of research within pharmaceuticals, and trust me, they're already doing that somehow, some way. It's just not common knowledge, and it's done in a language that we wouldn't understand. You know, they've just, you know, those long
those words and stuff.
The melatonin, blah blah blah. That's this in there, but Asar's just joined us in the studio. I don't know.
Hey,
greetings, bro. I saw you arrive. Good evening. You enjoying tonight's chat? Can you hear us?
Sorry, can you guys hear me? Yeah.
Can hear you now.
Yes. Big up everyone. Yeah, man. Dope shows as always, man. Hope everyone's good in that.
Good. What you got to share with us this evening, bro?
Wait, I'm just blowing up with you, like, you know what I mean? You got to jump back to back, man. You got come like the Avengers right now, you know what I mean? Just smashing them up.
The assembles.
Man. You know what I'm saying? But
Melanin assemble.
Man. What's interesting about this particular show that you guys are doing this evening is when I started to get around one of the elders, that became, like, I kind of made him my mentor. You know what I mean? He put me on the pathway where I ended up learning about more, all this other stuff, and, you know, the whole rabbit hole, free man in the land, etymology, all of that by him. One of the first things he told me to go and study was melanin. Blew my mind. Because what it done was it brought me to a place of simplicity, and that's why I like to go. I can unpack, I can ramble, I can elaborate, you see in the chat. You know what I mean? I'm a Sagittarian, so everything with me is, I find it comical. You know what I mean? I'm a fire sign, so there's passion behind it. You know what I'm trying to say, but on a core level, you know what I mean? I have a connection where, you know, there's a seriousness on that level. So when I started studying melanin, I realized it was in everything. Not only did it give me like a like a god complex, but it also humbled me at the same time. I was like, oh, I realized what this thing is. They're actually trying to level them. They're trying to find a way to level themselves up and be on a level playing field with us. You know what I mean? But the only way that they can get the best out of the way the situation is laid out for them. When I'm talking them, I'm talking 12 people in particular. And that's not a jab at them, because I've gone past the point of, you know, everything that they did to us, like drumming slavery into my head from a child. They wanted me to hate them. That's the biggest power trick that they have. There's the other side where, you know, they want us to love them because they can manipulate us. you know, from the love. That's power all in the same. But you need, if they can get us to hate them, they've got us off balance. They're much bigger than having to hate them. You created them. That's what they want us to figure out. So when he said what he said to you about Melanin and the 2 pence, in my opinion, that's Masonic talk.
Oh, levels. Oh, why did I get a twinge go up against my spine then? Yeah. You know, it's mad you say that, right? Because I went to a Catholic school. Yeah. So all my teachers were Catholic. So when you say Masonic, Freemason,
and the
like
Masons and the Catholic,
heaven,
you know, the
right?
Catholic order, they're maintaining. So Corey brought up Jupiter ascending, right? There's a European by the name of Rick Smith. I think I showed you one of these books that time, and I showcased like my Kindle library. And he done a book called Moors, Masons, and Aliens. He did a lecture talking about that book about, I don't know, maybe 3 or 4 years before the movie Jupiter Ascending came out. Everything he said in that lecture, you see in the movie Jupiter Ascending. The only difference is in his lecture, he's saying all those gods that are on these other planets are actually our ancestors that are immortal.
Yeah, that I like that. I like that because you know something. That's a really important narrative that's happened sort of in. And maybe we're sure on this, but pretty much most, if not all, of the sort of
We
ancients.
use melanin to do hyperdimensional communication.
Well, I mean, there are levels, man. There are levels, and I think we've you know the sort of whether it be gods of Egypt. In some cases, obviously, the metanetters are forces of nature, but there are like specific characters that actually were real people. The gods of Greece, for example, and gods of many civilizations. A lot of them are real human beings.
Did you ever watch the Disney depictions of Hercules and that?
Well, do you know about the real Hercules? Because there's some stories.
But did you remember? Did you ever watch the cartoons though?
Go on, I remember the TV show.
Right at the beginning of the cartoon, you see, they got a musical, right? It's always some soul music, but you see the Empress is singing on the vases, right? That's the real depiction of a Greek. Greeks don't look like them; they look like Africans. So when you said earlier, Empress roots, that you know, they don't want us to know about the root of Africa. What in the Catholic and the Vatican and these people that have gone and done excavation around the world to find out how everyone links back to the oldest people in the world, or quote unquote the gods, right? Africa is America, where Africa is today, Australia and Asia. That's really how big Africa actually is. But they're not going to sell that perception to us. Why? Because then it lets us know that everywhere is ours. You get it? Yeah. But this concept of melanin brings us closer to that, because when we start to look at what we're physically actually made from,
right?
Okay, then.
Yeah, our build up, our mark is ridiculous. Just knowing that.
That's why it's important to have discussions from that natural perspective. Like Corey was saying, this isn't about race. This isn't about color. This ain't even about being black. This is about what are we made of? Do you know what I mean? Yeah. What is this? What is it? Why is that white? Why is that black? Like, why are we not having these conversations? Like, we wake up and look in the mirror every day, and why have we not got?
Oh my! Listen, sorry, Empress. I'm literally gonna say what you just said at the same time as you said it. Right? That's the power of what we're calling this melanin. It's everything that's around us that we're connected to. So as Shante said earlier, and I think you said it. You know what I mean? It's our hyperdimensional connection.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? The lack of it allows you to not do it. If you've got more of something, you can do more of something, innit?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? They lack it. So now that this is what scares them about the concept of racism. I'm listening to all these different podcasts and people from different quote unquote ethnicities, and they're all coming along to come to the same concept. But it must be because it's in the ethos. You know, Mother Nature will slap you up and you're moving wrong. So we've been moving wrong as a people, no matter what background you come from, because we're all supposed to be moving in accord with nature. Yeah. Now the squabbling and the bickering that we got going on is a distraction. My only gripe with people that don't quote unquote look like us is that they're not moving with the order. You get me? With the just respect the hierarchy. You get what I'm trying to say? We are the hierarchy, and then there's one that's going to be higher than us. Man, have to respect the one order. You understand? When they're outside of that, I ain't got no respect for them. That's what they thrive off of. But you don't need to thrive. You need to fall in line, and then when we're all on accord, things are gonna work. Right now, because we're not ruling the board is in disaster. Because we don't operate like that. We're not having the time for that. You get me? But you understand?
Yeah.
It's that power struggle thing, though, isn't it? When you say words like hierarchy, it has this connotation attached to it. This power,
but
structure.
The womb is the hierarchy, isn't it? Even me being me as I am, I didn't get my melanin from my dad. I got it from my mum. But the joke is, my mum's like a bit darker than Corey. My dad is dark like a color purple.
Okay.
His mum is light skin like her. My mum's like complexion like that, but his dad was dark. You get what I'm saying? But then all my grandma on my dad's side, whose siblings, a lot of them vary. Some of them are light skin, some of them are dark skin. You know, back then the family have all 12 siblings and everything.
Yeah.
You get what I'm saying? So the complexion varies. But the point I'm making is, like, everything comes back from the womb, the power of the womb, and that's what you see in the movie Lucy. She was only able to transform and upgrade herself, hybridize herself up into carbon.
Yeah.
Is that how?
She had to get the synthetic elements from the womb.
I've never seen Lucy movie. I've never seen it.
You gotta watch it, bro, because there's so much connotation.
Right now, you know. I'm gonna get the trailer.
Like Empress Root said, it always gonna go back to Kemet, because Kemet is the oldest thing that they're gonna think. But they never stopped at Kemet, because what they found in Kemet, they also found in the ancient pyramids that are in the Americas, and the ancient pyramids that are in Asia, in the East, near Naples, is it Naples, where they think they found Shambhala and all of that.
Yeah. I think, you know, when you talk about hierarchy, like even that, like natural order kind of resonates a little bit closer to what you're saying, because this notion of hierarchy is like, I don't know, man, it's just got this power connotation.
All right, saying that, right, regardless of what we want to say, oh, what's in the dark will be revealed in the light. You have to remember that the light's created by the dark, you know.
Facts. Without no dark, there is no light, and without no light, there is no dark. I get it.
Well, no, not necessarily, because the dark is everything. It's light and it's dark. Because remember, there's a spectrum within darkness that you can actually see light in. They call it ultraviolet.
Right.
That's what they're scared of.
And they see the black hole.
That darkness can burn, but it's not bright.
Yeah, like a black hole. Facts. Yeah.
That's the
I mean, even in the biblical structures, they talk about the black sun.
Yeah, because it can absorb, right? So what does that say about us to them? We're literally the thing that made them, that can absorb them. They can't absorb us. They water us down, so they literally kill life. We absorb it and make it more of what it is.
But that's the power that they're afraid of.
They was afraid of. Now they're trying to get involved in it. But what they've done is they created such a superior complex. Like, look, you see that pouch that she's got there? Right.
Lucy.
But you see the color of it, blue.
Oh, are you my screen's on, is it?
Yeah, I just put it on.
It's fun, but
okay, yeah, let's watch it. Let's watch it. I didn't know.
Gotta watch this.
No, play the hospital clip. Go on YouTube, and type in Lucy hospital scene.
Hospital scene.
Yeah.
Is that where all the melanin comes back together and?
No, that's the ending of the movie. But that bit blew my mind when I first watched it. I was like,
I've never seen it. So you have to let me know.
The top video.
This top one here.
Yeah, and go to 5 minutes 05. 5 minutes 5 seconds.
Well, this is already on. It's only 5 minutes 6. Towards the end of this is that.
Yeah, I mean, you could watch this piece as well. But definitely watch this film.
5 minutes 05. Okay.
And listen to this video. I'm gonna mute my mic.
To answer that, I need to know what it is. May I?
Go ahead. CPH4. Tell me about it.
Pregnant women manufacture CBH4 in the 6th week of pregnancy in tiny quantities. For a baby, it packs the power of an atomic bomb. It's what gives the fetus the necessary energy to form all the bones in its body. I'd heard that they tried to make a synthetic version of it. Didn't realize that they'd succeeded. If it really is CBH4, in this quantity, I'm amazed you're still alive.
Not for long.
Okay, so the CBH4 is that the type of melanin? Is it?
That's what they're calling they made a synthetic drug from it. So you talked about synthetic melanin earlier, right? Do you not see what they're showing you? It's melanin.
Just like what we
And if you look at the veins in your hand, look at the veins in your hand and your arm, is quote unquote blue. Right? Another color for blue is purple. Remember the movie Color Purple?
Right.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
And another word for purple and blue is Indian. Indigo.
Indigo.
All right. It tells you that in the Oxford Dictionary. That's what I'm saying, the power of words and how it connects us back to who we actually are. So there's a clip you can see, it's still on YouTube, but they took a lot of them down, right? When I first came across Dr. Sadie.
Well, how do you connect it with the Colour Purple movie?
Pardon me?
You see, you mentioned the Colour Purple, the movie. Is that the one like that had Oprah in the original one? Is that the one I'm talking about?
Yeah. But my connection to the movie, you said, Nathan?
Oh, with Whoopi Goldberg in it.
Yeah, Whoopi Goldberg. That's it.
Whoopi Goldberg, Mike. Was Whoopi Goldberg or Oprah?
Yeah. I think Oprah might be in it.
Both of them, but Oprah was but you know the book's a lot more powerful than the movie, to be fair. But the link between the color purple and the color, the pigment,
the pigment,
But it's what I'm saying. So you see, we was talking about Catholic earlier, and then you just played the movie Lucy. The Catholics are always going to go back to Africa, which is the foundation of what they even use as the structure of what is their Catholicism or whatever, all of that, right? That's what it's originating back to, a people, a bloodline, right? An original people or aboriginal. You know, people argue about this word aboriginal, but ab means from, original, original means origin, right? From the original people. Cool. Purple and Indian, the American Indian, right? Color purple, but Indian means indigo, purple. Indigo was purple. So they're putting it in our face because they know we don't know us, but they're students. They've been students for hundreds of years of us. So they know about us more than we do because we're forever creating new.
Yeah.
And when we do so much stuff effortlessly, we throw it away and they take our trash and build their world with it. It's like Empress said about Alexa. We're tapped in. Sorry, Nathan.
No, sorry. Speaking of indigo, have you heard of indigo children, like the light children, star children?
That's what Chris Brown was on, because he figured out he comes from the indigo tribe in the Americas. Aboriginal indigo tribe.
Chris Brown part.
Yeah, he's
from the indigo children. Yeah,
the monkey tribe are quote unquote the ancient American Africans.
The what tribe? Sorry.
A monkey.
Oh, Pamunkey. Okay, Pamunkey. Okay, yeah.
And Abraham Lincoln was a Melungeon. That's another.
Melungeon. To be honest, if you get into studying
these tribes, Arawaks and Tainos and all of that come from.
Right.
And are linked to the same West Africans in Africa as well. We're ancient in this thing. We're rampant.
Yeah. Or I mean, they are what do you call it? ADOS, people who are not connecting themselves back to the African tribes over there, right? So they're saying they're indigenous of the Americas, right? And that they don't have any African ancestry.
Wrong, but they are still.
I mean,
of course.
I do. Let me just throw that out there because I think it's from my own genealogy. There are some connections with Africa, but not the way that I thought there would be. And I think that if we look at like, for example, the oldest gene that we have is a guy called Perry. Do you know that? The oldest male Y chromosome is Perry.
Heard that.
So 1 second.
That's interesting because I always talk about Lucy and the female, don't they? But they've not talked about the first male humanoid. That's very interesting. Wow.
So the okay, oh gosh.
Perry.
Yeah, and so Perry soil science today, and this is 340,000 years. In fact, I could show you more, but so this is the oldest male
Oh
primate.
yeah. I have. I've seen more people. Yeah, okay.
And so this is the really interesting part about this is that so is that on the screen? Oh, it's on the screen. So okay, so what's really interesting about that is that again we're currently given a narrative of our history from people who would not all people would say things like, if I drain that melanin out of your skin, it's worth it's going to be the amount to a two pence piece. And we can go to a school and we can learn biology. We can go to university, college and university and learn biology and not know that melanin is essential for fetal growth, bone growth, heart tissue, neurological, endocrine, brain functionality, and all these other areas. And it's not just a wrapper. And so I've got the evidence in the genealogy record. And so the records show, and yeah, if the records as they grow, I'll update it. I don't mind that at all. As the records grow, I will definitely update it. But at the moment, the records that I've got put my family in the Americas long time ago. I'm connected to like tribes that there a long time ago. Perry was, like I said, 340,000 years. He's the oldest male Y chromosome. And as soon if we acknowledge that there were already people of color in the Americas before the slave trade situation that they push out. There have been slavery, so for example, but before say 1492, and those people of color trace themselves back a ridiculous amount of time. Then we have to really ask, okay, well, when they talk about yes, people were more pigmented previously, but genes do not have a geotag the way we think they may do. So the gene won't say, oh, it came from this part of Spain, that part of Africa, this part of Asia, or that part of Australia. That's not really how the gene
us in phenotype arguments.
Exactly, they do, yeah. And so what if there was people of color everywhere? So something like this is the father of all men, 340,000 years. I've got another article as well, which could probably I don't want to cause controversy around the whole sort of anthropology in the African continent situation. And if I bring this article up, it will cause some controversy, unfortunately. And I don't want to disconnect from indigenous peoples all over the world. This is an article I won't go into this article that talks about because
But is controversy not critical confidence, right? Like I ain't got an issue with if we're questioning things, right? That's what the brain is. This word controversy like stunts people's growth because it makes people scared. Like we're supposed to be fearless. Like if you've got a question, you're supposed to be able to ask it, regardless of whether it sounds stupid or it may offend people. Because guess what? People will put you right. People should be able to put you in your place. So.
Okay, well, but there's something I could show. A couple of things. So one is this like article about
Exactly, Ashanti. This is my point. This is why we've got to do our own research and have our own schools. This is what I'm saying.
And so if we say if the argument, because at the moment we're saying the argument is that there's only people and things. So I think that what can happen is that it's on my screen. Is that if they say that people were only in one small place in the world, for example, let's say it was, I don't know, if humans all came out of that country, but then when they moved to Sussex and Scotland and Ireland, then there were white people, so to speak, we'll say. And then it's like, okay, well, guess what? Those parts of the country now, they belong to a different type of human, technically, because we're thinking about it in racialized terms. And so the people of color are only really indigenous to this tiny little place here. And I think that if we're going to honor our ancestors, and we're like, okay, well, how did it really work? At the moment, from my own research, what it seems like is that, yes, previously people were a lot more pigmented generally, not the whole people, because of course there were still people that had fair skin as well back in the day, but the number and ratio was dramatically different than it is today. Dramatically different. But if we're going to honor our ancestors and we realize that race is not real, and regardless of the person's appearance, they're still my ancestor. And it's because everybody, I think for everybody, of course, then we can be like, okay, well, in that part of the world, did the records show we were there? And for me personally, they showed we was there. And actually, when I looked further, it turns out. In fact, let me just show you Bonaparte quickly.
Because what you're saying resides nicely with what nature shows us anyway. Because if the first human beings on the planet came from Ethiopia, which was right there by the equator, which suggests that these people must have been darkly pigmented and heavily carbonized, then that means this must have once been an all black planet, right?
Are you familiar with that? Before the Atlantic Ocean was the Atlantic Ocean, at one time it was also, or sorry, on certain maps at one time it was known as the Ethiopian Ocean.
Whoa, no, I didn't know that.
Yeah, you can find certain maps where the actual Atlantic Ocean is called the Ethiopian Ocean.
Levels.
But Ethiopia, according to what I learned from Noble Ali, and I've got to do the research again because I did find it somewhere, it means demarcation line. Because we know Ethiopia is not actually the name of the land, but it means demarcation line. That demarcation was literally the separation between America and Africa. So what I've been trying to do when I get in discussions with people is say to them, well, sometimes I have to capture their ego. So what I do is I say, well, Jamaica and the Caribbean are African islands. And they go, oh, okay. Yeah, well, yeah. And I'm saying exactly, American islands. And then they go, huh? Well, I mean, it's in what we call the Americas, but America broke away from Africa. That's how big your land is. You're talking about your Africans and stuff like that, right? Okay, then. Yes, so America is West Africa.
Wow.
That's how they want us to look at ourselves divided. They don't want, and then remember, Asia and Africa is connected by Saudi Arabia. You can look on the map. They're not separated landmass. So how much of that belongs to those people over there that want to portray, yeah, we're some mighty Asians? Who are you? Because if it's connected to Africa, then that means Asians are technically Africans. But if Africans are the oldest people, then that means you guys that are claiming to be Asian are claiming to be African, but you're not the oldest Africans. You get what I'm saying? You're not the oldest Asians then, are you?
Right.
You get what I'm trying to say? Like,
of course, there's a timeline of that migration, isn't there? And I think I've even got a picture of that somewhere. I'll try and find it, but you can see the human migration, but not according to the ancient maps. So the maps that you're talking about, that just needs reformatting. Like, we need to create these things.
But I would even go as far as to say that past a certain timeline, you're not going to get access to those maps, not because they don't exist, because some people don't want certain people to see what's on those maps.
Right.
You know what I mean? Like someone was saying, yeah, you know how we think of hot air balloons?
Yeah.
Like by nature, we just got common sense. You get what I'm trying to say? Like you said earlier, you know what I mean? We would have had hot air balloons from time ago.
Yeah.
Because I used to think, how the hell did they map out the planet? You must have had advanced ways of calculating. And the best way to do that is go up and look down.
That's the only way.
And higher balloons, sorry to interject, aren't even not that advanced, to be totally honest. If you've got a tent, you've got one.
We didn't necessarily have hot air balloons. We had what was called blips.
Blimps.
Right.
Yeah.
Blimps.
No, but even just climbing the highest mountains would do the job, right? And spending time up there on the mountains and mapping out landmass from there, right? We don't know, like, we've got some of the highest mountains in Africa, Kilimanjaro, and them mountains there on a clear day. You can see the whole of the masses. So it don't necessarily need to be in the air. You can just be up high on a mountain.
Although I think our ancestors definitely did it. I think they definitely had technology to do that. Like I said,
if you was just about to say, like, I feel like we had sonar technology. So we had what we now know as computers, but the computers might not have been in the way that we look at them now. Probably more holographic, even more advanced, where it can tell us how things look.
Would they tell us? That's the question. I think going back to the
because they've excavated our stuff. That's our inheritance that they've gone in and, you know what I mean, tried to proxy wars and stuff like that to divert everyone's attention, make it everyone think it's about oil. What do you mean oil? We've got electricity. What do we need oil?
Right.
But these are backwards people, so of course they're gonna make us stay stuck on oil. They're not about moving the whole universal culture forward. They're about moving the universal culture forward, because if one person's hungry, you better believe someone's getting robbed. But if everyone's belly's full, what have you got to complain about?
That's
That's
it.
how we live. Yeah.
That's it. There's no capitalism. You want me to share your screen, Corey?
Well, I just want to 1 sec. I think it would be useful. But give me 1 sec. I think because this is a really great talk from an amazing scientist and researcher. I just want to get the parts up where he talks about the genes. Because that way I can go straight from there. Where is it?
Yeah, while you're doing that.
Because he maps out because the gene stuff have been mapped out now, you see, and like yeah, they really have. And so I think he's got a really good depiction of it. So I think he has. Maybe it's not on this talk. Actually, I think we're coming up to a projection about something in a second. Because I think there's so much more to our story than we're being told. And I think that at the moment we're stuck in such a unusual paradigm. So one of the questions I often ask is that to people, if you look at this chronology of history, when we so-called discovered the Americas, although we didn't discover nothing, when we so-called discovered the Americas, then we all of a sudden had technology. Within so we didn't have these things for 1,000 years, and then even a couple hundred years, all of a sudden we had these serious technology.
Oh, okay. So hang on. I saw Ashar sharing his screen at the moment as well.
Oh, is it?
So,
okay, go on.
I wanna while you're getting organized, I just want to see this a bit bigger. So that was okay. So this is where they talk about Pangea, and there was another supercontinent, wasn't there? Begins with G.
Yeah, they try to call it Gaia.
Gaia.
Gaia is like another word for land. Like the word Asia apparently was the Earth is actually known as. Earth is meant to be a planetary position. It's not really what the Earth is called or the planet is called. But we would also like to use the word Africa as well in correlation to as a first people. You know what I mean? But when we really look at these things, they're really just jurisdictions, like we were saying earlier. Like one jurisdiction is known as a Mexin, but a Mexin would have been what you're looking at here added to North America as well, connected to Mexico, because it's really based on the tectonic plates.
Right.
You know what I mean? It's how we know the Earth is actually living, because it's always shifting.
It's always shifting. Yeah.
Do you get what I mean? But can you I found out when my grandma passed. On my dad's side, my grandma is Guyanese, but that part of the family go back to Trinidad. Yeah, I heard through her that we've got Congolese. I'm looking at this right now, and look where Congo is to where South
makes sense.
Do you get what I'm trying to say?
Over there on a little boat over the little river and over onto another piece of land. Come on,
I've got a book where it's talking about Guyana is really connected to Ghana. But I used to correct people when I was younger. They'd be like, "Oh, you're from Ghana?" Like, no, man, from South America, Guyana. But now I've come across books that by Moorish scholars and that, and they're saying, so what I'm trying to say is we got to get back to literally piecing back the world together, because it's our world, it's no one else's world. And the reason I say our is it involves quote unquote white people. This is another thing our people got to get past. But we need to know that we created them, our ancestors created them. Because now they're coming out and telling me that it's not natural for them to look like that. So now we're getting past ego. We're starting to get back to a place of fall in line with what's real, fall in line with the hierarchy, because you're going to get looked after. Our duty to the world is to look after you. It's like if you don't clean up your yard, you don't put out the rubbish, your bin inside your house is going to stink out the yard, then you're going to have all kind of bacteria, then the bacteria is going to cause diseases, and then common sense things, isn't it?
Natural order. Yeah.
While we're looking after the world, even though we're bickering and fighting against each other, which is natural, we're going to have to all out stuff, turn into whatever we turn into. But these people are naturally like that, so you had to put in work to make sure that they weren't thinking. It said that they were dealing with Europe so nasty, we had to go over there and clean because the way it was killing off the natural ecosystem, like the riverways and stuff like that, it was affecting Africa.
Makes sense. So
Asia.
that's when the Moors went up and showed them how to.
But forget the Moors thing for a second. Just us as a people, we're naturally a certain way. We don't have to think twice about certain things. Everyone else has to, and they ridicule us for it. I saw a clip earlier about people talking about washing our feet and our legs.
Yeah.
And they were laughing that we use washcloths, saying that's a poor people thing. I say, yeah, that's better that I'm poor then, because you lot are rich and nasty. So what now?
Real talks. Like when you read their histories levels, you know, their royal family. Who is it? Queen Victoria had a bath twice a year. Like they didn't brush their teeth.
I'm gonna share a screen for you, though, Empress Roots. Hey, I'm gonna find it. Go on, continue.
Levels. No, this is levels. What you're saying, you know, it's all written. It's just not centralized, and the narrative's not. They still managed to glorify the Victorian age. Do you know what I mean? Even though their queen was nasty and the people that were nasty. It's very interesting.
It was an honor for them to be nasty, you know. I think I found the book, you know. It's called Dirt. Yeah, there it is.
Okay.
You know about the book Dirt?
I don't know about the book Dirt, but I mean, one thing I do want to sort of say about because there's a lot of inheritance. Like, so what happens when a city is cleared out for whatever reason because of war, and then new people inhabit that city who maybe didn't build that city? Not good things can happen. And so there are enough things that actually, if you look at history, don't make sense. So, for example, in some castles, yes, they may have used some candles, but what they wouldn't have done, likely in some of these castles, because of the fixtures, fittings, and the dressing, is burn wood or coal, because it would have dusted up everything. And in many castles, they didn't even have fireplaces with chimneys in there. And what is there instead is what seems like conductive-based heating plates.
Okay.
Plates that you can basically run a bit of current through, and which heats up, and then projects out some heat. Real simple, really. Real simple, really. And some of these castles that I know, I've checked castles that have been in Britain. This is in Britain, by the way, 200 years old. Some of them are near hydro waterways, and they've got hydroelectric.
Right.
200 years old already.
They'd have a wooden wheel alongside the castle inside the moat, and this was generating. Yes.
Or a stream running from. You don't even see the stream because it's underneath. They've dug down, and like in the castle grounds, they've got like some running water source, and then bam, they built it from there. Yeah. And so we get told this idea of people that are kind of, and again, it goes back to the whole idea of descendants and how we think about our ancestors. And so this whole missing link about us coming from apes, that's what because really when they're saying that is that, oh well, we're not coming from you. This is the whole chronology. Well, if we come from you, that's okay because you come from apes.
But that's not Dave. They've not even got. That's still a thing. They haven't even got. They haven't found the missing gene yet, so that's still a hypothesis.
Oh, they know the missing. They know what's missing.
They know what's missing. In fact, you know something? There's a really cool guy. Chief Amaru, Chief Amaru from Ana, he's already like shown some really great research, which pretty much proves that the explanation for the genetic connection between us and apes is erroneous. And now people would know it's been there, but nobody's really presented it the way he's done before. He's presented it, and so it's, at the moment, the whole burden of proof thing. Now, so the proof that actually the explanation that you've given to say that we're descendants of apes, gone. It's gone.
It's gone.
It's gone pretty much. And now you have to prove, okay, well, this thing here we can prove now that actually that isn't the case. You need to come up with something fresh. Because at the moment, as it stands, humans do not have that connection. It's not even plausible, really, with this evidence. It's not even plausible to say we came from apes.
Right.
And it was another question. So where did we come from then?
But you know what you're saying there, Corey? You know what it opens up? Remember the time when you that was talking about Black Wall Street? And you started talking about they had land rights, birth rights, I mean, to the land.
Yeah.
Okay.
Just solely within the call it now one day, just solely.
Right. Okay. So Yeah, that's right. Because Latin and remember that. And remember, Latin is really what they don't want us to know. Is Latin is actually an African dialect, just like what we know about the Greeks, the true Greeks, anyway, right? Because the Greeks are Argives. You know what I mean? They have African roots.
Yeah.
But, yeah. No, what I was gonna say quickly was.
Go on. Before you get into the book,
the link with the thing regarding where did we come from, where did they come from, is it links back to ancestry. Now, I always said this to myself once I started getting into because I like to really hone in on words and how sentences are put together, and someone's trying to manipulate you through how they articulating themselves, right? If we're all humans, why do we need human rights? Who needs human rights? So then someone's obviously not human, or someone's not completely human, or someone ain't human enough. Now, who's the human and who ain't the human? We got to start, whoa a second. Who do these rights apply to? Who don't they apply to? Then it gets me thinking, who's the first people? Who's the second, the third, the fourth, the ninth, the millionth, the 100 millionth? Like, do you get what I'm saying? When you really be a bit little,
it's
petty with it, and nitpick at these things, you start to see things from
we talk about
the way that you're manipulating us.
Yeah.
They know we don't look into it from that aspect. You get my point?
Yeah. When you talk about humans, you talk about melanin. Melanin is the deep pigmented melanin.
Well, if you check in law what human means, it will tell you look at monster, and monster means one that doesn't have the right to inherit land or property.
Oh, really? Okay.
Now, if we go back to who we are anciently, I used your example of bringing up Jupiter ascending. They know we are the gods, although God has a root meaning which means to invoke, but we're still the gods. Because why? We have the melanin to invoke the ideas out of nature. So you see how it all still ties back to us, right? But not only that, we invoke a certain level of thought process to even create them. They come out of our brain.
Okay, well,
they're an idea. No, but for them to come out the womb looking like that, it had to have been an idea. They couldn't just. Where was they going to come from? That means if they was still going to come out the womb naturally, they would have came out looking like me and you. So that's why that teacher said, "Oh, if I was to extract all the melanin, be a 2p coin, but the 2 pence coin would still be worth more than your fake paper money." So what now?
That's so I'm back now. So the book Dirty. So we talked about like inheritors quickly. I'll mention quickly so you can get into the book. And so let's say, for example, they cleared out Birmingham. They cleared out Birmingham, and then they shipped some people over here. But for whatever reason, the people that shipped over here maybe didn't know all the structure of Birmingham, didn't know the plumbing, didn't know the electric grid, didn't know all that the infrastructure. They weren't familiar with the infrastructure. And then so when they came there, not all of them, but majority of them, there'd be issues. There'd be some serious issues in how to maintain the city. When you look at the so-called Middle Ages and so on, and you've got people that are essentially been said to have been throwing poop out of windows at a time when, wait a minute, hadn't we already done built ships? Hadn't we already done built castles? Hadn't we already done built all these things? And you're telling me that at that period in time, these people didn't know that you can't throw poop out of the window.
That's that lack of connection, isn't it? They're not connected. They're not wired up in that way. They don't see the consequence of doing those things, right?
They're trapped in ego.
Disconnection, like there's that power that like they really do have this supremacy. They don't have this collaborative, holistic mindset. There's like almost like a lack of spiritual connection, or almost.
There you go, Empress.
And I don't know whether that's down to melanin or carbon or calcified glands. Do you know what I mean?
I don't think either, to be honest, right? But I think the only reason why that has a key factor in it is because when we start looking at things like I went further than what, like, again, listening to Dr. Sabi, he said we're made up of carbon and copper, which was interesting because the word American, as I put up on the screen earlier, they literally described American as being Aboriginal and copper complected. Now, before Malcolm X had died, Malik El-Shabazz, right, he said that he started looking at the Aboriginals. He said everywhere around the world where there's Aboriginals, and he said Aboriginals are not just associated to Australia. We're supposed to view Aboriginals as the original people of the land everywhere, and they are always so quote unquote black, is what he said, right? Then he started talking about national.
Is that Malcolm X you're talking about? Mentioning making that comment.
Yep.
Savvy.
Right.
Dr. Savvy.
Yeah, Malcolm X, but I'm attaching it to what Dr. Savvy said. Because Malcolm X said, Malcolm X said that everywhere around the world, the original people are Aboriginals and they're black people.
Okay.
I might be misquoting it, but the point I'm making, but the point I'm connecting to you is that he mentioned that. He mentioned that, but when you look in Webster's 1828 definition of American, it says the Aboriginal copper complected people found on the continent by the European. So now you take that point and you add it to what Dr. Sadie said. He said we are not melanin, we are carbon and copper. Right. I just gave you the definition of American, and then I attached it to what Malcolm X found out.
Thinking critically, levels.
See, because it's all mathematics. Our thing is mathematics. So the point I'm now making about it's not really a lack of them having melanin, which it kind of is, because melanin is memory, which is blood, which is atoms.
Right. And that's what Booker T talks about. He says that because his perspective is that Europeans are like the lost tribe, right? So they're the tribe that left the continent and marched up north and got trapped in the Ice Age, right? Hence their deficits. Yeah, the loss of pigmentation over the millenniums, yeah. And they forgot where they came from, which he likens to a pineal, the calcified pineal gland. Yeah. So then when they set sails and came back to the continent, they forgot where they come from. They forgot their people. They forgot their connection, and was surprised that these civilizations existed, and hence them being desperate because their lands are barren, right? Their lands are not growing food the way our lands are. And so hence why they wanted to take it back up to where they came from. So this kind of, I mean, that hypothesis kind of resonates with me, because out of one comes many, and it kind of sits with what you were saying earlier, Ashar, about us creating them. Yeah. But you speak of it more on like on a spiritual level. It come out of thought. Everything comes out of thought.
Always go back to Yaku, didn't it?
Everything comes out of thought. You gotta think it first before you create it. But I think that theory, quite literally them trotting up north, you know, I can imagine us human beings are like that, right? Now I'm staying here. Now I'm not going up there. I'm going up there with him. I want to go and see what's up there, right? And then you go and you're up there and you're gone and you don't.
That's a good point. Let me point this out to you, right? So, it was brought to my attention about the movie Island of Dr. Moreau. The word Moreau is French for Moor, which means dark skin. You literally put in Google meaning of Moreau. Yeah, but I caught it because I know that in English, especially when you read the Oxford Dictionary at the beginning, it tells you about consonants and vowels and how they're used, right? And abbreviations, how to read the dictionary and so on and so forth. So vowels are interchangeable, A, E, I, O, U.
Right.
It's just the way English works is that you can use the vowels and consonants, rearrange them. They're pronounced the same, but they can be used to make a different word, so they can differentiate. It's just only when you're pronouncing it, you can only get it out of context based in the way it's used in the conversation or the sentence or paragraph or whatever you're saying or writing or reading, right? Okay. However, the Island of Dr. Moreau is essentially, in my opinion, talking about Yaku. Now, we know Yaku, another word for Yaku is Jacob.
Right.
But when you do the research on the word Jacob, you get the word James.
Okay.
King James.
And we talked.
Jacobites.
Yeah.
right? Jacob bites, but if Jacob comes from Yaku, then Yaku bites.
Right. Yes.
Okay, now look what you just said. We went up north, but there's also an understanding that we had to carry them to the cold climates because they're not even from the Caucasus Mountains. That's African mountains too. It's an African mountain range, in my opinion.
Right.
That's Asia, Africa, right? But they were brought there because we're naturally a tropical people. We need sunlight. So
Right.
why would we go to cold climates? But not only that, how would they just pop up out the mountains like that?
Yeah, but it wouldn't
This
have
is where
always been
this
cold. They would have got trapped in an ice age.
now that's the other point. So, and I've got a theory about that as well. I believe we was having highly advanced technological warfare, and we did something and it messed up the ecosystem, and it's been trying to get back to its natural order ever since. So this is where you get all these ice ages and certain things that have happened on the planet. You know what I mean? That they can't afford for us to know. You know what I mean? Star Wars for real, like Star Wars, yeah, Star Wars and Star Trek. All of that is us. Stargate Atlantis. All of that is us. We're the melanin.
So you're saying human beings are potentially the cause of the ice age, like they're saying that we're the cause of the climate change, the tropical age that's about to happen, or do you not just think it's Earth's heartbeat, just Earth just doing what Earth does?
No. We're the gods. We're the scientists, like you said, chemistry.
So we create.
Yeah, we've been trying to
this reality, right?
Exactly, and everyone else is a byproduct of it. They're hybridizations of us. So I believe if there are other hybridizations on other planets, we created them. We're gonna find out we've got family on other planets and star systems and stuff like that. Do you know what I'm trying to say? They might not look exactly
this is just like a hologramic representation of our consciousness.
All right. So what did the European ended up finding out is that you're not the flesh. We've been known that we're not the flesh. That we had spiritual systems, not physical systems, spiritual systems.
Yeah.
They just figured out that they have a spirit inside them. It's like when the cat first looks in the mirror or ape, and they just want to go and fight it because they think it's another one, but they don't realize it's them. It's because they actually think they're physical. No, you live in a physical thing. But we've been known that for eons, and that's in our blood memory. That's why our babies are intelligent by nature. But our women keep giving birth in these hospitals and letting these doctors extract their melanin through the placenta and all this other stuff. To do what with it? Probably make tablets for their people.
Right.
So when their people go to the doctor's surgery and they prescribe them something, that's all a quote-unquote African woman's placenta that they turn into pills. I mean, we've got to think like mathematically, like,
Levels, big levels. I mean, the level that you speak on there, Ashar, is almost like it's
see through stuff, man.
And we gotta be pragmatic about it, right? So it's all good saying this stuff, yeah, but we gotta prove it. We gotta do it. Then, like how?
But this is what I said when you lot was talking about Black Wall Street the other day. Our people are intelligent, so we see things happening before they happen. Meaning, like Sophia Stewart, when she made The Matrix, she saw it as a premonition. Now people be like, how can you see the future? Well, if someone sits back long enough and just observes, you'll be like, you know what? I can imagine this person's going to do that. You made a prediction. You'll be like, oh my God, dude, how did you come up with that prediction? Well, I just studied him. And he kind of backstabbed that person. Then he backstabbed that one. And you was still like, yeah, man. And then he backstabbed the third person. You said, you know what? By the fourth and the fifth, he's probably going to backstab him. You said, guess what, guys? He's going to backstab the fourth, fifth, sixth, seventh, and the eighth one. And he did it, and they looked at you like, "Oh my God, Roots, how did you know that?" And you just laughed to yourself, like, "What an idiot!" And then see him do it to the first, second, third, and fourth. Do you get what I mean? Like, there's a level of how we're supposed to be able to look at the world and be like, "I expect that." We're still being emotionally charged up by these things instead of saying, "Bro, I ain't got time to be emotionally charged." The next time we diss Roots, we're slapping everyone down. So the next time we slap everyone down now, they're surprised, like, we're like, "Well, I did tell you." Do you know what I mean? Like. You do what you want to do, but you're getting slapped up. That's what's saying. That's what the level our people are supposed to be on. That's an analogy for me saying we're supposed to start realizing that majority of this stuff that's happening is because we're disfragmented.
Yeah.
We don't come from disfragmentation. The universe is not disfragmented. it's in harmony. So how we don't understand this, and we're the direct descendants of the universe. But we're trapped in these people's ego. We look at the world through the way their lens. They're trying to upgrade themselves to us. We have everything they need, and we're looking at the world the same way they look at the world. It's fragmented because that's how they have to understand. That's what they do to understand the world. They have to look at it in pieces.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? We don't come from pieces. We come from holisticness.
Well, I think that from the narrative and the people that created the whole sort of evolution theory and from other behaviors. I mean, if you said to somebody, oh, you know, the person that worked on those theories, they were racist. Oh, it's just how it was in their time, blah, blah, blah. And so they justify it straight away. But then we don't consider, okay, well, if we know that they were biased back then, and they were creating like one of the foundational theories for the chronology of human life, and you've got a biology teacher who can't even say to you something, you've got melanin, it's a valuable thing. Now you better sit down and be the best person in this class and get an A.
That's right.
Well, I'm joking, but you could have, you know what I mean? They could have acknowledged the melanin and to be like, yeah, so you got no excuses or whatever.
Yeah.
You have to be like, well, it's worth 2 pence. Then you have to drop that.
Just belittle it. Do you know what I mean?
I mean, even if it's like, okay, well, yes, you've got melanin, but did you also know that melanin is also here? Or I mean, they could have dropped X, Y, and Z, and they could have kept on growing. Yeah. Even if the teacher was like, well, okay, fair enough, you've got it in your skin, but I've got it in my brain or in my heart or whatever, and or guess what? You could have dropped something else, but you didn't need to sort of like devalue something which we know is crucial and has value.
Right.
That point there is like you have to question. And so when the idea or the evolution theories was formed, we know there was a high racialized aspect to the individual's character, unfortunately. And so the whole chronology thing needs to be readdressed because that's not the point. Like people of color did not create that in chronology.
We didn't need it because we had authority.
Well,
obviously they had to create the color to create a paradigm of jurisdiction to have.
I mean, like evolution theory. I mean, like the whole because right now the foundation of the modern world generally rules right now. The modern world generally rules, and although not everybody likes it and interacts with it, there are even places.
Does everyone understand how they rule? That's the other thing.
No, I don't think everyone does now. But if you go to the places in Africa now, I mean, I can guarantee that their ancestors probably didn't know about evolution theory or came from apes. I can almost guarantee that if you try and find that in indigenous languages, in whether it be in the Americas, in Africa, in China, in Asia, they ain't talking about no apes. Evolution from apes.
No way.
They ain't.
No. Probably the apes, the tigers, the hyenas.
Our ancestors talk about outer space. They talk about the cosmos. They talk about Sirius A, Sirius B, and all of that. Right? Time travel.
So this idea that we came from apes was a very modern idea, really, and I think it prevents us from really honoring our ancestors. And I think it's like removing the idea of, well, just think, for me, race doesn't even matter as long as you know who the people are. And yeah, they look a certain way. What's more important is like, how did they live? How did their bodies function? And maybe it's easy for me to say this because I'm a person of color. And maybe if I wasn't a person of color, maybe if I was a white person, I might feel a bit of a way. Maybe if I was like, oh, actually, early humans were people of color. I'm not sure. I'm not how to explain. But for me, to be honest, from knowing how I am, I wouldn't even care how they looked. If they were doing certain things, if they were building and doing these things, then they were doing and building these things and have these qualities.
My question for that would be, had you not gone to their school system, would that even be your thought process? Would you even have to go through that thought process to even challenge that?
No, you shouldn't have to challenge it. This is my point. So this is it.
So it's coming from the programming that they've given us. But
we're having
to joke of it,
yeah,
we keep interjecting ourselves into their evolution system. That's how they got us. They know the power of ego. Ego is like, if you have no control over ego, although ego is neutral, but if you have no control over ego, you find that you need to you need to be in a place of where do I
So
fit in this particular conversation? Right? You get what I'm saying? But they're not talking about us, they're talking about them. But because they brought color into it, and for the most part, apes look quote unquote black until I saw a shaved ape. Changed
yeah.
my perspective. When I saw a shaved ape, I was like, oh, the ape ain't dark skin.
Yeah, the ape ain't dark skin, all his hair, all these
Right.
fur.
Only his
There
fur.
was.
Again,
Right.
the melanin is in the fur, but not in the skin, though.
Not in the skin.
We don't even have fur anyway. We don't have fur.
But they do.
They don't.
Fur's quite different structurally to hair. There's that like, I mean, that's why wool and lamb are so unique.
All right, but this is the thing, right? That's just the fur and the wool we're talking about. Let's talk about the skin of the animal.
Pink.
It's just like them, right? Now, I've had this theory for a while, I believe, yeah, because of we talk about evolution. What they're not talking about when it relates to evolution is the woman is the natural, organic, original science laboratory. Her womb, her eggs, her ovaries are literally a science laboratory. I believe it's what created most of the living organisms on the planet. She is God over most of the creations, even us men. We're the son and she's the God, the son of God, God's son. You get what I'm trying to say? So when you look at the ape now, I believe the ape was the first creation of us trying to create a slave race. And then we kept evolving it from there. So you see the ape go from the ape to man. They're talking about us turning them from ape to man.
Okay, possibly. I think it's just as likely as well, though. I'm not sure, but it's just as likely as well that humans and apes, like with giraffes and zebras, all grew separately. I'm not sure where from, but I feel like, do you know, like I don't know if we have we need to check our genes. We're gonna have we share some of the genes and gene material.
Share some of the chromosomes, right?
Yeah, and to a chicken. But no one's saying,
that, look at the stages of a fetus.
Pardon?
Look at the stages of a fetus in the womb. It goes through all the stages of what you see most animals. Seahorse.
Yeah.
Well, I think in physical appearance, but not in cellular structure, though. Like,
The brain does. The brain starts off as a reptilian brain, and then it goes.
The brain is technically the egg.
Well, this is another thing. So when we talk about sort of the monkey brain or the reptilian brain, just like when we talk about melanin, this is not actually holistic science. And so they talk about it as being a reptilian brain. The question really is that how similar is that to the consciousness and the perception to a natural reptile, or is it just called that? And so, I mean, I know there are similarities, but I think that just like with if a PhD, if a researcher, if a biological researcher can get to university and not know melanin is in the part of melanocytes, a part of the heart tissue structure. I mean, that's like for me, that's like a wow. Has it been done by design or by accident? Because in order for you to have been in there for like a decade or half a decade, and then be able to, in order for a company to be able to develop medicine and surgeries and all these things without looking at a significant part, the carbon part of the carbon-based life form that they're going to be operating on or medicating, means that there's a big curtain there, and the Wizard of Oz is behind that curtain. I'm joking. He's putting his smoke and that in his horn. I think if they can pull that kind of wool, so COVID, I could share my screen right now if you're on COVID. I'm not going to do that. So COVID, are you aware of how there's been a big turnaround regarding the testing of COVID, the safety of it, and the efficacy of COVID vaccines? When it was first being rolled out, if you said to them, this hasn't been tested to the usual standard here, are you sure it's safe? He wasn't allowed to ask if it was safe or not, because he was told, we say it's safe, pretty much, it is safe. Now we're being told there's a whole heap of lawsuits happening for COVID. It's dangerous in X, Y, and Z areas. It was never as safe as they said it was, regarding like potential damage, and it was never as effective as they said it was. Now,
Well, the critical thinkers, the people that were
did you take yours? Did you take yours?
outside of the, I'm just saying, people who were brave enough to think outside of the box during that period were already aware, right? A bit like what Ashar said earlier, right? You can use your logic and predict. Yeah, it just takes a bit of logic, man. You can see the patterns. You can feel out something ain't right. This don't look normal. This don't feel
and that's
right.
literally what I did, Empress. What you just said is what I was doing. I have people telling me, yo, Ash, you're not going to take the jab. I said, these people that have a good track record with people that look like me.
Tuskegee
I don't have to
experiment.
pick up on them. Are you taking it?
No.
Okay, you see, healer cells. Do you know about healer cells?
Healer cells.
Healer cells.
That's
Healer. Henrietta Healer. Oh my. Okay.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
The immortal cell. The immortal cell they call it. It's a cell culture that they use now to test almost the majority of medicine on, and they have them for the last 30 years. They stole it off from a woman because the cell can be replicated almost infinitely. They call it the first immortal cell. Some indigenous woman. Her name's Healer, Henrietta Healer.
Yeah. Of course I know about Henrietta Healer. My bad. Yeah. I just didn't know it as the healer cell, but Henrietta Healer, the black woman, of course. Straight. I mean, gosh, that should be taught in schools. And back to what you were saying about PhD students. How can a PhD chemist not know about melanin? But this is what I'm saying, bro, they do. But there's not a lot of people up there at that level that look like me and you. You have to understand how you get it. Like a lot of biochemists that have PhDs are European, right? Because there are social, financial, economical barriers not allowing people like me and you to get into these institutions, right?
Yeah.
This is the trick. But the PhD students who do go through, and I mean, when you're a PhD student, you have your own focus, right? You create your own knowledge.
Yeah.
Well, he might decide to just research the toll, yeah. But if he would know about melanin same way, do you know what I mean? But his focus ain't melanin. His focus is the toenail or whatever. So understand that.
And there's probably sponsorship as well, or like structures around it. Oh, if you search these topics, then there's this job or this company is going to employ you afterwards, and so on and so on. And because I think that's
this is based on
there.
This is based on the European, because I don't know if you saw when Dr. Sabi was saying, the reason that the world doesn't like him is the academic world.
Right.
Because the academic world is linked to the same pharmaceutical industry, right? But notice how they spell farm, PH. Farm, where all organic stuff grows, right? Now he's saying, I go to the earth. I don't go to the science laboratory. That's why they don't like me. Because I heal people. They treat people, I cure people. They're two different. And then not only that, he went up against the United States government, the court, and he won the cases. He won like 2 of the cases. This is what Nipsey Hussle was going into. You know what I mean? It wasn't so much to talk about Dr. Sabi. It was to talk about how he went up against the court system. Now, Dr. Sabi said he knew who Noble Drew Ali was, because before Dr. Sabi was doing what he was doing, apparently our ancestors were doing this in the 1800s. We could take mushroom and create various different textures with it, like replicate meat with it and all kind of things like that. And you know what I mean? We understood biology on that level. So this is a level that we're not looking at the world and how the world operates, but it crushes when we start to realize that we are the authority. That's the biggest link that's missing to the world. We are the authority. We just don't know how to utilize unite to know how to utilize that and put the world straight in order.
I think you're correct there. My concern is that like the way that we've been taught and the language being used and how it's structured is that I'm not like personally. I'm not sure if enough people can think their way out of the matrix. You know, that mental matrix, the mental prison. No, how Morpheus goes, a prison, Neo, a prison for your brain. You know that famous quote?
Yeah, I remember.
Do you know that quote? Yeah. Anyway, so I'm not sure if whether I'm not sure if it's possible, whether there's enough whether it's possible for enough of us to be able to think outside of those constructs, because the construct's so tight we don't even realize it. We don't even. Can we share screen a sec?
Constructs are financially driven, isn't it? So until we get past the point of actually, let me make a quick distinction on that. We're not dealing with money; we're dealing with credit. So until we reject the credit, because the credit isn't really in alignment with law, it's legal, and even the word legal has something to do with being fake. You get what I mean? But legal is only activated through people's consent and their agreement. So it still boils down to the people, but the people ain't going to replace it with anything because they think that's how it's supposed to go.
In response to what you're saying there, I personally feel we're not going to do it by choice. I feel that there's too much fear. People, the powers against. I mean, if you want to use Nipsey and Sabi as examples, right? Those people, look where they are now, right? So individuals, there's no protection. There's this. It's almost.
From my share,
I'm gonna share my screen after Corey and show you the protection.
From my
so where I was going with this, because individuals are getting persecuted because they don't want the decentralization to happen, right? So the only way that this is going to happen, I feel personally, is if our backs are up against the wall and a catastrophe happens and we have no choice but to tap in, right? Marcus Garvey said the same thing. When your back's up against the wall and you got no choice and you're going to have to unite, that's when it will be. Do you know what I mean?
My concern with that is one. Continue first, sir.
No, I was just saying that's how I don't think people are going to make a choice to unite, because there's just so much forces against us.
I think that is a very interesting point. One of my concerns is that if you was running a control system and you knew that if you put too much pressure on them, then they're gonna back up. If you corner them, if you corner too many of them, then they're gonna break and they're gonna rebel. You just wouldn't corner them all. Right. And so it's kind of like the same situation as and I think so. These people are familiar with running zoos. They're familiar with running safaris. They've been studying people for how long? We ain't even known about melanin in the bones. I'm joking. Melanin in the heart. So they're very familiar with human behavior, psychology, and even biology. And so if they know that, if it's known, for example, say that, okay, give us something, no earthlings. You want to control them. This is how much pressure we can apply. If we apply too much pressure, then this breaks here. And if you look at the current situation, I think they've been applying pressure in ways that causes more conflict. I'm not sure if it's intentional, but that's what's happening. So causes more divides, and then within those divides, they can then control and manage it. Like it's called controlled opposition in many cases, which can happen when someone has a movement, they take control of it. But also, if their fear movement's already going to happen, they'll start the movement off, and they can take control of that also. Many people would say that the BLM movement was a controlled opposition movement, and we expelled a lot of our energy into that, enough of it, and then afterwards, like right now, what has been the causality from that? What has been the benefit? I'm not sure there's been, for the amount of energy of that movement, I'm not sure that enough or even anywhere near enough was implemented. And so if they know how this works, they can just, okay, this is something, people are getting too red right now, no reason, let's just poke them and send them in this direction. Because if we had known actually something, if we put all that energy into forcing legislative change, because all those marches, all that shouting, all those gatherings, for example, was done for what? I know people want to know what people were doing it, but they were getting together and uniting. And I think they were kind of getting together and uniting, waiting for the next step. But the next step didn't really actually come.
Yeah,
you know
getting the people together to burn out their energy.
Well, I'm not sure, but that's what happened. What
Yeah,
actually
because after a
happened?
while, everyone gets tired. They're like, this ain't going nowhere, man. Sure.
Exactly.
But when the passion was there, everyone was revved up. You know what I mean? Revved out.
Exactly. And how many times has that happened in the past where people have got people we would know what's going on, but there isn't enough like emotion, soul, or whatever driving.
Well, wait till I share my screen afterwards. You get to see.
Okay, no worries. Okay, let me just play this for now. But basically, the driving force for us to do something cool. When it's driving force, it's how do we ensure that the person leading that force, directing that force, has our best interests at heart, and is also going to take steps to at least prevent what was happening before. If you look at the situation now, listen, if you look at the situation now compared to before regarding BLM and racism, it's gotten worse, you know. Did you know that it's gotten worse?
Racism's got worse, or what's got worse?
We know the whole BLM thing was about the police, wasn't it? About the police and
yeah,
Floyd,
okay,
wow.
Floyd's murder, and yeah.
Okay, so let me see if I can find it. What's UK? So I'm not sure. Maybe we can find this because nowadays, I mean, I've seen there's actually got an article about it, but I'm not going to put it right now. Is it down here? I'm going to see if I can find like a little clip about it instead. Since the BLM thing, internal police bullying is forcing black officers to feel suicidal.
Mm.
Yeah. So just to clarify, since the BLM thing, yeah, non-colored officers are now behaving in a way which results in black officers being suicidal.
Yeah, that doesn't surprise me.
Okay, but I'm here. So I'm not going to go into it, but you can see it. You can see it for yourself here. ITV News, 11 months ago. This is. So 11 months ago, racism and sex abuse left black staff suicidal after claims. And so after BLM, what happened? People of colour now are just as dismantled in most cases as it was previously. Not in all cases, but in some cases. But you know the sort of the far right nationals.
Yeah,
they're united. You know,
because they saw that we haven't got any real power. It's almost like these protests prove to them that these people don't know how to unite. These people ain't got no spine. They don't know what they're. So now
that's the point I'm making.
Right. We just embarrassed ourselves.
So now we're going to play. So we've seen this before. So look at this. So this is again 2 years ago. Again, this is after BLM technically. Yeah, police officer guilty of belonging to a banned neo-Nazi group. BBC. Yeah, I can put it. I can go. As you say, Empress. I think I could explain up because I've done a bit of research into police corruption recently. And that's, you know, I can go to a lot more. And so what seems to have happened here is that BLM galvanized people who before didn't really feel there was a need to be racist or to group together in racialized far right groups to actually think there's something. Look at all those people there chanting Black Lives Matter. What about white lives? We better just group together. And the mechanisms and the system and the structure was all waiting there for them.
Of course,
waiting there for them. They got online forums. They got encrypted chat. They got, you know, I'm not even joking. And they've got this officer here was found with not only neo-Nazi based equipment, also with inappropriate images of children. Did you get that? I
heard you loud and clear. So, I'm not. These don't surprise me. No, this is what I'm saying, Corey.
Okay. Well, that's well. It surprised me when I figured this out.
No, man, because it's been done
these
before.
Things don't surprise me. Yeah, like
it's been done before.
I expect it. You get me?
Yes, right.
Well, I mean, maybe I need to be as well now, but maybe it's my heart. I don't know. But since BLM, it's got worse. And so the question really should be is that
I don't think it. I think it's got easier. Like not so much since BLM, but in comparison to Black Panther's time,
Right.
in comparison to the time that's depicted in the Great Debaters, you know, the movie with Denzel. Like from that
Yeah.
time since now, like
I
since
mean,
Django and 12 Years a
Mark,
Slave depiction, like
I think
Gangs of
well,
New York
we
depiction. You know what I
say
mean?
that we say that, but I mean, I'm not sure the full scope of everything. So for example, we kind of think that remember the narrative they give people generally speaking is be grateful of now because it was much worse before, and that's kind of a familiar. That's like a psychological trick. That is, you better be happy right now because yesterday it was like this. You don't go back to yesterday, do you? And yesterday doesn't even need to be real. You just need to believe it's real. Not saying some of it wasn't, but all of it. And so, what happens is that by creating a historical story that somebody would want to prevent, they can then control them in the present. Now, I'm not saying I'm not. And so, like we think that people were less free before because of this whole slavery narrative. When right now we can't walk around without being tracked with like GPS, with cameras, with audio, our purchases. Do we really think that all that data isn't more control? It ain't
But if
less
we had
control.
technology that was advanced in the past, then
No, yeah, I know we did, but I
technically
mean,
would have been tracking each other, been tracked. Like it's just a normal thing. You know what I mean?
no, okay, not by oppressive states like this though necessarily. Not in like whole sort of racialized sense, for example. What I mean is that so beforehand, even in the
All
70s
right,
and
let me throw a
90s.
curveball at you for a second here, just for the sake
Throw
of
a
the topic,
curveball in.
right?
Throw a curveball in. Throw the curveball.
Because of how powerful we are as melanin beings, right? What if we were so intelligent enough, yeah? Because you know when someone's trying to upstage you,
yeah.
that's how I see Europeans, isn't it? But I overstand it. I used to be offended by it when I was younger. They could say certain things, but now I've got a certain level of information. I know that what they thrive on is actually trying to suppress your ego. Everything else, they want to manipulate you into doing something for them without them really having to think. But they know that we had that power, and it wasn't us manipulating them. We had the power of word. So what I'm going with this here, imagine we knowing that at one time we were the gods, said, you know what? These people are trying to upstage us so much, no effort. Let them do it. You know, sometimes you have to step back here because the person thinks, no, I can do it better than you, Roots, only for them to slip and fall and mash up themselves on the floor.
Yeah.
You just stand there and be like, they're like, you're not going to help me. Well, I did try to tell you before. That was me helping you. But guess what I realized? I realized you was trying to do better than me. And we can see clearly you can. You know how to slip and fall better than me.
Okay.
Yeah.
I agree with that.
But what we had to do here to not get in the way of that process was literally fall asleep mentally. So we've got like Roots said earlier, we've got an identity crisis, but that's coming from, I would say, in a roundabout way, a forced or self-enforced amnesia.
Mm.
Because we're natural born warriors,
so it's conscious, like.
And I heard this from a woman say this.
Let them do their thing.
Yes.
Kinda.
Let them do their thing because they're gonna mash it up anyway. They're only gonna, instead of us forcing them to respect us, they're gonna respect us in the long run.
This is what I was saying about our back up against the wall. When we're forced, we're gonna have to do the thing when nature calls, right? This is what
they're going to start assisting in the cleanup. They need to step back to allow them to see that they're messing up, and they're starting to see it now. That's why everyone's in a race to get Africa on their side, and little things like that. Thinking that Africa needs them. Africa don't need them. Africa rules the world in secret. With Asia, there's League of Sages that don't, you know what I mean? They stay in the background. They really run things. They're doing things that we can't fathom, that we only see in Marvel movies and stuff like that. But that's what our ancestors come from. You know what I mean? Been doing that kind of stuff. Real government affairs. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I think there's the problem is with that is that these so-called these Africans, they're not necessarily our kinfolk. And so and the reason why I'm saying that is because surely if they was, then well, if they are, I'm not too sure, but look what's happening in the moment in the world. And if action has been taken, I'm not sure where it is. Because like I said, if action has been taken, I'm not sure where it is. But
saying
that,
that from
so if there's like if Wakanda's like if the Wakanda Council, for example, is up there in Africa somewhere, and I know that there are groups in Africa that have a lot of money and power that don't seem to be showing what they're doing with all that money and power, and they have a lot of money and power, and they've been involved in a couple of things in the past, and it does seem like, gosh, you guys are in a position really to do some really good things, but you're not shown to be doing really, really good things. You are connecting with certain people. Are you doing really bad things? I don't know, but like, ask yourself, what are you doing with that power? How have you obtained that power? How are you maintaining that power?
all right, another curveball, yeah, because that's a very good point that you just made. Now, what if they're living in a reality where they're maintaining commercial, like what we would probably consider today, commercial business agreements and arrangements from in the past ancient world that we've forgotten about? So when we see these things, we see it as they're not for us, but they're actually stopping it from being worse than what it could possibly be because they're maintaining their end of the bargain. But we can't see that, and they can't tell us that because of the way that we look at reality. You get where I'm going with it?
No,
look what we're finding out. Look what we're finding out when we come across certain families in some of these secret societies. They're maintaining a whole different reality than what we understand.
Yeah,
But what we're forgetting about ourselves is that we're the ones that taught them that reality. And now we're living outside of that and complaining about how we get treated when half of the ways that they treat us is not even really like we care about being equal to them. That's crazy. When I can just hold the sun and I don't burn like them. How are we equal? But I don't have to judge them for it.
So for me, it's not so much equal. It's more about quality of life and actual events and experience.
No, that's not the point I'm making. The point I'm making is us understanding what we're seeing take place, as opposed to reacting to what we're seeing take place.
Okay.
That's what you said earlier. Like, they're like, what you're surprised that he was not. I'm not surprised. I ain't got time to be surprised. I'm still low key peed off about how my people were dealt with. But then I can't solely just blame them. If we was them, why would we not take advantage? Is what I'm saying. But if you are you and you can see that,
I personally wouldn't, but
no, listen. But what I'm trying to say is, I'm talking from an objective perspective. Like, if what I'm saying is, it would make more sense for us to put ourselves in that frame of mind that we would expect that they would try to manipulate us or do what they're doing. So therefore, it removes you having to be wasting time being wild and surprised.
Listen, when those protests were taking place, right? My phone didn't stop. Are you going to the protest? Are you going to the protest? You know what my response was?
I'm like a rave, innit?
No, I'm not going to no protests. You know why? Because I know next week, this is a fashion thing. I knew. Yeah.
Spending money on bunion cream.
Come on now, like I knew it weren't gonna go nowhere beyond just marching up and down because everybody else is marching up and down, and it's just a sheep thing, right? I don't
like watching that sheep, Yeah, I know you froze, innit?
It'll come back. I just think, as I say, people need to definitely be opening up their minds a little bit more, and as you say, stop being surprised by these things, man. Like, it's just reoccurring patterns, reoccurring.
Even the fact of how George Floyd's thing got blown out, like it got blown up to that magnitude. I was thinking, wow, they're really going hard for this guy. Like, they've never gone hard for like us like that. Like, why not?
Right.
You know what I mean? But like what I was gonna show after that, Corey had finished showing his thing. That was let me see if I can work this.
You want to share your screen?
Yeah, I literally just came across this bit, so let's see if this works.
Yeah, here it is.
Neat. Now, me and my uncle was going over this, right? And it only started really resonating with me because I heard it being said, but I didn't actually really fully look into it. I just, like how I get information, I was zoning in on some particular bits of information, and you know what I mean? And then it's like onto the next bit, and just always try to condense and connect the dots. But it really started connecting to me because hearing about like Noble Jalil, how he tried to get us to remind us of, one, claim our identity to the land. So you must know the bloodline and the heritage and all of that. But not only that, recognize that you descend from the ancestors that created the legal documents for anyone else to even do what they're doing on the land. And it's not just the Americans, it's from Africa, the Caribbean, Asia, this part of Britain that we're in. You know what I mean? That goes far and wide. Now, this in particular, this is the Constitution for the United States of America, and then there's also the United States Constitution. However, they from time to time they're used interchangeably to a degree, right? But they're very distinctive at the same time, very specific. Now, this article here, yeah, is Article 6, and it's Section 4 of the article. I think it's Section 4.
Wow.
But regardless, yeah, this section says all debts contracted and engagements entered into before the adoption of this constitution shall be as valid against the United States under this constitution as under the Confederation. The Confederates and all of that is our ancestors that was hijacked by these other people. And you know, the whole racism thing, American History X, and you know what I mean? And like what he just brought up about, you know, the N people and all of that. Like, right? But the Confederate and the Confederation is our thing, and it has links to Kemet. This is all the way in America. You know? It has links to Kemet, the color coding, and everything, and what it relates to, and the X. You know what I mean? Related to the Pharaoh, you know, like the arms crossed, and then you see it in Wakanda forever, right? This is mad connections, but check it.
Wow.
This Constitution and the laws of the United States, which shall be made in pursuance thereof, and all treaties made or which shall be made under the authority of the United States shall be the supreme law of the land. Supreme law of the land, you know. And then you got the Supreme Court, right? The supreme law of the land, and the judges in every state shall be bound hereby anything in the Constitution or laws of any state on the contrary, notwithstanding. You see that section alone, right? And this is the bit I want to point out. And all treaties made. And then if you take that bit and you jump to supreme law of the land, we've got treaties that predate this constitution. Us people, our people have treaties that predate this constitution. So I'm saying we've got authority inheritance that we don't know about and how to exercise and use it. And it's what you said, part of it is an identity crisis. Then we can jump now to BLM and what he was Corey was talking about earlier. Do you know what I mean? We must know about our empire.
Right.
Do you know what I mean? And our inheritance to our empire and literally how there's in writing our ancestors left these things. Why? For the exact same example I gave earlier. You seen him stab that person in the back once. Saw him stab him in the back twice. Saw him stab him in the back third time. We thought, you know what? We got to figure out a way to, you know what I mean? Because beef with these guys ain't working. You know what I mean? They just keep coming back and just keep coming back and just keep smiling in our face, shaking our hands, keep stabbing us in the back. Like, you can't just war them forever. Sometimes we're going to have to war them. Sometimes we're going to have to sit down and sip tea with them. Play dominoes with them. You know what I'm trying to say? Have a street festival and dance it out with them. You know what I mean? Anything that's going to be close to maintaining the peace, sometimes they're going to need to get, you know, the floor, they're mocked with the floor mocked with them. And other times we're going to have to peace treat it out with them, peace treaty it out with them. Right? Do you know what I mean? But this, for example, our people don't know this. And then when we think of the Constitution, we think, they don't honor the law and stuff like that. But they do. There's things in the law that they actually think, but they use it against us. In actuality, those laws that they're using are actually to protect quote unquote black people. We're the founders of. These are things that we, you know. So even
But a lot of the laws they don't keep anyway, so it's all good.
We have to remember the United States is a corporation. And then when it's talking about treaties can only be made by people of the land, aka what Malcolm X said, Aboriginal people. So one is interfacing with another set of people that are established in a certain status and a title to keep the rest of everyone else in check under a certain jurisdiction. You get my point? We don't know, and that comment earlier was made.
It's still pen and paper though. Like if you want to use what's going on.
No, it's not pen and paper, Empress. Because you said earlier about spirituality. These documents were created from spiritual, critical thinking. So we had to tap in and think, how can we keep these people in check? It was before pen and paper, but there's only so much time you're going to be able to recite the laws and regulations. So we had to put it from mind down to paper. But the spiritual side of enforcing the law is us all being on the same page. BLM was a spiritual movement. It was a manipulated spiritual movement. How did we know this? Everyone was spiritually on accord. The only problem with it is when it goes against law, who is black people in law? There's no black people in law. That's not an identity.
Yeah.
So you're technically saying you have no birthrights. Our people don't want to accept that because of how intellectually and egotistical and arrogant we are. And naturally because we are the melanin. We're full of life and energy. That's God, but you got to put it in context. And in context, the wording is right there. I just told you, we've got treaties. But our people don't know that the Constitution actually is there to protect the treaty contracts that we have with other people around the world. That's supposed to keep them in check. Now, why won't we know to enforce that? Because we have a whole nother identity that we didn't put onto ourselves that we now put in neon lights and hold above our head and say that's us.
Yeah, I feel you.
So there's more layers upon layers of like what's happening. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Before we get to really understand. Look, money, true money. Like if I type in on thing right now, yeah, what is lawful money? Yeah, watch this. What is lawful money?
But while you're typing that in, where I was getting at is like, okay, I understand what you're saying there about, you know, these treaties being drawn up from a very deep spiritual place. But then you get like situations like what's going on right now with British politics, right? They wrote a load of laws over COVID and lockdown time, and now it's been brought to light that most of them brought them laws anyway, right? So they write the laws and break them. So these laws on paper are easily broken by the people that wrote them themselves. You understand what I'm
This
saying?
is the thing. Those are not laws. Those are acts and statutes. So it's all wordplay all over again. In what I just showed you with the thing, yeah, it said supreme law of the land, the treaties, right? The treaties were written by nations. Now, most of these people that are quote unquote writing these laws that they're saying that they can break, you know why they can break them? Because they were never laws in the first place.
This is my point. Okay, so as well
Right.
as chemistry
But not only
lessons,
that,
we need law lessons. Yeah.
But it's all law. Chemistry is law too. It's natural law. All the elements. What does the word element mean? It means L is short for Elah, or so Elah is basically the Hebrew word for Allah.
Yeah.
They both mean goddess.
Mm.
Right? And people have had people dispute me, but when you go and look at the Kaaba in Mecca, which is a representation of Art Hagar, who was an Egyptian, apparently an Egyptian empress, and then you're supposed to know that Egypt is today called America. Tamare, you know what I mean?
Right.
It's the Egyptian word for America. Where the word America comes from, Tamare, Egyptian, right? When you look on the side of the Kaaba, there's a vagina there with a black marble in it.
Wow.
But we just said black is melanin, right?
Mm.
So there we go. And men don't have vaginas. So who's the goddess?
Wow.
You. The depiction is you. So put that to the side for a second now. Right? Money. Yeah? Lawful money. It says right here. And this is in modern times. Yeah? Key takeaways. Lawful money is
What is
lawful money
Mm.
is currency issued by the United States Treasury, such as gold and silver coins, treasury notes, and treasury bonds. Right? But it has a section here and a lot of these dates that you're looking at, this is what's very interesting. 1913, yeah, is when the Moorish Science Temple of America was established by Noble Drew Ali. Yeah. The reason he established it is because they didn't want us to reclaim our land through the Freedmen's Bureau. The Freedmen's Bureau is the depiction you see in 12 Years a Slave, because a lot of our people wasn't enslaved. Why? Because we had ancestral ties to the land. And the Europeans that were there running stuff were either working with our people or working with their people that brought them over, that was working with our people originally, who they were employees of. The Europeans were the original enforced servitudes. Yeah, they were getting bad up by the Africans on the continent of Africa, as well as getting bad up by us in the Caribbean and the Americas. What they done was they overthrew us because we brought them into government. And the government was treated as religion. That's the history, and it's all predicated on the woman. But there's other aspects to it as well, because us as a people, we've been fighting each other before anyone else was fighting. And everyone else is getting spoils of war. But the point I'm connecting that to, why I'm bringing all of that up, is because gold and silver is what we established as supposed to be lawful money. It comes from the ground, but we have an attachment to the ground. So we gave them authority to be on any particular land to do what they're doing, to excavate the land. Because we was ones doing that anyway, mining the land. Naturally, we would be. You know, we were farmers and stuff like that. Right, agriculture, almanacs and all this kind of stuff. But again, not to stray too far away from the point. The point is, gold and silver is the real money, but our melanin is worth more than gold and silver, as Corey and Nathan established earlier. Right? Now, the most valued woman in the world is you. Why? Because they can take your offspring, create a stamp a birth certificate next to it, and use it as a what? Treasury and treasury bonds. Treasury notes and treasury bonds. That's your slavery right there. Why? Because one produces money and the other is produced by a man. But in order to get the value produced by a man and be treated as value, they needed to back that by the gold and silver, which is made by a quote unquote God, then phase that out of circulation and get everyone to focus on what they created. Why? So they can keep producing it. But they needed to back it by something, back it by their citizens. So this is where you're talking about they make the laws and break the laws. Why? Because a citizen is an employee. Why? Because a citizen can only be a citizen of a corporation, and a corporation is a business.
So it's all systematic. Right? It's all to fuel.
But it's them. They've been good students.
Yeah.
Of who? The originals. And the originals are walking around like, you know, like we're in the Wizard of Oz or something. Like,
wow.
It's like and this is what's beautiful about you doing, like, you know, having all the topics that you bring up, because they're all interconnected. That's what another thing I'm trying to show my people, like, don't be surprised. Everything is interconnected.
Definitely. This is I mentioned it
back to that point of controlling that again.
Yeah. And get to the point of I think when you start reading and studying, then you make those connections. I think what's happening right now is people don't even have time for themselves. They don't even have time to be thinking for themselves or to think outside the box. So they're not making these vital links. You have obviously invested time. I've invested time. Anybody that has these kind of conversations have took time out to look and read, right? But if you don't, I think that's a major stage. I think having that solitude and that time to study and have a look is a major stage for us coming back together, because that's where the information is, right? Not just coming back together, but having some ideas, having your own hypothesis, if you like. Do you see my point? And because people do not have that time, we're not getting here. Like, I've never seen this before. Oh my days! What are you showing me?
Now we got to challenge the ego, right? Because the only thing that separates us as a people is the ego. So me and you be talking, and there'll be people that'll be like, that guy chatting rubbish. You know what I mean? Yeah. But I understand why they're going to say that, because probably they haven't looked into what I'm saying. It's just their ego and their opinion is what's before them. But I love them so much because they're my people that I understand that that's the response I'm going to get. It always. But then what's going to end up happening is we're all going to get to that one place where we realize, oh, you know what? The reason that I didn't get to that thought process is because I was blocking myself, you know what I mean, from allowing me to see that I did not know. That's the other thing. A lot of people don't understand that they don't understand.
That's all it is. When you don't know, you don't know. Do you know? I'll give you an example. It's slightly off. I mean, you'll have to explain what this is. Is this inside the Kaaba? Inside the Kaaba?
Right. Yeah.
That's
So
the
in one
same
corner of the
stone.
Kaaba, yes, in one corner of the Kaaba, you have the stone, and as you can
Yeah,
see in one of the pictures, there's a Muslim brother and he's kissing it. That's what they do.
yeah,
Most of them will kiss it.
right. They can see. But I
Right.
didn't know it looked like that. So this is it. They say that stone fell out from space.
Okay then. Right. And then look at what this picture's depicting. And then look, that's the Vatican that you see is laid out just like one of them Star Wars fighter jet things. Alien
Wow.
craft. And then they're saying this is Shiva. It's Hinduism, Islam, Christianity, Judaism, Zoroastrianism. They all come out of Kemet. Why? Because they're all degrees. What's a degree? An angle. They're all angles of the same one information.
Yeah, and a degree represents knowledge.
Exactly.
Hence,
So they're
360 good degrees of knowledge,
all
right?
right then. Now, knowledge of who and knowledge of what? Because knowledge is feminine. Just knowledge of you. This is what I was saying earlier.
God.
When I realized, okay then, and there's only one that can create. They say, oh, man has the spark. Exactly. You have the spark. We assist in the creation of life. The masculine assists in the creation of life, in the creation of melanin. Melanin is, look at an atom, right? Sorry, and in the other corner there's a meteorite. So in that corner, that, in my opinion, that's the woman's section, and that's literally depicting life. And in the other corner is a meteorite, and said that it's supposed to remind us that we're not just from this planet.
Yeah, so hang
You know
on.
what I mean?
The meteorite is not the black stone inside the symbol. I'm getting confused now because I'm aware of the meteorite that they call the black stone, and for instance during Ramadan they kiss that black stone, right?
Okay,
So
yeah. Right. So yeah, that's the black stone there. And I think in the other corner there's meant to be a woman buried. But the woman buried, from what I'm finding out, is Hagar. And as you can see, even in this depiction here, it's got this book, Women in Islam. Now, according to Moors, Islam is an acronym. It was always an acronym. And the further you go back in history, you'll find that, like we're just saying, that they're all degrees of enlightenment that literally became like their separate own things. You know what I mean? Christianity, Judaism, rare. If you look at these words, I mean, they all, in essence, align to, get to the same cause. You know what I mean? Christ is what? Christos, ideal consciousness. You know what I mean? Then you have like Islam, essentially means I peace. I Islam. Islam is peace. And you got I in front of it. I am peace. And in Islam, Muslim is one that submits to the will of Allah. Allah is a feminine name. But Allah is Arabic. Elah is quote unquote Hebrew. You know what I mean? And Elah is, the short for Elah is El. And then Elohim is plural. So when it talks about the gods, women.
Yeah.
Women create sons. So, I mean, it's not rocket science. It's you've been doing this.
Yeah.
We've been doing this, and it's all interconnected. You know what I mean? But this is what I'm saying. Why when you were saying, spiritual and connecting and the spirituality stuff is like when you see birds flying south, they all fall into a synchronicity, or fish in the water, or dolphins, they all swim in synchronicity. One bank's left, all of them bank left at the same time. That's spiritual. That's like I don't know, some kind of like connectivity. It is all connected. That's spiritual.
Yeah. So unsaid. It's unsaid. It just happens almost like without even having to say. Yeah, no ego. Yeah. Just so natural.
So natural. That's what I'm saying. Now, when our people all have the same concept about how we are to move in the world, we're not gonna have to question these things. It's just gonna bam.
It just happened. Right. Definitely. Like you said, like the first protest, the the first protest, the
Yeah.
Black Lives Matter protest, was so natural. Like, people didn't even think about it. It's when it got replicated, yeah, that's when it became a jump on fashion thing. But at the first instance, what triggered it, the murder and just the first initial protest, was a very spiritual movement. Of course it was. A bit like the Million Man March and all the other marches and
I was to say that,
protests.
right? You know, but
Yeah.
again, like what I like to do is try to connect everyone, connect everyone, like even onto this, like Africa, everyone likes Africa in that aspect. So if we look at any depiction of Africa on the map, yeah, and you can literally see open.
Yeah.
All right. Can you see that?
The Middle East, nothing. You can walk straight across there, the Suez Canal, and yeah.
You get what I mean? Like this whole section right here is connected.
Yeah.
So Africa is not separate from Asia.
No, sure isn't. Yeah.
You know what I mean? So that puts that to rest. It's only separated in people's mind. But I be trying to tell people Spain and Portugal is African land. Look how close it is.
Definitely. That's Morocco there at the tip.
You
Yeah.
get what I mean? That's
Could
all
walk.
African land.
Yeah, of course.
We got to change the way that we look at ourselves in this world right now. Like
Mm.
they know we're the gods. And all of these people's religions, all the religions talking about us. I don't care what paintings or pictures they want to put up. You could only be talking about us if you're talking about anything ancient. Because in order for anything ancient to exist, it must be in alignment with carbon, aka melanin.
Right. For sure.
You
Interesting.
know what I mean? And then that relates back to the laws. Like we actually have the birthright of authority. That's our inheritance. We think it's a car, a house, clothing. Oh, my grandma, Ashley roots these Cuban links. Like, brother, let's do more than that, you know. Yeah, bro, because we're linked to it, innit? Like, yeah. And I didn't leave her nothing. We got left something. Like, that's what it is. Like, it's gonna happen regardless. These people know, like, you know what I mean? You can literally go on YouTube and type in that you got so many of them speaking out that, you know, they're finding out this and finding out that. Like, what else was you gonna find out, bro? Like, just mathematically put it together, like, of course you're gonna find out that it was our people that you guys were supposed to, like, you weren't even supposed to necessarily worship and having to honor us like that. You just fall in line, bro. Like, you exist because of us. I exist because of the people I come from. But the people I come from created your people. Like, do you know? So, what else is it gonna be? You know what I mean? But our people gotta want it for each other. That's what I've been saying. People really gotta want it for each other. You know what I mean? We've got so much complex issues going on. Do you know what I mean? That, you know, our people should be happy to see couples do well. You know what I mean? Get married, have problems, and hold down the marriage and actually make it through, regardless of what we know marriage to be. But I mean, like, actually, because what that symbolizes, that's a strong family unit. From one family unit, it'll be, you know, there might be another family on the brink of disaster, but they'll look at that family and think, no, if they can do it, we can. Now that's 2 families, 3 families, 100 families, 100,000 families, 100 million families.
I mean, that's a whole different discussion, and we've talked about having a conversation about family dynamics, because you're right, you know, ultimately that's what creates communities and societies. And right now there's so many issues within the Black family. As I say, that's just a whole different.
But what I mean though is, like, even saying that, right, I'm connecting it back to the whole thing of melanin. That we love this thing, melanin. We're proud of this thing, melanin. So just separating it away from, oh, when I look in the mirror, I see my melanin in my skin. I see the melanin in my eyes. I see the melanin in my hair. Like, how about, do you see the melanin around you in the room,
Right.
in your house?
That's
like
it.
furniture, your your decor style.
Within the air you breathe, right?
Yeah, you
Within
walk
the
down the street, you walk
flowers.
past someone that was okay then, like someone you just walked past. You saw each other. It could have been a screw face thing, or that person could have been upset because of whatever's going on in their life. And you saw them, you just send them some melanin energy. Now they're smiling, nod their head and keep walking. Like, do you get what I'm like? Yeah, man.
Yeah. Well, you got to be in a real good, like that. You're talking about love as well there, you know.
All right then. So yeah, I like you know, like
Melanin
being
is
a
love,
trans babe.
carbon is sorry.
Right.
Sorry.
No, sorry, no, you. I'm rubbing you. Go on.
No, I'm just saying it's all about love ultimately, right? Whether we're talking about melanin, carbon, even the geography that you were just showing us there, right? Like literally, you know, we can get highly theological about it and say that it's all love connection, right? That's the ultimate energy. That's the ultimate. It's gonna take a while for us to get there. We just gotta keep having these conversations.
You just said love. Look at that. That's the Moorish way. And the word more itself means love too. Not only does it mean man.
Look at that.
You know what I mean? And
Yeah.
the first love we have in the world is our mother.
Mm.
You know what I mean? Love, truth, peace, freedom, and justice. That's our way. The star, the 5 points of the star. Which is also the 5, actually meant to be the true point, the 5 principles of Islam as well. Which is also supposed to be the 5 principles of what we know as Christianity, because it gets its principles from Judaism, which goes back to Kemet. And then we start talking about the, you know, the 14, was it, the laws of Ma'at, and so on and so forth. And you know what I mean?
Natural law and
natural law, man.
You can see it there. Yeah, that's how you create that balance. But you know, to get there, we need to go through melanin, through carbon, through all the politics, through everything, right?
A lot of it is shedding what's not righteous, but we gotta want to shed those things. You know what I mean? And one of the biggest issues right now, everybody loves Rome.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? But Rome has been doing this to the world, but I'm not judging Rome for it. It makes sense why Rome would do this. I'm talking like the concept of Rome. And I mean why they do this to the world, because it's not the originator, man. Like the originator trying to up the secondary, the carbon copy trying to upstage the carbon.
Interesting. Well, right now Rome's running things, right?
Yeah, but only by our authority, man.
Yeah. But we're not aware of that. We're not aware of our power, right? So I agree. It wouldn't be in power if we didn't want it to be. But we're not conscious that we're giving it reason to still exist. You know, the demand and the conformity. So
well, they're trying to shift it before we actually really figure it out. But there's too much happening in real time because we're back in a public technological advanced era now. It's not just them with the technology; it's the regular man who's got the technology. You know what I mean? You, me, the children. So when something interesting pops up in the algorithm, it's like people are sharing it. But there's so much degenerative stuff now that they thought I can pump in so much degenerative things for, you know, they understand how ego and attention span works. What's happened is people are bored of that now. So when information is popping up, real things is popping up, it's sparking people's and like their kundalinis, right? All these different things you want to call it, but they're interested, you know what I mean? It's stimulating for them to the point where they're like, this is more than stimulation, like, this is actually real, this is what we should be talking about. So I've been saying it for ages. The rap music's gonna get conscious again, but they're gonna find the right balance of making it, you know, fun. It's not gonna sound like that depressive conscious music. It's gonna be like, yeah, man, I can skank to this one, and you know what I mean, this one come on, it feels like anthem, and you know what I mean?
And the frequencies have been like strategically chosen because, you know, people are now conscious of the kilohertz and the frequencies.
Exactly.
So
you get what I'm saying, right? The women are gonna put back on the clothes again. You know what I mean? The men them are gonna be respecting the thing, like looking after it, and you're not gonna have all these gender war business and that. We're gonna realize the programming and the mind control. That's the point. That's, you know what I mean, behind all of that. Like nothing's gonna collapse, but again, this is what it is. You know what I mean? These people have to fall in line now. They're descendants of
Definitely.
like,
and people got their part to play, you know, like this to me is part of the education reform.
yeah, you're doing your bit.
This is the education bit. Yeah, and there's pockets of consciousness. So, you know, we're talking about chemists and doctors, and don't think that there's not people doing their thing, doing their research. Of course, we're in that time, right? People are doing research within their own specialisms. It's just we've not united yet. We just don't know who's doing what. But we can't be the only one having these conscious conversations. That's not the nature. That don't sit right with me. That we can't be. There's got to be lots of people doing it for it to make any sense.
Oh no, there's a lot. There's a lot going on, but again, it's the attention span, the algorithm. So it's like this is where they capitalize again, like the powers that be, because they know there's so much information out there. They know that people can only digest a certain amount to the point where there's some people that love information just for entertainment purposes.
Facts.
You know what I mean? And there's others that just love information because it's like it makes them feel good that, oh, I know something that someone else doesn't. Then there's others that are gonna utilize the information, and then there's others that are gonna be radical with the information. Then, you know what I mean? There's gonna be all different outcomes. And these people are smart enough to know that. The ones that they hate, or probably not necessarily hate, but probably are more mindful of, is the ones that are going to take the information and try to enlighten and immobilize people with it. This is where you get these Malcolm X's and figured it out.
The ones that get assassinated. Levels.
Like, yeah, man. Like,
yeah.
Yeah, man. I want to show you one last thing as well, right?
Please do. So while you're looking for something, I'll let you know that Corey's just tried to call me, and then I texted him to say I'm still online. He's lost the internet connection, so I don't think we're gonna get him back. And then Nathan popped to the shop a couple of hours ago and didn't come back. So I don't know what's up. You saved me this evening.
Oh, no, that's cool, man. That's cool, man. That is cool, man.
That's funny. Cool. But yeah, we'll go with what you're about to show us, and then when you're finished, you'll begin to wrap up because you know we've been here 5 hours.
I know, that's what I was about to say. I'm looking at the time. I'm like, wow, you must have a bit off. You know what I mean?
No, it's all good. It's got to be done. I'm intrigued now. What do you want to show us?
It's Noble Dwali's 37. He's trying to find a chapter where he literally kind of makes it in a part about. I don't know. But he basically is explaining the link between America and Africa in parts of Asia as well.
Okay.
Yeah, yes.
Here we go. It's coming. Let's have a look.
All right. So it's chapter 47, I think that is. Egypt, the capital empire of the Dominion of Africa. 1. The inhabitants of Africa are the descendants of the ancient Canaanites from the land of Canaan. You know what I mean? That gets interesting because I mean, even Kanye, they say Kanye, they're trying to ridicule Kanye because he's got mad again and but he's talking some things, man. But I think he's got around him as well, probably. So continuing, number 2, Old Man Kush and his family are the first inhabitants of Africa who came from the land of Canaan. 3, his father Ham and his family were second. Then came the word Ethiopia, which means the demarcation line of the dominion of a Mexan. And the funny thing about the word Mexan is in America they have the Amex card, right?
Wow.
And the first true and divine name of Africa. So they're saying the Mexan, he's saying the Mexan is the first true and divine name of Africa. The dividing of the land between the father and the son. 4, the dominion of Kush, northeast and southeast Africa, and northwest and southwest was his father's dominion of Africa. 5, in later years, many of the brethren from Asia and the Holy Land joined them. 6, the Moabites from the land of Moab, who received permission from the pharaohs of Egypt to settle and inhabit northwest Africa. They were the founders and are the true possessors of the present Moroccan Empire. With their Canaanite, Hittite, Amorite brethren who sojourned from the land of Canaan seeking new homes. 7, their dominion and inhabitation extended from northeast and southwest Africa. From northeast, and southwest Africa.
Both sides.
Right. Across the great Atlantis, even onto present North, South, and Central America.
Mm.
The dominion and inhabitation extended from North, East, and Southwest Africa across the great Atlantis, even onto present North, South, and Central America, and also Mexico and the Atlantis Islands before the great earthquake, which caused the great Atlantic Ocean. That's a Hebrew story because the word Hebrew means one from the other side of the river.
Mm. So that's the
And
first human
God said with Hebrew Israelites, right?
Mm.
Right. The river Nile was dredged and made by the ancient pharaohs of Egypt in order to trade with the surrounding kingdoms. Also, the Niger or Niger River was dredged by the great pharaoh of Egypt in those ancient days for trade, and it extends eastward from the river Nile westward across the great Atlantic, across the great Atlantic. It was used for trade and transportation. 9. According to all true and divine records of the human race, there is no Negro, black, or colored race attached to the human family because all the inhabitants of Africa were and are of the human race, descendants of the ancient Canaanite nation from the Holy Land of Canaan. 10. What your ancient forefathers were, you are today without a doubt and contradiction. 11. There is no one who is able to change man from the descent nature of his forefathers unless his power extends beyond the great universal creator Allah himself. I'll get into that in a second. 12. Those holy and divine laws are from the Prophet Noble Ali and the founder of the Uniting of the Moorish Science Temple of America. 13. These laws are to be strictly preserved by the members of all the temples of the Moorish Science Temple of America, that they will learn to open their meeting and guide it according to the principles of love, truth, peace, freedom, and justice. 14. Every subordinate temple of Grand Major Temple is the form under covenant of love, truth, peace, freedom, and justice, and create their own laws and customs in conjunction with the laws of the Holy Prophet and Grand Temple. I, the Prophet, Noble Ali, was sent by the great God Allah to warn all Asiatics of America to repent from their sinful ways before the great and lawful day, which is short.
Wow.
Yeah, I think that. Okay, well, the main part that I wanted to get at was that. Oh, hold on, this is, I'm out. 15. The time has come when every nation must worship under their own vine and fig tree. Vine and fig tree will be your mom, because it all come from our mother's placenta. And you notice how the placenta is like a tree of life as well, right?
Mm-hmm.
And every tongue must confess his own. So that means your own, and it's like an affidavit, which is an oath under quote unquote God, right?
Mm.
Remember, our powers are authority and inheritance. The inheritance is our authority, the state, actual land. 16. Through sin and disobedience, every nation has suffered slavery due to the fact that they honor not the creed and principles of their forefathers.
Mm.
17. That is why the nationality of the Moors was taken away from them in 1774, and the word Negro, black, and colored was given to the Asiatics of America, who were of Moorish descent, because they honored not the principles of their mother and father, their mother and
Mm.
father,
Mm.
and strayed after the gods of Europe, of whom they never knew nothing.
Oh, that last line, just that last paragraph alone, never mind everything else you read about the human migrations and the population, how the lands got populated, and then how power got lost because of spiritual practice, I suppose. The forgotten those natural laws didn't honor and uphold them.
Listen,
Wow.
The Library of Congress documented his pamphlet. Now he at one point he got ridiculed by a lot of Moors that was speaking of it. Like some Moors were like, well, we're Moors before Noble Jali. Jali never told people to claim that being a Moor because he said he brought it back there or anything like that. What he's the essence of everything when you go through all these other literature, I narrowed it down to inheritance, which makes complete sense. Because we keep talking amongst our people about generation, wealth, and all this kind of stuff. You know what I mean? But when you go back through the imperial records and the archives, as he described here, and gave us reference points right here, you go and actually go and find it, and it relates back to us solely. It doesn't relate to any other kind of people, but many people around the world. Although he's particularly talking about America because he was situated in North America, but he was recognized by other leaders from other nations around the world. You know what I mean? To the point where Farrakhan, like people started not pressing Farrakhan, I guess, but I suppose, like, how come you don't talk about the Moors in America? To the point, some camera on YouTube where he's saying, well, Elijah told him that he's to respect and all members of the Nation of Islam and that, and other temples and stuff like that, to honor Marcus Garvey and Noble Ali as the forerunners of what was taking place in America, most of the movements. I mean, the only thing that a lot of the movements haven't maintained is what you said, the issue on identity crisis. Why? Because when you go to the records, you have to be able to identify who you are, and you've got to use the correct wording. They're going by the letter and the word of law. Now you are the word of law. You're the one that created how identity is structured, meaning the ones who descend from. So if they're going to use that against us, we can't really complain because they're actually honoring the way our ancestors set it out. They were just smart enough to do whatever crafty things that they did. Kill off some of them, you know what I mean? But when it comes time for us to fight back in the bill because they know that's in our blood, that's You know what I mean? Like, who's going to end up doing that? They can use it against us and say, well, you guys are not identifying yourself correct. But they're not going to tell us that. If they tell us that, we're going to be able to correct ourselves.
So according to the record you've just shared with us today, an accurate description of how I would identify myself is something like I am what I am the original human. I am a goddess. I mean, how do you go about articulating that, Ashar? You know, who are you? Question, who are you? My answer is,
when people say that to me, yeah, it ends up sounding like it's poetic. But because I understand ego and personality and stuff like that, I just talk to people's. I know there's a science behind talking to people's subconscious. You can't talk to people's conscience. Most people's conscience, even my own, is like, it's kind of governed by the ego. The ego makes you want to be spoken to with respect, all these different things. The higher thought process makes you understand that, but that's not really necessary. You know what I mean? So I try to speak to people things. So what I do is I'll talk direct and be like, I am that I am, which is everybody.
and everything.
All right. But now that's all that word. You know what I mean? Philosophizing and whatever like that.
Right.
Taking it to a simplistic term, I just tell people I'm a shark.
Yeah, because if you start using words like gods and goddess and the first and the original, that's that ego you're talking about. That just gets people.
Well, not really, because if it's facts, that's facts.
Yeah,
but
it
I understand that the ego is going to hear it in the way that it's going to hear it, or I expect that the ego is going to hear it how it's going to hear it, and I want to bypass that to get to the root, the core, the juicy bits of the conversation, which is, well, as much as I can big up myself, you can too. But I've got a battle with the fact that they're going to be dealing with belief, and I'm not trying to do with what I know. And what I know is I've gone and checked records that align with all the spiritual stuff that people talk about, but it's almost like they don't have to activate the spirituality stuff into physical life. And this is where we got to have those amongst ourselves and how to connect dots. Now, we come from a people that, like I said earlier, are holistic. So we shouldn't need to connect dots. But because we've had so much mind control games played on us, and self-doubt, and all these different levels of manipulation that start from the mind first, we have to get back to connecting dots. Everything's fragmented. So that's what I take. I take all of this fragmentation and I try to piece it back together like a puzzle. It makes sense.
That was my next question. What's the next steps? Like, I mean, that's a perfect way to find. Sorry, go on.
No, I didn't mean to cut you.
Sorry.
Sorry, I didn't mean to bring. I was chatting.
No, it's obviously your brain's going now, but it's just a nice way to kind of conclude what we've been talking about today with regards to melanin and that holistic perspective, and then even the way you've just presented this evening is so connected with everything we were saying. So I'll ask you the question, what are the next steps then once you discover who you are, what this is, right? What should the individual do in your opinion?
All right, so I've gone down so many different paths in the backdrop, done 360-degree turns, and gone back the other direction. And I've gone all over the place with information. You know what I mean? Tried to get to a simplistic level, and it made sense what Ashanti said earlier. I mean, reading what I just read from Nobu Ali, and people tried to say that he plagiarized the Aquarian Gospel. But in the beginning of the book pamphlet, it says divinely prepared. So he was only representing to you information that the rest of the world knows about us. That's what I'm saying. New religion is something about our people, and in particular, the quote unquote black women. Religion is really centered on her and her connection to the cosmos and the zodiacs. The zodiac is nature's time, it's nature's clock. You know what I mean? Now, the core thing that connects us all together is nature's government. That's the most simplistic way without rambling and over elaborating, is nature's government.
Yeah.
government is rooted almost solely into inheritance. How do we know this? The word government means to govern the minds. The first entity that governs anyone's mind is the mother. She is the architect and the oracle. The architect and the oracle is masculine and feminine, two hemispheres in one. That only one can create. One has to have the rule, the unk. That's government again. Now, government has a structure. Now, when you go into Marcus Garvey, he's teaching our people structures of government and civics and stuff like that. Usually, was teaching something similar about how it actually relates to inheritance. He brought you to the conclusion, oh, what's the most powerful thing our people can have? The power of the word. They don't need a gun and knife or nothing. It's almost, in a simplistic way, it's almost a form of bullying. That we're supposed to have the authority to tell these people what to do. They do it to us every time. But they didn't come with that. They were barbaric. How did they get to the point where they could speak to us and refuse? That's power. Do you know what kind of power that is?
Yeah.
But they don't even have to shoot us or chain us up or anything. They can speak to us and we're right. But we have to go back and think, wait, that would you? But we don't do that. The power of the word.
Yeah.
So it's literally about understanding the structure of government. And it's solely based on women. You know what I mean? There's no man in the world that can talk about with these high chests and big chest grub. If anything, you want to talk about anything with a big chest, it's like you was a warlord. But you was a warlord for the matriarch. You was the empresses or the goddesses. War general. Military general. That's what we're designed. We're here to build the world and the family and the poor and the impoverished and the weak. We're already clothed in gold. It's called melanin.
Yeah.
When you
Right.
kind of think about it and go deep, even Dr. Sadie said death is a disease. In essence, because if we have the ability to absorb energy from the atmosphere, then how is it that we even die? But we're not in our natural order, like, of things. And I suppose I could go on and on and on and on.
Yeah, boss.
But right here and right now, our people need to want it for each other. And now wanting it for each other, we're gonna have a lot of us have to get to a place where we're humble enough to know that, wait, no, you know what? I can't do what Miss Roots does, so therefore she needs to run things from that position, and I'm under her, and then this person's under me. But it's not an ego thing; it's just a structure thing. You know what I mean? You don't put the roof on the floor in the house, and then cry when it rains and you're getting wet out by the sink every night.
That's good.
You know what I mean? But the roof sits on top of a foundation. And that's it. And when we look at these people, everything is mathematically done. Whether we're going to call it racism or elitism or whatever like that. And half of the time, it's not even really about us that they've got a problem with. They're actually beefing amongst their own.
Yeah.
But the joke of it is that they're beefing over stuff that they robbed from us.
Facts.
While we're here trying to find 2 pennies to scrub together to go and to buy bread.
Go buy bread. In their system.
Yeah. With their GMO flour.
You shouldn't even be eating bread. This is what I'm saying. The powers, the levels, all
the levels.
trapped.
The levels.
Yeah. Wow.
So that's my take on Empress.
Yeah, that's beautiful advice and a nice way to end it, I suppose. What you're saying is you gotta work on yourself first before you can help anyone. You gotta work out, who you are, what it is you're here to do, get your family in check, get your life in check, the 5 key principles you talked about earlier. Ashanti, I think, reiterated them here. Honor in the 5 principles. Once you got that mastered, you're on your way, right?
Yeah. Right, and it's gonna get back to that because it's like I remember when the conspiracy, it was that conspiracy phase. Everyone was on this talk about the Illuminati and the Masons, and this, that, and rare. And one
Yeah.
day I sat there and I thought, but they control every aspect. So how frightened are you going to be of these people, like on that level? Do you think they
Right.
care about fear? They care about being in control. That's what they care about. I don't even think it's greed and power no more. Because at what point do you need more power and more greed? Like, and more of this and more of that? It's nothing to do with that. It's literally about being in control. And when you look at it from that perspective, you kind of can't blame them.
Yeah.
But then you can hold yourself accountable to a degree of on behalf of your ancestors. Like, oh, it makes sense. You lot are trying to be like my ancestors. They controlled everything.
Yeah, I tend to use the word power a lot, but actually power and control are in contrast to each other, and I think control is a better word for what's going on right now, because control is what they're scared to lose. You're right. Power can
Exactly.
always be won back, right? It's hard. It's not hard to get back power, but once you lose control, that ain't so easy to get that back, right? So there's big levels to what you
When
say.
someone's in the supermarket and their child's misbehaving, they don't say power your child, man. They say control your child.
Right.
You get me?
Yeah.
But even in the Circle 7 that I was just reading from by Noble Ali, there's a section, right? And it's talking about, there's meant to be other sections that apparently the Bible and certain books don't go into about Jesus that's in this. And Jesus is having a conversation with someone and he asks him about power. And he says, power's not important. When the ethers change, power changes.
Oh.
Power's an illusion, is what he said. Power is controlled by the ethers. When the ethers change, the power changes. What does that say about us? Because we're 9 ether beings, which is known as quote unquote melanin.
Yeah. And we tapped into all of that. Even
Right.
this time of the
Who's controlling us?
Yeah. The electric beings that we are. Especially this time of year, hopefully we go live next week. We're going to be talking about this time of year, what's going on in the cosmos. They call it Christmas, yeah. But it's a very powerful time of the year, but it's got nothing to do with Santa, yeah.
Wow.
But that's just a whole different conversation. I just ended it there, right?
No, that's
But
cool, man. That's cool.
just off the back of what you were saying about us tapping in with our melanin, especially now, is very significant, right? So, yeah, thank you so much for sharing your insight with us. I always enjoy listening to your perspective on things. It's so detailed, it's so diligent, right? Definitely.
For a long time, man. Like I said, Ashanti is my uncle, so he's one of my teachers from youth. He always used to speak very specific and clear to me, so I've always had that growing up.
Wow. I was a thank you, Ashanti. I was trying to get him to come on. I was encouraging him, join us, Shanti, and fired out the link. Hopefully one day you'll join us up here, Shanti, and I'd love to hear you and Asha talking back to back, bouncing off each other. That would be very powerful. So consider that.
Man.
Yeah.
I'll let you wrap up the show. Thank you again for having me up here, and I'm going to be locked in again. Peace to Nathan and Corey as well.
Thank you very much. Thank you. So on that note, hopefully see you next week. And I'm about to wrap up. I hope you enjoyed the show. And I'm going to go out with our advert as normal. And see you next week, guys.